Chapter 1160. Lin Xian and Bai Xian chatted for a long time. Bai Xian would be back in 2 days. Lin Xian planned to do something to her. This girl was very beautiful and her identity was not simple. However, Lin Xian did not touch her. At most, he took advantage of her a little. Zhao Yinqi would send Lin Xian messages every day. Lin Xian also liked to chat with her. He had been paying attention to Zhao Yinqi's situation. She said that she might be coming to Lin and City soon. Lin Xian warmly welcomed her. However, he would not be able to accompany her for a long time. But that was fine. He could introduce Miao Xiaomiao and the others to her. She would have many good friends here. Time to eat. Linya and Murongqing carried the dishes. Then, Linya shouted. Lin Xian jumped up from the sofa and walked to the table. The two of them had made 7 dishes and a soup. It was not a festival. Why did they make so many dishes? Guess which ones are made by me and which ones are made by your sister. Murongqing smiled and looked at Lin Xian. If it's not good, it must be made by you. Lin Xian said. Linya placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table and said, Murongqing's cooking is also very good. Then I can also know which ones are made by Little Fairy. I have been eating them for more than 10 years. If I can't tell, I can die. Murongqing looked at Lin Xian with a smile and said, Oh. Then let's try. They were all home-cooked dishes. As long as you knew how to cook, the process was the same. The taste was almost the same. Therefore, it was really not good. Linya was really looking forward to it. Of course, it was fine if Lin Xian guessed wrong. If Lin Xian guessed right, she would be very happy. Lin Xian rolled up his sleeves and pointed at the red braised meat. You don't even need to taste it. It's made by you. Murongqing, damn. Was it that exaggerated? Shouldn't the color of braised pork be the same? Normally, one wouldn't be able to tell at all. How could he tell at a glance? Why? Lin Xian sat down and took a bite, saying, That's because Little Fairy has a habit of sprinkling some chopped green onions after making red braised pork. You don't have that. There's something. Murongqing smiled. It turned out to be this kind of small detail. It didn't matter. She had made 4 of the 7 dishes. She couldn't see anything wrong with the other dishes. She didn't believe that Lin Xian could be right. Lin Xian then tasted a simple cabbage shredded pork. You did this. Why? Guess. Lin Xian then tasted every dish and pointed out exactly what Murongqing had cooked. Not to mention, Murongqing was really surprised. Linya was, of course, very happy. Why? Murongqing asked confusedly while eating. It's because the dishes you cook lack the taste of love. Lin Xian grinned. Murongqing, bullshit. Little Xian, our dishes are almost the same. I can't even taste the difference. How can you taste it? Lin Xian smiled and said, It's really the taste. Even if it's the same, there's always some difference. I've eaten your dishes for so many years, so I can definitely remember the taste. Beautiful sister, you rarely eat your family's dishes at home, right? Little Fairy, you always cook for me, so you haven't eaten the dishes that others have specially cooked for you for so many years. So you don't understand this feeling. You don't say. I really don't eat my family's dishes often. My parents are busy every day. My meals are all cooked by professional chefs. Later, when I grew up, I made my own dishes. Murongqing nodded. Right? So this is the taste of love. Lin Xian grinned. Linya's pretty face was slightly red. She felt that Lin Xian was deliberately hinting at something. You want me to play games after dinner? Murong Qing then changed the topic. Lin Ye nodded. Okay. For now, there was nothing to do. They could only really develop after this matter was over. The workers wouldn't dare to start work if it wasn't over. Then, they looked at Lin Xian. No, no, no. You guys are targeting me. Even if we're not targeting you, you'll still be killed by a solo player. Tell me, who can you beat? You can't even beat Lu Yufan and Miao Xiao Miao. I can beat Yi. Amazing, amazing. After dinner, Lin Xian was dragged by them to play games for the whole afternoon. At night, Lin Xian went out with Murong Qing. There were still not many people on the road, but it was a lot more than before. Everyone was bored to death this week. Today, many places were open for business. The place they went to was not a 5-star hotel, but a very elegant place for dinner. Hey, you're going to meet the big shots of the 3 major forces. Although that's my brother, you should at least dress appropriately. There are also people from the other 2 major forces. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian helplessly. Let's not talk about wearing a suit. At least wipe the little white shoes on your feet properly. Wipe them clean. Lin Ye wanted to help him wipe or change his shoes. Lin Xian was too lazy to change, so he put on his shoes and left. I say, I'm not the one begging to see them. Even if they're big shots, they're the ones begging to see me. I didn't want to come. If you didn't kiss me, I wouldn't have come even if I died. Lin Xian said. Murong Qing secretly stroked her forehead. Let's not talk about the people from the other 2 major forces. Although they weren't the big shots, they were still top-notch. Just her brother, the master of the holy sanctuary, how many people in the world could meet him? How many people could make him meet in person? Others would risk their lives to meet him in person, but Lin Xian came in person. This Lin Xian wasn't moved or surprised at all. To be honest, Murong Qing was quite surprised. In fact, the reason was very simple. Lin Xian didn't have any fancy desires. Lin Xian didn't need to rely on the 3 major forces to get anything, nor did he need to ask for anything from them. The Arch Xian group was enough to satisfy Lin Xian. Even if he couldn't establish a big force, the money the Arch Xian group made was enough for him to squander for the rest of his life. What else could he ask for? After they entered, they came to the private room. There were a few people standing at the door. There were even some passers-by outside the hotel. However, Lin Xian couldn't even see through them. What kind of passers-by were they? Lin Xian didn't understand. Why did the 3 major forces come together? So what if they wanted to poach him? Why would they come together to talk about it? They pushed the door open and walked in. There were 3 men inside. Lin Xian didn't know them, but he knew at a glance which one was Murong Qing's brother, Murong Feng. These 3 people had different auras. Moreover, Murong Feng's facial features were similar to Murong Qing and Murong Yu. Chapter 1161. This Murong Feng was the master of the temple. How exaggerated was the temple? He took over the temple by himself, managed the temple, managed the human race, and protected the human race. This person was very powerful. He was really handsome, the kind of handsome that was masculine. He should be around 40 years old and looked very approachable. However, that kind of uncontrollable aura of a superior was really powerful. The 2 men beside him were a bit of a pit compared to him. They should have been very powerful existences, but in front of Murong Feng, they were just mice and tigers. Why did they come together? Apart from this matter, the 3 great factions all had a strong desire to cooperate with Lin Xian or to rope him in. Roping him in naturally meant giving Lin Xian extremely high authority and position. The three great factions all had this idea. Then, they discussed among themselves. Let's not use underhanded methods. We'll send people together to find Lin Xian and discuss it together at the same dinner. There's no other way about who Lin Xian chooses. Yes, this was the reason why the three great factions had gathered together to rope in Lin Xian. Then, when they arrived, the two people sent by the Bounty Hunter Guild and the Trial Union were stunned. What the fuck? Had the Holy Temple sent their boss here? They originally thought that the temple had sent people with relatively high status to rope them in. However, when they saw that it was Morong Fong, the two people looked at each other and expressed that they wanted to go back. They weren't even on the same level. How were they going to snatch people? In front of him, the two powerful existences didn't dare to speak. How were they going to do this? Fortunately, they gave their bosses a call and told them not to panic. They just had to do their best and not treat him as the master of the temple. They just had to treat him as if they were beside him. Only then did they feel a bit more at ease. The two great factions didn't expect Morong Fong to personally come. When Lin Xian came in, the two people leaning against the door slowly stood up and smiled at Lin Xian. Hello, Mr. Lin Xian. I am the first president of the Trial Union, Zhang Ku. Nice to meet you. Lin Xian symbolically smiled and shook hands with him. Mr. Lin Xian, I am the 8th president of the Bounty Hunter Guild, Lu Jinan. Hello. Hello, hello. Lin Xian shook hands with them. At this time, Morong Fong stood up and walked over. He looked at Lin Xian. Brother, this is Lin Xian. Morong Qing said. Lu Jinan and Zhang Ku looked at each other in confusion. Brother. This person that Lin Xian had brought, or rather, she had brought Lin Xian here. She was actually Morong Feng's younger sister? Are you kidding me? Lin Xian was acquainted with Morong Feng's little sister, so how could they snatch her away from the temple? Fuck. A man of striking appearance. Morong Feng, nice to meet you. Morong Feng smiled as he extended his hand towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his hand. Have a seat. You guys haven't had dinner yet, right? The three of us ordered it together. I don't know if it's to your liking. Morong Feng said with a smile. I think it's all the same. My sister's cooking is the best. Lin Xian sat down. Morong Qing sat beside Lin Xian. The other two wiped the sweat off their foreheads and sat down as well. I fucking regret coming here. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Your sister. Last time, I wanted little Qing to talk to her about cooperation, but I was rejected. Oh, at that time, we didn't cooperate with anyone. Lin Xian said. She was rejected by little Qing. Morong Feng said helplessly. What? Can't I refuse? Morong Qing picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Okay. You didn't go home during the new year. Grandpa and Grandma miss you a lot. Got it. I'll go back after a while. He. Mr. Lin Xian, you know why we came here. Let's get straight to the point. At this time, Zhang Ke said to Lin Xian with a smile. How could they compete? How could they snatch people from him? It was better to start directly. It was better than listening to their chatter. Even if they failed, so be it. They had to leave quickly. They didn't want to stay in this place any longer. Actually, I didn't want to come. But out of respect for you, I think it's better to come. How should I put it? I don't want to become a member of any of the three major forces. Lin Xian said. Since he said it directly, Lin Xian also said it directly. In any case, Lin Xian didn't have much to talk about with these two. At most, he could talk to Murong Yu's father, Murong Feng. But even if it was Murong Feng, Lin Xian wouldn't become a member of the Holy Shrine. Even if Murong Qing's executive position was given to Lin Xian wouldn't take it. What's the point of taking it? No matter how high one's position was, there would always be someone above one's head who could control one's actions. It seemed to be a glorious position, but in reality, there were restrictions everywhere. Although it was a position that countless people yearned for, Lin Xian was truly not interested. After hearing Lin Xian's words, why did the two of them feel relieved? Because they could leave immediately. Don't fight, don't fight. How could they fight? Mr. Lin Xian, don't you want to reconsider? Lu Jinan asked. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I'm not interested in power. I just need some money. I don't lack money anyway. Alright, then I'll take my leave first. Lu Jinan got up and walked out. Zhang Ke also said a few words and walked out. The moment they walked out, the two of them sighed in relief. It was too damn uncomfortable. Murong Feng came from the Holy Temple, and Lin Xian was acquainted with Murong Feng's sister. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for them to stay here? They should quickly slip away and say they did their best when they returned. Lin Xian expressed that the two of them had good eyesight. Do you drink? Murong Feng asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. No. All right. Hey, I've brought him here for you. The rest is none of my business. You have to do what you promised me. Murong Qing looked at Murong Feng and said. All right, I'll give it to you when we return. Murong Feng laughed. Murong Qing then focused on eating. That. Master Murong, forgive me, but I can't agree to your conditions. Lin Xian said helplessly. It doesn't matter. Since you don't plan to join the Holy Temple, we can't force you. It's just that it's a pity for a talent like you. Murong Feng said. I'm not a talent either. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Ha ha ha. You're too modest. How about this, if you don't join the Holy Temple, then the Holy Temple will discuss some cooperation with your Yixian group. What do you think? Murong Feng said. He didn't have much hope in coming here. He just wanted to get to know Lin Xian. Why? Just this matter alone was enough for him to take Lin Xian seriously. That was from the perspective of a human. However, Murong Yu told him that her 1,000 ice pupils had reached the 6th level. Moreover, he also knew that Lin Xian and Murong Yu had the same level of innate talent. From the perspective of an individual and a martial artist, Lin Xian definitely attracted his attention. Lin Xian was the second one in the past 100 or 1,000 years that his daughter possessed a godhead. Moreover, he had helped his daughter reach the 6th level of 1,000 ice pupils in such a short time. This time, he came to find Lin Xian as an individual. Chapter 1162. Murong Feng then poured himself a cup of wine and took a sip. Lin Xian, regarding the cooperation between us, it's just a small matter. If your art pavilion group wants to borrow some channels from the Holy Temple, you can mention it to Little Qing at any time. She can also make the decision. This time, I'm actually here in my personal capacity. Murong Qing paused for a moment, then looked at Murong Feng. He's here in his personal capacity. She really thought that Murong Feng was here to rope in Lin Xian or to cooperate. But after thinking about it, if he was here to rope in Lin Xian, there was really no need for him to come personally. TSK, she thought that he was so noble. If he was really here to cooperate with Lin Xian, it turned out that he was here for her. What business does Master Murong have with me? Lin Xian asked. In fact, Lin Xian felt that it was strange for Murong Feng to come personally just to cooperate with him. As expected, he had other business. Murong Feng glanced at Murong Qing. Hey, is there anything I can't listen to? Murong Qing rolled her eyes. Damn it. How infuriating. Alright, it's fine if you know. After all, I trust you more. Murong Qing, it seemed like he agreed, but in fact, he was asking her to leave. Alright, alright, alright. I won't listen, alright. Just you wait. Murong Qing spat out some harsh words and then walked out. Lin Xian felt that it was quite strange. What was there that his sister couldn't listen to? Actually, I came here mainly to talk to you about Xiao Yu. Murong Yu. There's nothing between me and her. Don't think too much. Lin Xian said. Murong Feng, nonsense. Of course, he knew that there was nothing between him and his daughter. He knew his daughter very well. He was even afraid that his daughter didn't like men, that's right. He was already worried about this. Since young, his daughter had almost no contact with men. She didn't like them either. But he was only worried for a moment. With his daughter's qualifications, what kind of man couldn't she find? It was just that she didn't want to fall in love for the time being. Murong Feng thought so. Moreover, it was better if they didn't talk about it. He really couldn't bear for his daughter to be harmed by other boys. I've heard from Xiao Yu that you've helped her advance her 1,000 ceiling ice pupils to the 6th level. When the time comes, I'll especially thank you for that. However, I'm here for a more important matter. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Oh. He had thought that Murong Feng had come for the 1,000 ceiling ice pupils, but it turned out that he wasn't. Something more important than Murong Qing's 1,000 ceiling ice pupils? What was that? Lin Xian looked at him in confusion. Do you know how strong your talent is? Murong Feng asked. Lin Xian shook his head, I'm not sure. I've relied on the God's Child system to advance my realm. I can't feel something like talent. Murong Feng said, the God's Child system is more like a gift from God to us. Before the God's Child system was created, people could cultivate it. Of course, only a small part of it could be cultivated. At that time, talent was very important. In fact, even now, talent is still very important. If your talent isn't high, for example, from the Empyrean realm to the Empyrean realm, from the 1-star Empyrean realm, a martial artist with normal talent would need to kill 10 Empyrean realm demon beasts. A martial artist with low talent would need to kill 20 Empyrean realm demon beasts. Lin Xian agreed with this point. It was indeed like this. Then what does Master Murong want to say? You've helped Xiao Yu so much. I also want to get to know you. If you don't mind, you can also call me Uncle Murong. Murong Feng said. Of course I'm happy to. To be able to climb up such a high branch is my honor. Lin Xian laughed. If you really want to climb up, then you have many ways. Right now, it's me who wants to get closer to you. Ha ha ha. Murong Feng laughed. This made others feel that it was outrageous. Even if the art pavilion group had the potential to rise, compared to the temple, it was only the tip of the iceberg. Lin Xian was also very surprised. In terms of experts and powerful people, there were many in the temple. One more wouldn't make a difference. There was no need for Murong Feng to get closer to him because of how powerful he might be. Do you smoke? Murong Feng took out a cigarette and threw one to Lin Xian. One cigarette is worth my usual pack. Lin Xian joked. It's not like you can't afford it. Murong Feng lit a cigarette and took a puff. He leaned on the back of the chair, looked at Lin Xian and said, How much do you know about your talent? Lin Xian lit a cigarette and shook his head. Come. Murong Feng then threw an appraisal stone to Lin Xian. What are you doing? Let's try again. Lin Xian then released a bit of energy, and the appraisal stone directly exploded. At that time, the Martial Arts Academy was also like this. Do you know why? Murong Feng asked. Is it because your talent is too high? Lin Xian laughed. That's indeed the case. Lin Xian shrugged. So what? It's normal to have a high talent, but to be able to make the appraisal stone explode is not normal. Isn't it the same for your daughter? In the whole world, there was only her. Now, there are only the two of you. Do you understand? So far, in the whole continent, only the two of you have this level of talent. Lin Xian, this made Lin Xian quite surprised. So little. You can think of it as a divine spark. Lin Xian, divine spark. That's right. This level of talent is considered a divine spark and is recognized by the heavenly Tao. Everyone, no matter how strong they are, can only reach the heavenly Tao realm with 10 stars. However, your and Xiao Yu's talent is recognized by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it is possible for you to reach an unknown realm above the heavenly Tao realm with 10 stars. Lin Xian, it was quite mysterious, but Lin Xian believed it. With the Adonis system, he should believe that there were more powerful existences in this world. God is an illusory existence. However, the appearance of the Son of God system made us believe that there are gods in this vast universe. Murong Feng said. So, Uncle Murong wants me to marry Murong Yu and give birth to a very powerful baby. Then, the baby will have a very powerful talent and reach a very powerful realm. Actually, it's not impossible. After all, your daughter is indeed very beautiful. I am willing. Lin Xian said. Murong Feng. Fuck. Shameless bastard. Then you are thinking too much. Xiao Yu's matters are her own. I will not force her. In the future, Xiao Yu's boyfriend will be found by her. No matter what, I believe that with her eyesight, she will not find an ordinary person. As for you, if you want, then work hard. Murong Feng said with a smile. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Then, Murong Feng said, there is a place. Legend has it that only a man and a woman with a divine spark can go in and investigate. I came with you to talk about this. Chapter 1163. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. There was even a place where only two people with such talent could enter. Wasn't this a little too incredible? Lin Xian felt that such a thing was like a game. Why? You don't believe me? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Never heard of it. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. There aren't many people in this world who know of it, but that place really does exist. Your talent has already been discovered by the world. There are quite a number of people who know of this matter, and they are all top experts. As for you, you have already become the target of public criticism. The number of people who are paying attention to you is definitely beyond your imagination. Do you know why? Lin Xian shook his head. Because legend has it that that place hides the secret of humans surpassing the heavenly Tao realm, and the Godhead is recognized by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, only two people with the Godhead can open that place. It's even possible that only people with the Godhead can enter that place. Therefore, I came to you to tell you about this matter. If possible, you might be able to enter that place with little you. Murong Feng said. This. Uncle Murong, no one has been to that place before. Are you sure you want us to go? What if there's danger? What if we can't come out? Lin Xian said. To be honest, that place was very tempting for Lin Xian. This was because he believed in the existence of gods. Furthermore, he yearned for a higher realm because he still wanted to return to Earth. To be honest, Lin Xian wanted to go to that place, but he was also afraid. There were too many things he couldn't let go of. He was really afraid that an accident would happen if he went to that place. It shouldn't be. It's been a legend for many years. Furthermore, that place can't be opened by any kind of power. Even the power of the heavenly Tao realm can't break through it. It seems like there's only the legendary method. If you are willing and little you is also willing, you can give it a try. Isn't the path of cultivation a path of exploration? Murong Feng said. Experts like them were even more convinced of the existence of that place. The main thing they were worried about was that if there were some people with ill intentions who would make a move on Lin Xian and Murong Yu first, then capture them and forcefully open that place, then it would be bad. Therefore, from the day Lin Xian was exposed, they had already sent a large number of troops to secretly guard that place. I'll think about it, Lin Xian said. Alright, come and find me after you've made up your mind. It's best to be quick because you and Xiao Yu might be in danger. Lin Xian nodded. Then I'll leave first. Go. Lin Xian walked out. Murong Qing was sitting in the hall eating fruits. When she saw Lin Xian, she got up and walked over. What did he say? Your brother said that you're not young anymore, but you don't even have a boyfriend. Your family is worried sick, and they're thinking of making me suffer a little so that I can take you in, Lin Xian said with a shrug. Murong Qing was speechless. Get lost. Where's my brother? He's still sitting inside, right? Then why did you come out early? Did you have a bad chat? Not really. They want to marry you to me. Do you think I can have a good time? Lin Xian laughed. Murong Qing rolled her eyes. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Let's go, Murong Qing said. Aren't you going to meet your brother again? Meet what? There's nothing to meet. Then, Murong Qing and Lin Xian walked out. You don't have a good relationship with your brother? Lin Xian asked. There's nothing bad about it. That's strange. Then why didn't you come home for the new year? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that there might be something going on between Murong Qing and her family. It's nothing. It's just that when I come home, my family will rush me to get married, especially during the new year. Then there are those relatives and friends. It's so annoying, Murong Qing said helplessly. Then why don't you look for one? Lin Xian asked. I don't want to. I think I'm quite suitable. Lin Xian said with a smile. Too young. Murong Qing shook her head. I'm not young either. I said yours is too young. Lin Xian, the next day, all the major cities were able to resume their normal operations. Linya also went to work as usual. Lin Xian was at home thinking about what Murong Feng said. After thinking about it, he decided to go to Linglong Shua's place. Brother, when he arrived at Linglong Shua's house, Dragony directly flew into Lin Xian's arms and happily rubbed against Lin Xian. You're finally awake. Lin Xian smiled and pinched her little face. Hee hee, Dragony giggled happily. How much stronger have you become? Lin Xian sat on the sofa and teased her little hand. Linglong Shua and Bing Linghua were in the kitchen making lunch while Linglong Yu was sitting at the side eating snacks. I don't know. Dragony shook her head. She didn't understand her ability and didn't know how powerful she was. I think I'm at the Sky Sovereign realm now. Linglong Yu said. So powerful. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hee hee, you can eat more too. Linglong Yu said. It's good to be able to eat, right? Yes, yes. Then Linglong Shui and the rest put the dishes on the table. Let's eat. Coming. The few of them then gathered around the table. Bing Lingyue made a lot of delicious food for Dragony and placed it in front of her. Dragony is about to eat. Dragony then happily started eating. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. Lin Xian praised. Linglong Shui said softly, I'm basically cooking every day now, so I'm used to it. I'm going to have a lot of good food in the future. Lin Xian grinned. Dragony too. Dragony said happily. Oh right. Lin Xian then looked at Linglong Shui and asked, the leader of the holy sanctum wants me to go to a place. He said my talent is a godhead. Godhead? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian. Yes, he said my talent can make the appraisal stone explode, so it's a godhead. Bing Lingyue said at this time, I seem to remember this saying at that time, but it's just a legend because no one had this talent at that time. Where to? Linglong Shui asked. I don't know either. He said that there are only 2 people with this talent in that place, and only a man and a woman can enter. The woman was also found and asked me to go with her to take a look. Celestial Realm. Linglong Shui pondered. Do you know? Linglong Shui nodded, yes, it's not a secret. There is indeed such a rumor. The secret to breaking through to the heavenly realm is hidden there. If you want to go, you can give it a try. I'm afraid it's dangerous. Lin Xian said helplessly. Chapter 1164. To be honest, Lin Xian wasn't a person who was afraid of death. But as he became more and more tied down, he was truly afraid of death. He couldn't bear it. Tell me, what would happen if something happened to him? Linya, Linging. There were so many girls. Now, there was Linglong Shui, Yiren Bing, and the baby in her womb. Therefore, Lin Xian especially cherished his life. You can give it a try. No rumors are groundless. Furthermore, that place is relatively reliable. No amount of strength, no matter how strong, can shatter that door. That's already extraordinary. I even heard that many years ago, more than 10 Heavenly Dao Realm experts joined forces to strike that door, but it remained motionless. Lin Xian was secretly astonished. In fact, this already indicated that the place was indeed extraordinary. What sort of existence was the Heavenly Dao Realm? How terrifying was the strength of the Heavenly Dao Realm? Yet, more than 10 Heavenly Dao Realm experts were unable to blast open the door. They couldn't damage it at all. This already indicated something, and it was no wonder they believed in this fact. Do you really want to go? Lin Xian asked. The path of cultivation is about experience and discovery. If you think you're doing pretty well, you don't have to go. If you wish to achieve even more, you can give it a try. What if I die? Linglong Shui pondered slightly. If you die, I'll take care of the child. Lin Xian, wow. You sure are heartless. Linglong Shui, all right. I'll go. But how long will I have to stay there? Linglong Shui shook her head. I've never been there, so I'm not sure either. Then give it a try. You can come back if you really can't. Lin Xian said. Yeah. The next day, Lin Xian went to the martial arts academy. I only heard about this from father some time ago. Lin Xian and Murongyu walked out of the martial arts academy and chatted. Then let's give it a try, Lin Xian said. Yeah, my original intention was to give it a try as well. Murongyu was a person who placed great importance on her strength. She was willing to become an expert, and was willing to put in all her effort. This was because she truly didn't put too much thought into other aspects. She wanted to become strong. Lin Xian didn't go and meet Ling Ying and the others. He planned to tell them through the phone that he might be going to a certain place to train. He didn't tell them the details. Anyway, Lin Xian told Ling Longshui and the others. If he didn't come back in a short time, Ling Longshui would explain it to them. At the summit of the gods. Go to Lin and city first. Lin Xian nodded. After returning to Lin Xian city, Lin Xian and Murong Yu found Murong Feng. I knew you'd be willing. Murong Feng smiled at Lin Xian. We're just going to take a look. If you're scared, you'll leave, Lin Xian said with a shrug. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's go. Get in the car. Lin Xian was about to get in the car when he suddenly saw Ling Longshui not far away. Wait a minute. Lin Xian ran over. What's wrong? Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui shook her head and stretched out her hand. She had 2 beads in her hand. This is. When the time comes, drip a drop of your blood on it. I'll be able to know your condition at all times. Lin Xian laughed and nodded. Then I'm leaving. I need to go back and rest. You're running around with a big belly. Got it. Then Lin Xian got in the car. Ling Longshui looked at him for a while before turning around and leaving. Who's that sister? Murong Yu curiously asked Lin Xian. She glanced at Ling Longshui. Because they weren't too far away, she was able to clearly see Ling Longshui's appearance. She was too shocked. So beautiful, really so beautiful. As for Ling Longshui, Murong Feng, who had investigated Lin Xian, definitely knew of her existence. However, he really couldn't find out who she was. He only knew that she was a very strong expert. Even when Tianhua City fell, she was the one who opened up a powerful teleportation gate that allowed so many people to enter Lin and City in the shortest amount of time and with the least amount of losses. He wanted to thank her, but he was afraid of disturbing them. Ah! Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Actually, he wanted to say that she was his wife. However, this Murong Yu was also one of the tasks. Therefore, he didn't say it. Good friend. She cares about you. Murong Feng personally drove the car and said. Ahahaha, that's right. After all, I'm handsome. Girls care about me. Murong Feng smiled and didn't say anything. Handsome. To be honest, he was just average. However, there were so many beautiful girls around him. It felt like they were all around him. This made Murong Feng unable to understand. This is for you. Lin Xian handed the bead to Murong Yu. This is. She said that as long as the first drop of blood is dripped on it, she will know our condition. What? Is this a blood-packed bead? Murong Feng revealed a surprised expression. Uncle Murong, do you know this? I know, but I haven't seen this kind of thing for several hundred years. I can't make it either. Simply put, there are 2 blood-packed beads. The 2 beads in your hands should be half of the other 2 beads. Once you drip your essence blood on it, the other 2 beads will always be bright. Once the bead is extinguished, it means that you are dead. The dimmer the bead, the more it means that your life force is fading. It is a treasure that can tell whether you are safe or not from thousands of miles away. That's good. Murong Feng nodded. It's very good. This way, after you go in, we will know your condition. Soon, they arrived at Lin and City's sacred palace. On the way, Lin Xian used his phone to contact all the girls. Bai Xianxian, Xiao Yinqi, Miao Xiao Miao, Lu Yufan. Even Luo Chenxi, and Xin. In any case, he sent a message to all his wives, saying that he was going to train for a period of time. He didn't know the exact time, so he might not be able to contact them when the time came. They also asked all kinds of questions, but they were all evaded by Lin Xian. He only told them to pay attention to their safety. In the sacred palace, Murong Feng, Lin Xian, and Murong Yu stood in a very special room. "Open it," Murong Feng said. "Yes." Then, a girl placed a very large crystal stone in a special groove. In the next moment, the floor of the room flickered with a six-pointed star array. Murong Feng explained to Lin Xian, "This is a long-distance teleportation array set up in every city of the three big forces. However, the resources used are too great, so they usually don't open it unless there is something important. Go in, we will go to Tiandu first." Then, they walked in and disappeared from where they stood. They reappeared in Tiandu's sacred palace. "You guys wait here for a while. There are many tools and spirit tools in the sacred palace. After all, everything there is unknown. If there is anything you need, Xiao Yu, bring Lin Xian there to get some. I will go prepare the plane." "Got it." Chapter 1165. Lin Xian and Murong Yu walked around the temple. "Young miss." Everyone who saw Murong Yu would call out to him. "Is this your home?" Lin Xian asked. "No, this is the temple." "It can be considered half a home," Murong Yu said. Then, they came to a huge room. There were all kinds of transparent counters in the surrounding space. Lin Xian saw all kinds of spirit artifacts, props, potions, and so on. These are all for the elites of the temple. There's no lack of heaven-grade spirit artifacts. All the recovery potions are also the best that can be produced on the continent. Murong Yu said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a look. He mainly looked at some special props. "Take a few of these." Lin Xian pointed at a few beads and said. There was a description beside each item. This bead said that once crushed, it could cause an explosion within 100 meters. The explosive power was enough to instantly kill a lower realm cultivator. It could also cause very effective damage to a domain realm cultivator. Take them. Lin Xian then picked up a bunch of them, probably about 20 to 30 of them, and put them into his spatial ring. Murong Yu, was this Lin Xian trying to take advantage of this opportunity to plunder the items here? That's right, that was Lin Xian's idea. In any case, he might not even use them all when the time came, so he might as well take more. If he didn't use them up, he could just keep them. In any case, he wouldn't return them, so he could use them himself in the future. This thing, damn, it can actually cause damage to a domain realm cultivator. Lin Xian saw a very cool gun. This is a mystic gun. It's very powerful, but it's too difficult to make. It can't be used in large quantities in a battle with the demon race. It's very rare. Lin Xian put 2 of them into his spatial ring. With this thing, we won't have to waste any spiritual energy if we encounter a demonic beast. We can just use this gun to fight. If 2 guns aren't enough, we can use more, Murong Yu said, just use this special energy storage battery. The power of the gun will consume the energy in the energy storage battery. It's better to use more energy storage batteries than guns. There are several types of batteries, such as ice, flame, and so on. Lin Xian nodded. Actually, his original intention was to take more guns so that they could be used by others in the future. Holy shit. This was awesome. Dragon God Exploding Bullet. Holy shit. It could cause harm to an Empyrean. We might even be able to insta-kill him. Lin Xian's jaw dropped. Take a few of these, just in case, Murong Yu said. She also chose things that she felt might be useful. Lin Xian secretly praised. This was the fucking holy temple. Before this, Lin Xian had never thought that there would be a tool that could instantly kill a heavenly venerable. This was too exaggerated. Holy shit. Lin Xian was flabbergasted. It was also a type of bead that could create a barrier to seal a great Empyrean realm. That's right, even a great Empyrean realm expert would not be able to escape the seal for a short period of time. Lin Xian quickly took a few of them. Murongyu, the people from the holy temple felt their hearts ache as they watched from the side. Are you fucking going to war with the demons? Don't fucking take them all. About 20 minutes later, Murong Feng walked over and casually glanced around. What the fuck? Where were the things? Where were the things inside? Did you take them all? Lin Xian thought that the space inside the interspatial ring was great. Uncle Murong, you have so many good things here that you can use them all. Lin Xian looked at Murong Feng and grinned. Murong Feng, alright, as long as they could obtain the legendary things inside, these things were not important. As long as they could protect their safety, that was enough. However, Murong Feng suspected that Lin Xian was keeping them for himself. Of course, these were not the real treasures of the holy temple. However, he believed that the real treasures were with Murongyu. Let's go. Are you done choosing? Let's go to the summit of the gods. It's about time. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the three of them boarded a helicopter and flew towards a direction that Lin Xian did not know. This summit of the gods is rumored to be a place where many strong warriors fought a decisive battle a long time ago. It is the tallest peak on Sky Blue Planet, with a total height of over 9,000 meters. There is a sister peak next to it. It is said that that place was originally a flat land at an extremely high altitude, but those strong warriors fought and razed it to the ground. Those two peaks might have been slashed out by a sword. Of course, this is not true. After all, there is a gate to the divine domain on top of it, so it was specially built on top of it. Murong Feng said. No, I'm thinking, Uncle Murong, are you really at ease letting your daughter go in? Lin Xian said. It's not that I'm at ease, but my Murong family has been guarding the divine domain for generations. We have more feelings and obsession for the divine domain compared to you all. And now, one of the people who can enter the divine domain is a member of my Murong family. We should be happy. Moreover, Xiao Yu is also willing to go. Danger and opportunity coexist. As long as the two of you can really open that gate, then I am willing to believe that there are more opportunities than danger inside. I will also be more at ease. Then, Murong Feng paused and said, but if we can find any information about the gods, for our entire human race, we will be one step closer to the path of the gods. For you all, this is a benefit that no place can give you. Lin Xian nodded. 3 hours later, they arrived at the foot of a very, very large and majestic mountain. The helicopter stopped there. There is a barrier around here. We can't directly fly up. Moreover, we can't fly up. For ordinary people, climbing this mountain would be suicide. But for them, it was a piece of cake. Family head. A few people suddenly appeared beside them. And you all guard this place well. Yes. Murong Feng then said, let's go. Then, he released his power and the three people disappeared from where they were. When they reappeared, they were on top of a mountain peak that reached the clouds. This mountain peak was rugged and uneven, but it was very large. Lin Xian felt that it was difficult to breathe. Even though he was a martial artist, it was difficult to breathe. It was enough to see how high this place was. The temperature was very low, but it was not a problem for them. Follow me. Then, the two people followed Murong Feng. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at a place with shelter on all sides. Father. Murong Feng called out. An old man appeared in front of them. "Grandfather!" Murong Youth called out. The old man revealed a kind smile. "Lin Xian, wow! This old man has been guarding such a high place all this time. It can't be, right? It can't be. He is Murong Fang's father. How is this possible?" Murong Tian glanced at Lin Xian. "Not bad, young and promising. This old man has been guarding here for 20 years. Finally, you all have arrived. Lin Xian, why bother?" Chapter 1166. Lin Xian could not understand the thoughts of some people. Say, with such a powerful identity and such an amazing person, why would you give up such a good life and stay in a place like this for so many years? What's the point? Of course, he didn't stay here all the time. Every year, he would go down for a few days. For a strong warrior like Murong Tian, this kind of place was unusually quiet and was good for cultivation. For him, he would feel more at ease if he guarded this place. Secondly, he could constantly cultivate, improve, and even improve his temperament. That was also an improvement. Murong Tian glanced at Lin Xian and Murong Yu and said, "Come with me, we will open the gate to the god's domain." Then the two of them, followed by Murong Feng, walked forward together. "Old man, what kind of place is the god's domain?" Lin Xian asked. "I don't know. No one knows because no one has opened that gate. We don't even know if the legend is true or not. But now that you and Xiao Yu have arrived here, whether it is true or not, you will know when you reach the gate to the god's domain." Murong Feng then said, "On our continent, there should be two places that are the most mysterious. One is the gate to the god's domain, and the other is called the Void Gate." "Void Gate?" Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Murong Tian said, "On the continent, there was once a clan that was extremely prosperous. That was the Void Fox clan. Many, many years ago, the Void Fox clan went to the Void Gate in order to explore the higher mysteries of the world. In the end, they didn't return until now. Therefore, no one knows what is behind the Void Gate, just like behind the gate to the god's domain. These are the two biggest secrets of the continent, and you are exploring one of them." Lin Xian knew this because he knew that Linglong Shui wanted to go to that place. That was her destiny and something she must do. Therefore, Lin Xian had been thinking of ways to stop her from going there. Their child was the only solution. If Linglong Shui had an unforgettable longing for her child, perhaps she would not have gone. "The Void Fox clan hasn't come out yet. Aren't you sending Murong Yu and I to our deaths by entering the gate of the divine domain?" Lin Xian said helplessly. "The gate of the divine domain is different from the gate of the void. The gate of the void is said to be a passage to another world. It may even lead to the void universe. Do you think they can come back? Even the heavenly Tao realm is nothing worth mentioning in the void universe. However, the door to the celestial domain is different. The door to the celestial domain only hides the secret to reaching the realm above the heavenly Tao realm. Once upon a time, a senior skilled in divination had divined that the void universe was the door of death and the celestial domain was the door of life. If not, how could we watch the only bloodline of the Murong family send themselves to their deaths?" Murong Tian said. Lin Xian nodded. "I see. The gate of the void was the door of death." Lin Xian absolutely could not allow Linglong Shui to pass through it. "Then, Senior, will we really die if we enter the gate of the void?" Lin Xian still asked. "Shouldn't you be concerned about the gate of the celestial domain? Why are you constantly asking questions about the gate of the void?" "I'm interested." Murong Tian said, "My understanding of the gate of the void is the same as the gate of the celestial domain. The only difference is that the Void Fox clan once entered the gate of the void and never came out. Therefore, it can be considered a warning to us. The Void Fox clan is flourishing, but they never came out. So, do you think we will die? Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Soon, they came to an empty space. Murong Tian waved his hand and a hole appeared in front of them. Come in. Then, he jumped in. Lin Xian and company followed closely behind. After entering, it was a completely different world. The surroundings were filled with ice. It was like an underground ice palace. It had the same feeling as when they went to find Bing Lingyue, but it was not as grand. You even built an underground ice palace? Lin Xian asked. This wasn't built by us. It originally existed, along with the gate of the celestial domain. Murong Tian said. Lin Xian, therefore, this place was deliberately created by someone. Perhaps it was a clue left behind by an existence above the heavenly Tao realm in order to give us a chance. That's the only explanation. As they walked, they came to a sealed room. There was only one door in the room. It was a golden door. This door had two doors. It was about the size of a normal villa's door. There were countless runes engraved on it that one could not understand. At this point, Murong Tian and Murong Feng were extremely nervous. Little you, believe in yourself. Be careful. Murong Feng gently patted Murong Yu's shoulder as he exhorted. I know. Murong Yu nodded. Murong Tian turned around and glanced at Lin Xian and Murong Yu, then said, Be careful. Don't try to show off. Everything inside is unknown. However, I believe in the two of you. You must also believe in yourselves. The continent's greatest secret will be left to the two of you to explore. The two of them nodded. Place your hands on the two doors and try activating your spirit energy. Then, Lin Xian and Murong Yu took a few steps forward. They placed their hands on the two doors and activated their spirit energy. Schwad at the next moment, a bright light shone. This light made Murong Tian and Murong Feng unable to open their eyes. They could clearly feel a power that made them submit. This made them even more convinced that behind this door was a sacred place. When the light dissipated, they opened their eyes. Lin Xian and Murong Yu had already disappeared before their eyes. As for the door, it was still the same as before. It seems that they have already entered. Murong Feng said. Murong Tian nodded, so the legend is true. Xiao Yu and Lin Xian are indeed people of destiny. I hope that they will be fine. I hope that they can bring good news to the entire continent. They will. They definitely will. Murong Feng nodded. In fact, they were very anxious because this place was unknown. If they let Murong Yu go in, they would be their daughter and granddaughter. It was inevitable that there would be danger inside. It was even possible that they would not be able to come out alive. However, if they wanted to reach a higher level and shoulder the mission of humanity, or even the mission of the entire continent to explore the higher universe, they must go in. I hope that they will be fine and bring good news. We will wait here for them to come back. On the other side, Lin Xian and Murong Yu appeared in an unknown space. This place was actually a desolate ruin. The surrounding light was very, very dim. The visibility was only about 5 meters. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Hey, if we don't hold hands, it will be troublesome if we get lost. Lin Xian said to Murong Yu. Chapter 1167. This place was terrifyingly dark. One had to know that they were both in the Grand Domain realm. Their night vision was extremely strong, and they could almost see in the dark as if it was daytime. However, this place was very different. Murong Yu didn't show the restraint of a woman at this time. It would be pretentious to be reserved at this time. If they really encountered an accident, the two of them would be separated. Then, Lin Xian and Murong Yu held hands. Lin Xian really didn't want to take advantage of her. What do we need to do in this place? Murong Yu said with a frown. Who knows? We can only move forward and deal with whatever comes our way. With the other hand, the two of them took out their phones and turned on the flashlights. The two of them looked around. Apart from this darkness that they couldn't see through, there was nothing else here. At this time, Murong Yu frowned and subconsciously let go of Lin Xian. Then, her delicate body erupted with power and she stomped down. Lin Xian heard a crack sound and quickly shone the flashlight under Murong Yu's feet. A hand, to be precise, a skeleton's arm drilled out from the ground. The hand was still holding Murong Yu's ankle, but the arm was broken by Murong Yu. Whoosh, the two of them took out their spiritual weapons at the same time. They stood back to back and shone the flashlight on the side. Slowly, the surroundings lit up. They didn't know where the light came from. It was very weak, but now they could see very far. At this moment, it was like the moment when dawn had just broken. Ugh, their ears were filled with eerie and terrifying low growls from their throats. In all directions, countless pairs of skeleton hands stretched out from the ground. Then, countless skeletons crawled out from the ground. Lin Xian and Murong Yu's pupils shrank. This was absolutely unexpected. Why was this place full of skeletons? The realm of these skeletons is very low. Murong Yu said. She was able to break a skeleton's arm with a casual kick, which proved that these skeletons were nothing. Welcome to the first level of the trial grounds. Please kill 100,000 skeleton soldiers to advance to the second level. Suddenly, a voice seemed to come from the endless void. What the hell? Trial, could it be a test from the legendary existence? Murong Yu asked. Lin Xian nodded. That should be 100,000, Lin Xian expressed his discomfort. It was true that it wasn't strong, but to kill 100,000 of them, wasn't that a little too much? It's not difficult. Murong Yu said lightly. Then let's begin. In any case, they could see it now. Moreover, the voice that suddenly appeared told them that this was a trial. In this trial, they didn't know what the content of the trial was, but at the very least, they knew that this was indeed a trial. Then, there wouldn't be any unimaginable things that went against the rules of the trial. Before this, the endless darkness had made them incomparably flustered, but now it wouldn't. Spatial lock. Lin Xian's mind moved, and a powerful spatial force directly locked down an area of 1,000 meters around him. Spatial explosion. Boom! In an instant, the world was flattened. Murong Yu also used spatial lock and spatial explosion. This was because when facing a large number of weak enemies, the spatial attributes simply had the effect of clearing the screen. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, they didn't know how many of these small monsters they had killed, and they didn't have any experience. They were weak, very weak, so weak that they could casually kill them. To them, this wasn't a trial at all, because it was too simple. Unless they could exhaust their spiritual energy and physical strength, that was impossible. But to be honest, the consumption was indeed not small. If this continues, the spiritual energy and physical strength consumption will be too great. Leave it to me. You rest first. Murong Yu said to Lin Xian. What are you doing? Lin Xian asked. Blue light flashed in Murong Yu's eyes. She was waiting for all of the skeleton soldiers to close in. 1,000 ice eyes. In the next instant, with her as the center, the entire space was sealed in ice. Everything in the path of her power was frozen solid, including all of the skeleton soldiers. Bam! In the next instant, all of the skeleton soldiers in her line of sight were reduced to nothingness. Murong-yu took a deep breath. Lin Xian's mouth gaped open. This Thousand Ice Eyes was way too fucking powerful. He had never seen Dongfang Shui use her Thousand Ice Eyes before. He only knew that it was pretty powerful, but after seeing it for himself today, he felt that it was way too powerful. In fact, if they forcefully used the space attribute to create a large-scale spatial explosion, then they could achieve the same effect. However, if they did that, then their spiritual energy would be depleted in an instant. They didn't know what would happen next, so a depletion of spiritual energy was a very dangerous thing to do. Although Lin Xian had Linglong Shui's spirit recovery pills, he didn't want to use them now. That was insane. Whoosh! At this moment, a pillar of light appeared in front of them. Lin Xian and Murong-yu looked at each other. It looked like they had already killed 100,000 skeletons. Let's recover our spiritual energy and stamina before we go in, Lin Xian said. Murong-yu nodded, and the two of them sat down. Here. Lin Xian handed Murong-yu some food and a bottle of mineral water. You even brought food. Murong-yu was slightly surprised. Domain stage cultivators could go without food for over half a year, so... Murong-yu thought for a moment before stuffing her spatial ring full. Most of the things she brought were practical things, such as simmons and blankets. However, she didn't bring any food. She felt like there was no need for that. However, she regretted bringing food on the first level of the trial. She felt like she should have brought more food. After expending so much energy, she needed to replenish her energy and eat. The main reason was that Murong-yu didn't expect to encounter a situation like this before coming here. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Aside from the things I took from your holy palace, the rest of the things I brought are mostly food. With a thought from Lin Xian, all of the food was placed in front of him, forming a small mountain. Murong-yu, I'm still a lot worse than you. Murong-yu sighed with resignation. I can't help it. I have a lot of foodies around me, so I subconsciously think that food is quite important. Then, I reflexively brought a lot of snacks, vegetables, meat, water, and even instant noodles. Do you want some? If you want some, I'll make a bucket for you. Lin Xian grinned. How do I eat it? Isn't that simple? Lin Xian then opened a bucket and put in the mineral water. Then, the fire element increased the temperature. Murong-yu, genius. Chapter 1168. Lin Xian really didn't think too much about it. He didn't know what he was going to face anyway. Other than some life-saving and fighting guys, Lin Xian could only think of clothes and food. He didn't expect that food would really come in handy. If they had to keep going through this kind of battle, their stamina would be very depleted, and they would definitely need to eat frequently. After eating and drinking to their fill, the two stood up. Let's go. Murong-yu nodded, and then the two stepped into the light array. Shwa, the light flashed, and the two appeared in a very, very beautiful grassland. The scene had changed too much. Before, it was dark, but now it was a sunny grassland. It was very beautiful. With this sunlight and this grassland, they really wanted to lie on the ground and bask in it. They would probably fall asleep in a while. Welcome to the second level of the trial. The voice came from the void again. At this time, a huge figure ran towards them from the horizon. Shwa shwa, Lin Xian and Murong-yu took out their spirit weapons at the same time. It was a huge monster beast that looked like a titan. A titan beast. Murong-yu said with a frown. Such a huge titan beast, I'm afraid it's at the heavenly venerable realm. Lin Xian said with a frown. Looks like we need to kill it. Murong-yu said. Lin Xian sighed. This titan beast was a relatively high-level monster beast. It was very strong, and its defense was also very strong. Relatively speaking, its speed was not very fast, but for any martial artist, facing a defense-type monster beast that was higher than them was very troublesome. Isn't this fucking trial too ridiculous? There won't be more virtualized realm beasts behind, right? If there were more virtualized realm monsters behind, then they were done for. Roar, the Titan behemoth roared and leaped into the air. Its huge figure, which was over 20 meters tall, suddenly smashed towards them. Boom, the whole ground shook violently. Lin Xian and Murongyu released their spatial attributes at the same time and left the place. When they looked again, they couldn't help but be speechless. The Titan-class behemoth had smashed open a crater that was more than 10 meters wide. Dust flew everywhere. The Titan beast was like a god of war. If the two of them were to be hit by such power, it would definitely be fatal. This kind of demonic beast, even if its cultivation level was lower than theirs, its strength was still far beyond their reach. Whoosh! Lin Xian teleported in front of the Titan behemoth. 1,000 lightning strikes. Buzz buzz buzz. The power of thunder surged, and then Lin Xian suddenly bombarded its body. Lightning flashed. The lightning array trapped the Titan beast within and continuously bombarded it with lightning. However, the Titan behemoth tore the lightning apart and walked out. Lin Xian, Heavenly Venerable Realm, I'm afraid your ordinary attacks won't be able to cause any substantial damage to it. Murongyu rushed over after saying that. Ha! She shouted, and the sword in her hand emitted a cold light. Then, it tore through the air and suddenly slashed over. Lin Xian saw that Murongyu's sword had injured the surface of the Titan behemoth, and even a red gash had appeared. But, this kind of injury was not an injury at all to the Titan behemoth, but Lin Xian secretly praised Murongyu. This Murongyu was really powerful. Bang! The Titan behemoth threw a punch at Murongyu, but it would not be easy for it to attack the two of them who had spatial attributes. But it would be even more difficult for the two of them to kill it. I can buy you time. Can you still use that martial technique from last time? Lin Xian asked as he and Murongyu kept attacking and dodging. Lin Xian asked. It's a little difficult. This Titan behemoth's defense is much higher than the Blood Shadow Blight Sovereign's. I'm afraid my martial technique won't be able to hurt it. Lin Xian was thinking about what he could do. Time slowly passed. Roar. The Titan behemoth was clearly angry that it had not defeated the two of them after so long. It roared and slammed its fists into the ground. An unstoppable force destroyed the ground over 100 meters wide as it rushed toward the two of them. The two of them were not to be trifled with. The main reason was that the spatial attribute was too strong in this situation. Even if you were of the wind attribute, it would be difficult to dodge. But the spatial attribute allowed them to instantly retreat over 100 meters. Roar. When the dust settled, they saw the Titan behemoth raise its arms. A terrifying power condensed above its head, and a fiery red ball of energy over 20 meters wide formed and then blasted toward the two of them. Spatial energy was released again, and the two of them retreated far away. The ground trembled, and dust flew everywhere. When the dust settled, Lin Xian revealed a shocked expression. A crater over 100 meters wide appeared in front of them. The Titan behemoth's destructive power was absolutely unimaginable. Under normal circumstances, even if one's cultivation was the same as the Titan behemoth's, they still wouldn't be able to withstand its attacks. However, the only reason Lin Xian and Murongyu were able to hold on until now was purely due to the strength of their spatial attribute. The spatial attribute made it so that the Heavenly Venerable Realm demonic beast couldn't do anything to them. Its destructive power was indeed very strong, and it could even instantly destroy everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Under normal circumstances, how could they instantly escape from danger within a radius of several hundred meters? But it was precisely because they both had the spatial attribute that they could do so. Boom, boom, boom. But as the battle dragged on, the two of them were consuming more and more of their spiritual power. If this continued, the Titan behemoth would definitely win. Lin Xian couldn't stop thinking about what he could do. Morongyu. Morongyu looked at Lin Xian. Morongyu didn't have a choice. She did have a lot of powerful martial skills, such as the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, and several other attributes. However, she was still a domain realm cultivator. If this was an ordinary heavenly venerate realm demonic beast and not a defense-type demonic beast, she would have been confident that she'd be able to deal with it one-on-one. However, she had brought a dragon god explosive bullet with her. It could cause damage to demon behemoths, and there was even a chance of killing them. But against this kind of demon beast with super strong defenses, the dragon god explosive bullet was not very effective. Help me attract the Titan behemoth's attention. I'll try. Lin Xian said. Okay. Morongyu rushed forward without hesitation. Although she knew that Lin Xian's realm was very, very far from the demon behemoth realm, she believed that Lin Xian was not an ordinary person. If others could not do it, and she could not do it, why couldn't Lin Xian do it? He really could do it. Lin Xian was really staking everything on this one throw. Otherwise, the two of them would be exhausted to death. Lin Xian's myriad evils transformed into a heavy sword. The myriad evil sword's body was wrapped in a black light, and it exploded with power. This was myriad evil's dark form. This was also Lin Xian's only ability that could cause substantial damage to the Titan behemoth. Chapter 1169. Lin Xian hadn't used Wanxia's dark form in a long time. This Wanxia had an effect. In the dark of the night, it would continuously absorb the power of the dark element and then release this dark form. What was the effect of the dark form? It could cut through the defense. That's right, if you released your defensive power, or even your physical body's defensive power, the dark form would be able to cut through it. This was also a unique and powerful power of the dark attribute. It was just that it might not have such a perverted effect, but Ling Ying should have it, because Ling Ying's dark attribute purity was full. Wasn't this demonic beast's strength in its defense? Then wouldn't it be fine if I released all my dark element power and ignored your defense? Of course, this wasn't enough. Lin Xian was only a 4-star domain realm cultivator, while this Titan beast was at least a 1-star heavenly venerable. There was a difference of 7 realms between them. Moreover, it was such a huge difference in realms. Even if it ignored his defense, how much damage could it cause? But don't forget, attribute exchange, strength, speed. Law of creation. Lin Xian's eyes shone. Then, Lin Xian consumed a spirit recovery pill. There weren't many left, but he had to eat it now. This was a desperate move. Law of creation. Lin Xian ate another pill. Law of creation. That's right. Lin Xian used up all his spirit power 3 times just to create the law of creation 3 times and continuously increase his strength. He ate another pill and quickly increased his spirit power. Thunder surging heavens. Lin Xian erupted with an unprecedented power. The power of the heaven-rank thunder surging heavens was poured into Wanxia, causing it to tremble constantly. Morongyu was constantly pulling the Titan beast's attention. Suddenly, she felt Lin Xian erupting with such a powerful power and revealed a shocked expression. It's coming! Lin Xian shouted. His figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of the Titan beast. At the same time, Morongyu used her space power to open up the distance between them. Die for me! Lin Xian shouted angrily. Shwa, boom, the world fell silent. Lin Xian fell to the ground with his spirit energy depleted. He gasped for air as the dust in front of him slowly dissipated. When the dust settled, Murongyu revealed a shocked expression. The Titan beast's head had been cut off by Lin Xian. If its entire head had fallen off, then it would definitely be deader than dead. Are you alright? Murongyu walked over to support Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm fine. I just ran out of spiritual energy. Help me make some noodles. Lin Xian took out a pile of delicious food. Lautan pickled cabbage. Murongyu, never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Lin Xian would actually say something like this, all right. Murongyu asked as she poured the seasoning, how did you burst out with such a strong power just now? I'm afraid you have the power of a heavenly venerable. Murongyu could also burst out with the power of a heavenly venerable, but she couldn't penetrate the demonic beast's defense. However, Lin Xian seemed to be able to ignore the beast's defense. Lin Xian shrugged and said, all kinds of blessings. Truth be told, if Lin Xian hadn't made that move, Murongyu might have tried using the law of destruction. She knew that, with her current realm, forcefully using the law of destruction wouldn't be enough to kill the demonic beast. Moreover, she would have suffered a backlash. However, the law of destruction was the only way to injure the demonic beast. Who knew that Lin Xian's power would instantly kill it, but how did you break through its defense? Murongyu asked. This sword. Lin Xian looked at Wan Xia. This sword has a dark form. It can penetrate all defenses. Therefore, no matter how strong the Titan beast's defense is, as long as I have enough power, I can instantly kill it. Lin Xian explained. So that's how it is. Murongyu understood this. She just felt that it was quite amazing. After all, a spirit artifact that could carry the power of a top-notch dark attribute martial artist was really amazing. The light pillar that led to the next level lit up. The second level is already so simple. I really don't know what will happen later. Murongyu said. This was also what Lin Xian was worried about. This wasn't something they could do. It was too difficult. Heavenly venerables were already enough for them to fight. Moreover, this was only a 1-star or 2-star heavenly venerable. If it was any higher, they really wouldn't be able to do it. But there's no turning back. We can only continue forward. Lin Xian sighed and said. Murongyu nodded. She was very strong, but there was a limit to how strong she was. No matter how strong someone was, being able to fight a 1-star or 2-star heavenly venerable in the domain realm was already very exaggerated. That was simply a fantasy. After resting for about 2 hours, the two of them had recovered to their peak state. Let's go. Then, the two of them stepped into the teleportation array again. When they appeared again, the two of them were in a space that was like a cave. Lin Xian and Murongyu scanned their surroundings. What's this for? How are we going to fight demonic beasts in such a small area? Lin Xian said helplessly. Maybe it's not necessarily a test of fighting demonic beasts. Murongyu said. At this time, Murongyu suddenly disappeared from Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he summoned 1,000 evils and looked around vigilantly. Welcome to the third round of the test. At this time, a black-robed man appeared in front of Lin Xian. He was wearing a mask and not a single bit of skin was exposed. Even Lin Xian felt that his eyes were hollow. It was like a remnant soul. Who are you? Where are my friends? Lin Xian frowned and asked. She also went to participate in the same test as you. Don't worry, you only need to think about yourself. The figure looked at Lin Xian and said. So, you're a god. Lin Xian kept 1,000 evils. God. Maybe, I'm just a remnant soul that's guarding this place. Are you the one who made those sounds? Yes, the figure sat on a stool at the side. This is a trial ground. What's the trial? Lin Xian asked. Becoming a god. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Is this fucking real? There are 10 gods above the heavenly Tao. You and that girl's talent is half of the divine spark. Here, through consideration, the two of you can obtain the other half. Once you pass the test, the two of you can break through the heavenly Tao and become gods. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. In this round of the test, there are 3 questions you need to answer. If I answer wrong, I'll fail. No, there's no correct answer. Please answer my questions according to your true thoughts. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. First question, if you have a power, what power do you want to have? Chapter 1170. Lin Xian frowned slightly. If he had to obtain a type of power, what kind of power would he want? You don't have a choice. Lin Xian asked. No, I'm just answering from the bottom of my heart. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, if you really want me to say it, I hope to have a power that can heal an injured person directly, and even bring a dead person back to life. That's all of your laws of creation, right? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I think that's the best power in the world. Second question, what is your wish? Lin Xian said, my wish is that the people around me can live in peace. What about the others? Don't you care about the other people on the continent? Lin Xian shrugged. I don't have such big thoughts. If you want to talk about a small wish, then that's it. If you want to talk about a bigger wish, then of course, I hope that the entire human race can prosper. Even if we don't dominate the continent, we won't be eaten by the demonic beasts so easily. What about birth, old age, sickness, and death? Lin Xian shrugged. That has nothing to do with me. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are normal. So why would I only say that I hope that the people around me can live well? Third question, if you become a god, what will you do? Lin Xian thought for a moment. Then I need to know what kind of power a god has, shattering the void, controlling the life and death of a planet with a single thought. Your laws of creation can also bring the dead back to life. You can do anything you can think of. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, then I don't want to do too many things. I just want to live freely with the people around me, live in the city, and live with ordinary people. Perhaps I don't want to become a god, but I know that if I can become a god, I can definitely protect them. So what you want is a protective power. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Fourth question, Lin Xian, didn't you say there were only 3 questions? If you were asked to kill Murongyu, would you do it? Lin Xian said without hesitation, no. If she wanted to kill your friends, would you kill her? Lin Xian, why are you asking such a question? He pondered. I will. Lin Xian replied. Next question, if you have to die in order for the people around you, the people you care about, to live, would you choose death? Why is there such a damn question? Lin Xian scratched his head. Can you? Lin Xian shrugged. I will, but I definitely won't let them know, because I think some silly girls might take things too hard. But if there is such a choice in front of me one day, I will not hesitate. Last question. If one day Murongyu wanted to kill you, would you kill her? This question was different from the previous ones. Lin Xian scratched his head. That's all there is to it. I probably won't. Give me a definite answer. I can't do it, unless she's no longer a kind person. Alright, you can go now. Then, a teleportation spell formation appeared in front of Lin Xian. Senior, who are you? Lin Xian paused for a moment before asking. If one day you can become a god, then you will know. Thank you. Lin Xian followed him into the teleportation spell formation. On the other side, Murong was in the same space, facing the same person. First question, if you could obtain a type of power, what kind of power would you want to obtain? Murong thought for a moment before replying, I don't know, but if I could obtain a type of power, I would prefer to have limitless battle prowess. What do you want limitless battle prowess for? To fight and protect. Murong replied. To protect the human race. Murong nodded. That's right. To destroy the demon race. Murong pondered for a moment before shaking her head. The demon race and the human race are equal beings on this continent. I won't destroy all the demon race, I just want to have the ability to fight for the human race when I'm needed. Second question, what is your wish? Murong frowned as she lowered her head in thought. Answer from the heart. My wish, Murong thought carefully, after living for so long, she didn't seem to have any wishes, her family was very powerful, nothing would happen to them, and she didn't lack anything. Speaking from the heart, her wish, to find a boyfriend? No, she really didn't think about that. I'm not sure what my wish is, but if I have to say it, I hope that my family and friends can be well. Third question, if you become a god, what will you do? Murong said, I'll protect the sky blue continent. Then, are you willing to protect the sky blue continent every minute and every second of every day, without friends, without family, without anyone to talk to? I'm willing. Murong said without hesitation. You'd rather sacrifice yourself? Yes. Okay, fourth question. If you had to choose someone to spend the rest of your life with, who would you choose? Murong pondered for a moment. Only one person. Yes, one person. My mother, because my father still has to fight for the human race. What I mean is, partner. Lin Xian. Murong said. Why did she choose him without hesitation? Because Lin Xian was indeed the most mysterious and comfortable man she had ever met. Maybe he wasn't the most handsome, but at least he was the best in her heart. Last question, if one day Lin Xian wanted to kill you, would you kill him? Murong shook her head, would never attack my friends, much less kill him. But he wants to kill you. That must be because I'm no longer a kind person. I'm willing to die. Murong said. Okay, go find him. Then, a teleportation circle appeared in front of Murong. Thank you, senior. Then, she stepped into it. Then, she came to a mysterious pure white space. This space, under her feet, in front of her, everything was white. Pure and flawless. There was only a platform in front of her, and she saw Lin Xian standing there. Murong walked over. You're here. What's this? Murong looked at the two pillars of light on the platform, one white and one black. I don't know. Lin Xian shook his head. Then, Lin Xian looked at Murong. What did he ask you? Wish, power, and if you want to kill me, will I kill you? What's your answer? I won't. Murong said lightly. Hee hee. Me too. At this moment, two forces rose into the sky. Suddenly, the white force penetrated Lin Xian's body, and the black force penetrated Murong's body. The two of them fell to the ground. Chapter 1171. The moment the two forces penetrated their bodies, the two of them lost consciousness. Then, their bodies floated in the air, enveloped by a black and white light. No one knew what was happening to the two of them. Neither of them expected this to happen. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days, they remained in this state for 7 days. After 7 days, the light dissipated. Lin Xian and Murongyu's bodies slowly fell to the ground. They were even lying on top of each other. Lin Xian was lying there, while Murongyu was lying on Lin Xian's stomach. Just like that, they slept for about 2 hours. Murongyu opened her eyes first. Her light blue eyes were especially beautiful. She didn't know what happened, but she subconsciously squeezed her hand. In the next moment, she sat up with a whoosh and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Just now, she squeezed Lin Xian's. Fortunately, he didn't wake up. Murongyu let out a long sigh. Really, her face had never been so red in her life. Murongyu quickly returned to normal. Then, she sat cross-legged on the side and carefully felt the changes in her body. She felt. There was no change, but she also felt that there was something more. Wait, she felt like she had gained something, but she wasn't sure. Hiss, Lin Xian took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian. You're awake. Lin Xian nodded and pulled up his pants. Strange. Why did the machine hurt a little? What's going on? Lin Xian asked Murongyu. Murongyu shook her head. I don't know. Do you feel anything? Lin Xian approached Murongyu and frowned. If you're talking about feeling. I think so. What? Lin Xian looked at Murongyu. Gigi Stone is even better. Murongyu, it's really abnormal. At this moment, Lin Xian and Murongyu's eyes suddenly changed. Then, the two hugged each other and kissed. And then, after that, they unconsciously made love to each other. Just like that, they unconsciously had sex for 3 days. That's right, they were completely unconscious for the past 3 days. When they were tired, they would hug each other to sleep, and when they woke up, they would continue. It was just that they might not have seen it themselves. Even if they had seen it, they would not have been aware of it. When the two of them were having sex, there would be light on their bodies. This was obviously abnormal. 3 days later, the two of them opened their eyes one after another and looked at the absurd scene around them. Murongyu sat up. She was doubting her life. How did she lose her virginity after coming here? Lin Xian scratched his head. He was also confused. How did he wake up and have sex with her? The two of them looked at each other awkwardly. Murongyu hurriedly put on her clothes. She was still relatively calm. Although it might just be on the surface, how could she not be upset that such a noble and virtuous girl had been done just like that? However, she also knew that Lin Xian did not do it on purpose. She also did not intend to blame Lin Xian. This was all fate. The main thing was, why did it turn out like this? Are you okay? Lin Xian also put on his clothes and asked awkwardly. Murongyu shook her head. Then, she seemed to have seen something and walked over to take a look. Lin Xian also went over and stood beside Murongyu. Murongyu subconsciously moved to the side. The surroundings were white, and there were some drawings and words on the table. At that time, Lin Xian and the others did not notice. To be precise, they did not even have time to notice. Before they could react, they fainted. When they woke up, they chatted for a while and were confused again. They only thought that they might have had sex once, but they did not know that they had done it many, many times. The drawings and words on the table explained the general meaning of their confusion. The general meaning was that in order to obtain a divine body and a complete divine persona, a man and a woman with top-notch talent, also known as a demigod persona. This was the kind of talent that Lin Xian and Murongyu had. Because only this level of talent could be said to be relatively above the concept of mortals. Then, there would be some kind of power that would purify their bodies, perfect their bodies, and make them closer to a divine body. Lin Xian and Murong Yu thought about this process. It should be the two rays of light from before. After that, in order to obtain a complete divine body, this man and woman would need to have intercourse for half a year, using their own demigod persona to perfect the other's demigod persona. Furthermore, in this half a year, once they began intercourse on the first day, the woman would not have that many days left. This was one of the ways to obtain a divine body, and relatively speaking, it was also the simplest way. Of course, obtaining a divine body was just obtaining a divine body. Having that talent was like having a key, and obtaining a divine body only meant that one had opened the door to becoming a god. To become a god, one needed to step in, but once one stepped in, there would be endless winds blowing them out. One could only bite the bullet and barge in. Once one barged in, one would become a god. To put it simply, the heavenly Tao realm's 10-star was the pinnacle of all things. No matter how hard one worked, even if one reached the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at a young age, without a divine body, one would never be able to touch that legendary realm. This was because one did not have the key. Furthermore, it said that they had to have intercourse every day for half a year. Once they stopped, it would result in failure. Furthermore, the demigod persona would collapse and the person would die. Of course, there was no problem if one wanted to have sex more. Lin Xian scratched his head and looked awkwardly at Murong Yu. Murong Yu's peerlessly beautiful face was slightly flushed. What was going on? Now, it was obvious that she had to do that kind of thing for Lin Xian every day. If she did not do it, the demigod persona would collapse and the person would die. Then why couldn't the two of them lose consciousness for half a year? Why did they have to wake up midway? Murong Yu looked at her watch. In here, all communication tools were useless, but a mechanical watch was still useful. We have been here for 4 days, Murong Yu said indifferently. Ahem. That means we still have to have sex for 176 days. Murong Yu, why don't we take a break first? Lin Xian coughed dryly and said. Murong Yu, is there anything else to eat? Lin Xian waved his hand as a small mountain of food appeared. Choose for yourself. Murong Yu then made a bowl of instant noodles for Lin Xian to cook for her. Does that mean we can only leave after half a year? Murong Yu muttered as she sat there and looked at the instant noodles. Of course. But when we obtain the divine body, I wonder how powerful it will be. Murong Yu said, legend has it that the divine body is an immortal body. Unless you are killed instantly by a fatal blow, such as chopping off your head or exploding your heart, other injuries, even a severed arm, can be healed in an extremely short period of time and the arm will grow back. Lin Xian, no way. That's what I read in the ancient books. I'm not sure. Then why don't we hurry up and do it again? Murong Yu. Chapter 1172. Murong Yu took a deep breath and said calmly, it's the 4th day. It's the 4th day now. He has already been here. Murong Yu said. How do you know? You're not awake. What if we slept for many hours? What if we did it on the 3rd day? Right? You'll die if you don't do it for a day. Lin Xian said. Murong Yu, how could she not know? How could she not know how she felt in that place? I want to take a shower. Murong Yu felt a strange odor all over his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Shower, to be honest, Lin Xian also wanted to shower. But, other than a vast expanse of white light around us, there's nothing else. Before Lin Xian could finish, he looked into the distance. Hey, look. Isn't that hot air? Lin Xian pointed. Murong Yu also looked over, and her beautiful eyes lit up. As Lin Xian ran over, Murong Yu happily stepped on the ground. However, a frown soon appeared on her face. Damn it. It hurts. Then, she slowly walked over in small steps. Wow. The person who created this place is quite considerate. There's even a hot spring, and it's running water. Lin Xian tried it. It's so comfortable. Lin Xian then took off all his clothes and jumped into the room. Murongyu, who had walked over, stood there in a daze. Why was this man like this? Shouldn't he let her take a shower first? Come on, let's go together. Lin Xian waved at Murongyu. I'll go after you're done. Murongyu then turned to leave. Hey, you're not even willing to be honest with me. Won't it be difficult when we do it directly? Won't it be harder for you to let go? Lin Xian said. Indeed, the heavens were helping him chase after Murongyu. This Murongyu wasn't someone who could be pursued by any means. However, he'd fucked her here for half a year. Would he still be unable to pursue her? As a man, Lin Xian was quite happy. Murongyu heard Lin Xian's words and stopped in her tracks. What he said made sense. Then turn your face to the side. Murongyu said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian obediently turned his face to the side. Murongyu then turned her back to Lin Xian and bit her lip. God, why did this happen to her? Then, she took a deep breath and slowly took off her clothes. Gulp, Lin Xian gulped. He had been craving it for a long time. Although he had done it before, he didn't do it consciously. Murongyu covered herself with her clothes and slowly turned around. She saw Lin Xian looking at her. In that instant, a wave of cold energy rushed towards Lin Xian. It was completely subconscious. Lin Xian's power also erupted, blocking the cold energy. Hey, are you trying to murder your husband? Lin Xian shouted. You! Murongyu gritted his teeth as his face flushed red. It was unknown whether it was due to embarrassment or anger. Hee, you'll have to see it sooner or later anyway. Lin Xian grinned. Murongyu then used the power of space to enter the hot spring. She was furthest away from Lin Xian. Only her head poked out. Comfortable. Her entire body felt comfortable. Hee, I'm coming. Lin Xian smiled and swam over. Don't come over. Murongyu shouted. Hey, you won't even allow me to come over. Do you want us to die? Murongyu, ah. Lin Xian scooted over to Murongyu and rubbed his leg against hers. Murongyu, her entire body trembled. Hee, don't you think we're fated? Lin Xian said with a smile. Murongyu didn't say anything. We can only leave in half a year. There's no way to contact our family here. They'll be worried. Murongyu forcefully changed the topic. Don't forget about those 2 pearls. As long as we don't die, those pearls will light up. They'll know that we're fine. Murongyu had forgotten about that. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled again. Lin Xian, that bastard, actually put his hand on her leg. She bit her lip and forced herself to remain calm. Hey, why don't we try it now? Murongyu turned her head, and Lin Xian's big mouth pressed against hers. Bastard. Half an hour later, Murongyu collapsed in Lin Xian's arms and panted. The 2 of them soaked comfortably in the hot spring. That's more like it. Lin Xian grinned. Murongyu struggled out of Lin Xian's arms and fell into the water, only her head sticking out. Still shy? Lin Xian asked. Murongyu didn't say anything. Speaking of which, are we boyfriend and girlfriend? Lin Xian asked. No. Murongyu replied. Why? Don't tell me you want to find another man. Murongyu replied, I don't need a man. We're just in a relationship where we make use of each other. That's all. Lin Xian shrugged. It's fine. It's only the 4th day. There's still more than 100 days. 3 months later, in real life, they hadn't seen Lin Xian for 3 months. They also didn't have any contact with him, so of course they missed him. All of them were asking what happened and where Lin Xian went. They had been asking for a long time. Linglong Shui was in the same group as them, so she could explain everything to them. Linglong Shui said that Lin Xian went to a very special place. She didn't know when he would return, but she could tell them that he was fine. They didn't have any other choice. They could only do their own things and ask Linglong Shui about Lin Xian from time to time. Linglong Shui could only tell them that Lin Xian was fine. She didn't know the specifics. They couldn't do anything about it. They could only continue doing their own things while waiting for Lin Xian to return. It was true. They didn't realize it before, but after not seeing Lin Xian for 3 months, and not even hearing Lin Xian's voice, they realized how much they missed him. All the girls' mission time limit had passed. Now, Lin Xian was in that place, spending Adonis points every day to extend his time. Fortunately, Murong Yu was there. They did it at least once a day, sometimes a few times. As they became more intimate, many positions were unlocked. In addition, Murong Yu hadn't agreed to be Lin Xian's girlfriend, so the Adonis points increased by a lot every time. The Yixian group had also temporarily stopped the production of the 2 major medicines because there was no more Adonis liquid. However, it didn't matter. The Yixian group had already started to develop their side businesses. Zhao Yinchi had also come to Lin and City from Tianlin City. While studying at the St. Brilliance Academy, she also played with Miao Xiao Miao and the others. They were getting closer and closer to each other. She also frequently went to the demonic beast territory to train with them. As for an Axean, it wasn't a big deal. During this period, she had rejected all the performances and stayed in Lin and City. She only knew how to release her own songs. Zi Qiue was already at her peak. She couldn't be bothered to accept variety shows. She felt that it was quite interesting to stay here. Occasionally, she would go home to take a look. The rest of the time, she would play with everyone and write songs. Luo Chenxi also stayed in Lin and City. Ling Ying and the others continued to stay in the martial arts academy. During this period, nothing special happened. They just missed that hooligan very much. Chapter 1173. Of course, Lin Xian missed them too, especially Linglong Shui. Damn it, if he went out in half a year, wouldn't the baby be born by then? Wow! As a father, he couldn't even be there to accompany her. He couldn't even be by her side when the baby was born. He truly felt guilty about it. While he was feeling guilty, he still had to do it with Murong Yu. Although he was quite happy about it, who the fuck could withstand this? This is the last bag of bread. Eat it. Murong Yu threw the bread to Lin Xian. In these 3 months, they didn't eat much and weren't hungry. They just wanted to eat something every day like normal people. Although Lin Xian brought a lot, it couldn't last for 3 months. Tell me what you want to eat. Lin Xian smiled at Murong Yu. You don't have it. Murong Yu yawned because she had just been fucked by Lin Xian. In these 3 months, they had fucked for 3 months. How could their relationship not be good? Perhaps no one said it out loud, but Murong Yu's attitude towards Lin Xian was obviously different. Moreover, in these 3 months, they didn't just do it. Other than resting and sleeping, they were constantly learning from each other and fighting. The 2 of them had been learning from each other for 3 months. Moreover, they were both very strong and very ruthless. This was because they gradually realized that their injuries would recover quickly. If they were seriously injured, they could soak in the hot spring and their injuries would be healed very quickly. Therefore, the two of them were almost fighting with their lives on the line. 1 second, they were doing it lovingly. The next second, Murongyu might stab Lin Xian in the chest and hurt Lin Xian. But after soaking in the hot spring, his injuries would be healed. To be honest, during this period of time, the two of them had improved their resistance to attacks. Who said I don't have it? Just tell me, what do you want to eat? I want to eat hot pot. Murongyu said. If I can let you eat hot pot, can you also? Lin Xian moved closer to her and smirked as he whispered in her ear. Murongyu, aren't you afraid that I'll bite you off? Murongyu frowned and glared at Lin Xian. If you can't bear to, we'll both die. Then I'll die with you. Then, do you agree or not? It's not the first time anyway. Lin Xian smiled. Murongyu crossed her arms. What if I can't? If I can't, I'll be at your mercy. Okay. How about hot? Murongyu was no exception. He had been craving for food during this period of time. The corner Lin Xian's mouth. It's time to show you a powerful ability that you don't know about. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. Enoki mushrooms, pissing beef balls, cuttlefish balls, baby cabbage, crab sticks, and various other hot pot ingredients appeared on the ground. With a snap of his fingers, a pot appeared. Murongyu, this, Murongyu revealed a shocked expression and then looked at Lin Xian. Creation law. Lin Xian nodded. Murongyu wasn't too surprised. After all, she had the creation law. Lin Xian was in existence on the same level as her, so it was reasonable for him to have the creation law. However, in a place like this, the creation law was obviously very useful. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have the creation law? Murongyu felt more and more like a girlfriend. The main reason was that she had only been with Lin Xian for the past 3 months. Moreover, they had such a deep relationship. It was normal for her attitude and tone to change greatly. Under normal circumstances, how could Murongyu say such things? You didn't ask. Besides, our main focus should be on making love and learning from each other, Lin Xian said with a smile. Murongyu, come. Let's have the hot pot. Don't forget what you said. Lin Xian then arranged the ingredients. With a snap of his fingers, water appeared in the pot. Then, the hot pot base was boiled in and released the power of the fire attribute. Soon, a fragrant smell spread out. Lin Xian and Murongyu sat on both sides. Lin Xian created bowls and chopsticks, and the two ate the hot pot happily. Do you want something to drink? Red wine. Murongyu said. It's a small matter. Then, a bottle of red wine appeared. If you said so earlier, you wouldn't have to eat instant noodles and bread for 3 months. Murongyu was very unhappy. I've already tried my best to give you more food, Lin Xian said. When did I? Murongyu glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then revealed a smirk. Then, Murongyu understood. She really wanted to kill him. Is it delicious? It's okay. Do you have rice? Yes. You can have anything you want. Lin Xian then created 2 bowls of rice. Let's play chess after eating. Or play poker. Aeroplane chess is fine. Monopoly is also fine. Lin Xian said. Okay. To be honest, Murongyu was bored to death in the past 3 months. If Lin Xian had exposed his law of creation earlier, they wouldn't have been so bored, right? They could also play poker and all kinds of chess. However, Lin Xian did it on purpose. Why? What a joke. If he had exposed the fact that he had created the law earlier, then they would have had countless more things to do every day besides sleeping, having sex, sparring, eating, and chatting. They wouldn't have had the chance to have sex more than a few times a day, and Murong-yu would have been distracted and wouldn't agree to it. Therefore, after 3 months, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. We can go back in 3 months. Lin Xian said. Murong-yu nodded. Can your law of creation create signals? Lin Xian nodded. Of course, but the signals I create definitely can't be transmitted outside because this place is too special. It's not something my law of creation can do at my current level. I see. It's the same as the law of destruction. Law of destruction. You have the law of destruction. Murong-yu nodded. Then you should let me win in sparring. You didn't use the law of creation either, right? Then let's eat, have sex, and fight again. We'll use the law of creation too. Murong-yu, another 3 months later, Sister Linya, Lin Xian hasn't come back yet? In Linya's house, Miao Xiaomiao, Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and Xan, and Zhao Yinqi were eating lunch together. Linya shook her head. Linglong said that she wasn't sure when little Xian would come back, but she said that as long as this bead is lit up, it means that little Xian is fine. Linya glanced at the bead on the table. Oh, it's been half a year. Where could he have gone? Even if he went somewhere far away, why can't he give us any news? Lu Yufan rested her chin on her hand and pouted. She hadn't seen him for half a year. Half a year. At this moment, the door opened. Ladies, I'm back. They all looked at Lin Xian. Ah! They immediately screamed and ran toward Lin Xian. Chapter 1174. Lin Xian was overjoyed to see them. After not seeing them for half a year, Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised to see a group of girls here. They surrounded Lin Xian, and their excitement was indescribable. Okay. Hey, whose nai touched me? Is little Yinchi yours? Wah. You guys are so enthusiastic that I thought I came to the wrong place. Linya looked at them with a smile, but her beautiful eyes were slightly red. She hadn't seen Lin Xian for half a year, and she really missed him very much. However, she wouldn't say it out loud. Most of the time, she had to show a strong side in front of everyone, because those girls would ask her how Lin Xian was doing. She couldn't show that she missed him. When did you come? Lin Xian rubbed the beautiful Zhao Yinqi's hair and said. Zhao Yinqi's face reddened slightly, and then she said, I've been here for 3 months, but you weren't here. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'll be here in the future. I thought you were dead. Lu Yufan glared at Lin Xian, but the excitement in her heart was needless to say. It said that bad people live for 1,000 years. You guys call me a bad person all day long. Would I die? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Linya, saying, Little fairy, I missed you so much. Hug. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? Linya's beautiful eyes were a little red. I just received the notice at the last minute. Hug. Then Lin Xian hugged Linya's delicate body. He had been craving for it for a long time. Linya's beautiful face was slightly red because there were a few girls looking at them. I'll go cook. Linya then released Lin Xian and said. Okay, make more. Let's call everyone over for dinner. Lin Xian said. Then should we go out to eat? It feels like there are so many people. Miao Xiaomiao asked. And Xan nodded as well. No need, the table is big enough. How can the food outside compare to the food cooked by my little fairy? Lin Xian said with a smile. Then I'll go buy groceries and call Murong along the way. Linya said happily. Good. Let's go together. Go and call your other friends over. Fan, you can come with me, or you can come with Lin Xian. Ugh, they were thinking. They also wanted to follow Lin Xian and Linya. Let's follow Little Fairy. We'll probably have to buy a lot of groceries. Help me carry them, I'll go get someone else. Lin Xian said. Okay, then, when are you coming back? Zhao Yinchi looked at Lin Xian and asked. Soon. Don't worry, we've already agreed to eat together. Do you think I'll stand you up? Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, then we'll go first. Then Linya and the group of pretty girls walked out. Lin Xian took out his phone. With a thought, it was fully charged. Then, he informed Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Xiao Runing, and Xiao Xinyue. Lan Xingxing, Wu Yuhan, and the others were not familiar with them, so Lin Xian did not call them. He would wait until they returned to the martial arts academy. You bastard, you still know to come back. Ling Ying then called Lin Xian. I didn't expect it to take half a year. It's my fault, okay? I'll call you when you come. Lin Xian had a happy smile on his face. Tisk, I've been very happy these days. I've been playing with other men every day. I didn't miss you at all. Ling Ying said proudly. Okay. I believe you, okay. Bring Chuxue, Xinyue, and Miss Xiao. Everyone's here. Okay. I'm hanging up. Ling Ying hung up the phone and rushed into Han Chuxue's room. Don't sleep. Lin Xian is back. Han Chuxue opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a surprised expression. Hurry back to Lin and City. Lin Xian then sent a message to Yi Renbing. Yi Renbing obviously knew where Lin Xian went. However, she missed him a lot after not seeing him for half a year. The child in her stomach was about to be born. It was already 7 months old. Your child is already born. Why don't you go and see him? Lin Xian was obviously going to see Linglong Shui. He really felt guilty, but he was also very excited and nervous. I'll go now. Lin Xian hung up the phone and ran to Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui hadn't seen everyone for a few months. The reason was because she was pregnant. It was always Linglong Yue, Bing Lingyue, Dragony, and Yi Renbing who accompanied her. However, she would always chat with everyone online. Linya wanted to play with her, but Linglong Shui used some reason to evade her. Knock. To be honest, Lin Xian instinctively used the space attribute to enter the room. However, he was too nervous and subconsciously knocked on the door to give himself some time to calm down. The door was opened by Linglong Yue. When Linglong Yue saw Lin Xian, the surprise in her eyes was very obvious. However, she quickly controlled it. You still know how to come back. Linglong Yue rolled her eyes. I want to come back too. I can't come back for at least half a year. Lin Xian said helplessly. Then, he asked quietly, how is my little princess? Is she pretty? Is she cute? Go and see for yourself. Lin Xian then walked in. Truth be told, he was very nervous. In this living room, Lin Xian saw so many things about the baby for the first time. Bing Lingyue walked out and saw Lin Xian. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. You're back. Lin Xian nodded and leaned over. Without saying anything, he kissed her lips. I missed you so much. Bing Lingyue's beautiful face was flushed. Scumbag. Linglong Yue gritted her teeth. Go and see the baby. She's very cute. Lin Xian nodded and then slowly walked to Ling Longshue's room. Ling Longshue heard the commotion outside. To be honest, she was also very nervous. Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Ling Longshue was sitting on the big bed. The cute little princess in her arms was drinking milk. At that moment, Lin Xian felt that it was unreal. Xiao Linglong. I missed you so much. Lin Xian then leaned over. In the next moment, Lin Xian's little princess reached out her small hands and subconsciously played with Lin Xian's face. She thought that Lin Xian was going to snatch the milk from her. Pfft! Ling Longyue, who was at the door, saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xian looked at his little princess. She was very cute. He felt that she had been born for about 20 days. Her skin was super white and her facial features were super delicate. She had definitely inherited Ling Longshue's perfect genes. When she grew up, she would definitely be a super cute and beautiful girl. My little baby, let daddy kiss you. Lin Xian then couldn't help but lean over and kiss her pink little face. The baby let go of Ling Longshue's nai and then looked at Lin Xian with her big, beautiful, and lively eyes. Lin Xian also looked at her. At that moment, it was as though their souls were intertwined. Then, the little girl smiled and reached out to Lin Xian, asking for a hug. Chapter 1175. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, my baby is indeed the smartest thing in the world. Lin Xian smiled as he gently hugged her. He, the baby's adorable laughter sounded from the room. Aw! Too cute. My baby is too cute. Lin Xian did not wish to let go of her. Slow down, Ling Longshue said softly. Lin Xian kissed the baby again before sitting beside Ling Longshue. Xiao Linglong, I apologize for not being by your side all this while. Ling Longshue shook her head slightly. It's true. I should have been by your side all this while. I didn't even accompany you when the baby was born. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshue guiltily. It's fine. You have your own matters to attend to. How are they? Ling Longshue asked. Lin Xian played with the baby's pinky finger before saying, she should have obtained a divine body. It said that obtaining a divine body gives one a chance of advancing to an existence above the heavenly Tao realm. That's good. Ling Longshue nodded. Lin Xian looked at the lass in his arms and could not help but kiss her again. Holy shit! Suddenly, Lin Xian could not help but exclaim. He subconsciously took a glance. Why was this lass at the domain realm? She's at the domain realm. Ling Longshue nodded. Holy shit! Lin Xian gulped a mouthful of saliva. Apart from the domain realm, she also inherited your creation laws. My baby is awesome. Lin Xian teased the baby with his index finger as he said with a smile. Ah, the lass then bit Lin Xian's finger and sucked on it in satisfaction. The baby hasn't been named yet. He's waiting for you to come back. Bing Lingyue walked over and sat beside him. Name, Ling Longshue also looked at Lin Xian expectantly. She hoped that the baby would be named by Lin Xian. Should I come and get it? Lin Xian asked. Ling Longshue nodded. Lin. Ergu. Then, as if the baby could understand Lin Xian's words, it bit Lin Xian's finger, even though it didn't hurt at all. The corners of the girl's mouths twitched. Trust me, if you give the baby that name, she will hit you when she grows up. Ling Longyu said. I'm just kidding. Lin Xian looked at the lass's beautiful big eyes. The lass's beautiful big eyes were also looking at Lin Xian, as if she was looking forward to her own name. Xiao Linglong's name has a schwa in it. This little girl is as beautiful as a perfect poem. It was also a poem that Xiao Linglong gave me. How about Lin Shishue? Isn't it beautiful? Linglong Shue's beautiful eyes lit up. That's pretty good. The little girl in his arms seemed to be able to understand their words. She giggled and waved her little hands. The baby likes this name. Lin Xian said with a smile. Linglong Shui also smiled and nodded. Then let's call her little Shir from now on. How about that? There was no other way. Lin Xian had too many girls around him. He still had some foundation in girls' names. Okay. Linglong Shui also nodded with satisfaction. Little Shir, Daddy kisses you. Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her again. Don't kiss me anymore. I'm going to dislike it. Linglong Shui said. No way. Little Shir, do you dislike it? Lin Xian teased the little lass in his arms. Then, the little lass actually nodded. Lin Xian, no, Xiao Linglong, can little Shir understand our words? Linglong Shui said, I don't know. Sometimes she really felt like she could understand. Although she was only born a short time ago, she seemed to be very special. Walala. Dragony happily flew in and landed next to Shir. Shir happily reached out to grab Dragony. Dragony then used its small body to lie down next to Shir and play with her little hands. Lin Xian gently placed Shir in Linglong Shui's arms and looked at them tenderly. Xiao Linglong, we're all gathered together for dinner. Let's go together. Lin Xian said. Linglong Shui shook her head. I'll pass. I'll take care of the baby. Also, Linglong Shui thought for a moment and said, let's not tell everyone about the baby for now. We'll talk about it later. Lin Xian knew that Linglong Shui was thinking for him. His heart was super warm, but he also felt very guilty. Really, Lin Xian wanted to tell everyone, but if he did, there would be a lot of trouble. Wait until he became stronger, Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Okay then, I'll find a chance to tell them. I'll come back tonight to see you and the baby. Lin Xian leaned over and kissed Linglong Shui's face. Then, little Shir pouted and reached out to fiddle with Lin Xian, as if to tell him that he was not allowed to touch her. You little brat. Lin Xian reached out and teased her little nose with a smile. Then I'll go first. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll come back and cook for you. Okay. Lin Xian then got up and looked at Shir longingly before walking out. After that, Lin Xian rushed back home. He really couldn't bear to leave. He just really wanted to spend time with them. However, Lin Xian hadn't been back for half a year after all. After spending time with everyone, Lin Xian wanted to spend more time with them. Sigh, he felt really guilty. Before seeing the baby, Lin Xian was especially nervous. After seeing the baby, he saw the beauty. He decided that for the next period of time, no matter what happened, he would not care. He would definitely stay by their side. At home, it was simply heaven. Lu Yufan, Yi, Miao Xiao Miao, Xiao Yunqi, Zi Qiue, Luo Chenxi, Ling Ying, and Xan, Han Chushue, Xiao Runing, Xiao Xinyue, Morong Qing, Wang Xintong, and Lin Ya. Bai Xian wasn't familiar with them, so Lin Xian didn't call her. He planned to find time to look for her. The whole house was too lively. Fortunately, it was quite big. And Xan, Zi Qiue, sang karaoke for everyone at home. Linya and a few others were busy in the kitchen, and some were preparing all kinds of delicious food. This was definitely a lively scene that had never been seen before. Anaxian, is the evaluation of the Golden Melody Awards over? Lin Xian brought over a fruit platter. Everyone took a bit, and it was empty in an instant. Then, Lin Xian asked Anaxian. Not yet. It was supposed to start 3 months ago, but because of the affair, it was pushed back to 4 months later, which is 1 month later, Anaxian said. That's just right. I'll write 10 songs for you this month. Lin Xian smiled. Anaxian, what the hell is in your head? 10 songs a month, and they're all so good. Only you can say something like that. Heartwarming came over with another fruit platter and said with a smile. Moreover, the gap between their cultivation levels was too big. Then, they happily gathered around the table. Let's celebrate Lin Xian's return alive. Cheers! Heartwarming said with a smile. Lin Xian, hey. That's not quite right. Little Xinhue, what should I say? Xinhue pondered for a moment and then said, I think you're right. Being alive is more important than anything else. Yi also smiled and said, yes, being alive is the most important thing. Lin Xian shrugged. Cheers. Then, there were close to 20 dishes on the table. Everyone chatted and laughed as they ate. By the way, little fairy, how's the Yixian group now? After all, it had been half a year. The changes would definitely be huge. Linya then said, the Yixian group doesn't have any chalcedony liquid during this time, so the 2 major drugs haven't been produced. However, we've started to develop various side businesses, including real estate, clothing, and food. With the Yixian group's reputation and appeal, we've already established a connection with the entire country in a short time. Currently, we're rapidly expanding factories in the surrounding major cities. We're not doing any worse than before. Murong Qing then said, also, Xiao Yinqi brought 2 very good inventions. We've also started to cooperate with the 3 major forces. Miao Xiaomiao also brought an invention. These 2 girls are simply too smart. Xiao Yinqi shyly lowered her head. That's why I have a discerning eye. Lin Xian smiled. Forget it. You just think they're pretty. Ling Ying hit the nail on the head. Lin Xian, ahem. Let's eat. After eating, let's go book a big room to sing. Okay. Lu Yufan happily nodded. We have 2 superstars here, Anaxian and Sister Chiyue. There's also the former superstar, Sister Chenxi. It'll be very interesting, Ling Ying said. Are you sure you won't be crushed in seconds? TSK, you're the one who's going to be turned into dregs. Anyway, no matter what, I can still beat you. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and agreed. The main thing was that everyone was here today. They couldn't just stay at home. There were so many people. Oh, right. What's the situation at the Martial Arts Academy? Ling Ying said, you and Murong you have both left, so they've temporarily disqualified you from the inner court. However, they didn't expel you. I'm guessing they already know what you've been up to. However, they have other important matters to attend to. What is it? Han Chushue said, the human race is preparing to launch a counterattack against the demon race. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. They're launching a counterattack now. Han Chushue nodded. Probably in 1 or 2 months, or maybe half a year, or maybe a year. Anyway, there's no specific time. However, we're already thinking about it. In the past 6 months, the students of the Martial Arts Academy have mobilized in full force twice. None of them died. We took down the 2 cities that the demon race attacked, Tianhua City and Tianan City. Lin Xian secretly praised the strength of the martial arts academy. This group of students was indeed amazing. Our batch will graduate in less than half a year. After a while, the three major forces will come to the martial arts academy to select some talents. Next year, a new batch of 20,000 students will enter the martial arts academy. Of course, people like us can still stay at the martial arts academy to continue our studies. If we're good enough, we can enter the three major forces and take up some positions, even roles like generals. However, generals can only be selected from the military class. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian nodded. He looked at Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. You two must enter the martial arts academy next year. We will. Yi and I are already in the lower realm. There won't be a problem. Yi Yi also nodded. I'm also working hard to improve. If I can, I'll also work hard, Xiao Yunqi said firmly as she clenched her fists. Good luck. Lin Xian then looked at Wang Xintong. Xintong, your realm isn't low. Lin Xian realized that he couldn't see through her. Wang Xintong, who had been silent all this time, stuck out her tongue. 10 stars of the domain realm. Xintong, you've improved the most recently. Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian secretly praised. They were all outstanding girls. They were all his. Chapter 1177. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted together. There were more than a dozen beautiful girls, all of whom were Lin Xian's girlfriends. They might have guessed each other's identities, but they might not know, and they might not say it. In any case, they were all here as Lin Xian's good friends. Lin Xian was also in a very, very good mood. He had obtained the divine body, and then his baby was born. This divine body did not increase Lin Xian's realm at all. He was still a 4-star Grand Dominion realm, but as long as he did not receive any fatal injuries, to be precise, as long as you did not kill Lin Xian with a single blow, Lin Xian's divine body could heal him in an extremely short period of time. Even if his heart was destroyed, as long as he did not die instantly, he could be reborn. This was the terrifying part of this divine body. According to the records on the mural, the body was also divided into levels. Their divine bodies were only at the initial level, and as for how to improve it, no one knew. But to obtain such a thing in half a year was definitely worth it. Everyone chatted until very late. Sister Linya, we'll go back first. Lu Yufan and the others said together. Be careful on the way back. You all drank. Linya said with concern. Yes, we're all together. It'll be fine. We'll go back too. Lin Xian, when are you going back to the martial arts academy? Ling Ying asked. In a few days. I'll stay here and accompany everyone for the next few days. The martial arts academy is not in a hurry. Lin Xian said. Well, okay. But you should also improve your realm quickly. Now, a few people in the martial arts academy have broken through to the celestial venerable realm. Even if they haven't broken through to the celestial venerable realm, a large number of them are on the verge of it. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, got it. Then we'll go first. Goodbye, Sister Linya. Then, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Wang Xintong, and Xiao Xinyue left together. I won't leave. I drank too much and my head is dizzy. Murong Qing stretched her body. She often lived with Linya and was especially used to sleeping with Linya. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Damn it, he had originally planned to be intimate with Little Fairy, but this Murong Qing was really... Alright, you guys rest then. I'll go out first. Little Xian, are you going out again? Linya looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah, I won't go out unless you give me your bed. Then, Lin Xian grinned. The two girls, go ahead then. When will you be back? I'll be back tomorrow. How about tomorrow afternoon? I'll make you dinner, Lin Xian said. Yes. Then, Lin Xian left. In fact, he could go anywhere tonight. He could go to Linglong Shua's place or accompany Lin Ye. Lin Xian wanted to do both. But since Murong Qing was here, Lin Xian would definitely go to Linglong Shua's place. He couldn't do anything with Murong Qing here. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Lin Xian didn't know if little Shir was asleep. He really wanted to tease her. Lin Xian felt that his little princess was definitely not ordinary. She didn't even know how to speak, but she seemed to be a little too smart. She didn't seem like a baby who was just born a month ago. She was really amazing. When he arrived downstairs, Lin Xian saw that the lights in the living room were still on. He couldn't wait to go up. Oh, you guys are eating hot pot in the middle of the night. Lin Xian looked at the girls gathered there. Bing Lingyue was preparing the ingredients for hot pot. On the table, there was a pot of chili oil bubbling on the induction cooker. Lin Xian just finished eating and felt like eating again. I haven't eaten yet. I've been playing with little Shir. Bing Lingyue said. Dragony happily flew to Lin Xian's side. Big brother, little Shir is so smart. Lin Xian looked at the cute little princess leaning on the sofa. She was watching the TV with her big eyes. She didn't cry, make a fuss, or make a sound. Of course, don't you know whose baby she is? Lin Xian sat next to little Shir smugly and then stretched out his index finger to tease her little face. Little Shir glanced at him. She sucked Lin Xian's finger in her mouth and then sucked. This girl is really special. Lin Xian said with a smile. Yes, Sister Bing and I did some research and asked some people in the neighborhood. They said that it's very troublesome for a child to be born for a long time. She pees her pants and poops every day. We have to wash her but every day. Ling Longyue couldn't help but think of that scene. Luckily, the child was her sister's. And then? Lin Xian asked. The most amazing thing is, if little Shir wants to poo, she will cry and then sister will take her there. She won't pee her pants at all. Ling Longyue said. Ling Longshue also nodded. This was what surprised her the most. From the moment little Shir was born, she did not know anything, but she had already shown extraordinary intelligence and wisdom. Normal babies would start crying after pooping, and then their parents would help them change their diapers, but what about her? She was never dirty. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Wow, my little princess is so smart. Lin Xian took his index finger out of her mouth and rubbed her little face. Then, little Shir's two small and cute hands grabbed Lin Xian's finger and bit it in her mouth again. I really want this girl to grow up quickly. When she grows up, I can rub her little face. Lin Xian really wanted to rub it, but it was too tender and small right now. She will grow up. Ling Longshue looked at little Shir dotingly. When she grows up, she will definitely be a beauty as beautiful as Xiao Linglong. Lin Xian then kissed little Shir. The girl pushed Lin Xian away in disdain. You're disturbing little Shir watching TV. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. This girl. Lin Xian looked at little Shir with a smile. Dragony flew into Lin Xian's arms and looked at Lin Xian with big expectant eyes. Big brother, Dragony also wants a kiss. Okay, let's kiss. Lin Xian then kissed her on the cheek, eliciting a giggle from Dragony. It's ready, let's eat. Bing Lingyue said. Lin Xian then held little Shir in his arms. She was very obedient and didn't cry or make a fuss. She just let Lin Xian hold her. What do you want to eat? Your father will feed you. Lin Xian scratched her little nose. Hey, how old is little Shir? She won't be able to eat. Ling Longyue reminded him. Oh right, I almost forgot. Lin Xian slapped his forehead, then added a piece of beef and put it in little Shir's mouth. Does it taste good? Little Shir stretched out her hand and looked very hungry. Her little mouth moved closer, wanting to eat. Then Lin Xian ate it directly. I won't give it to you. Ling Longyue laughed out loud. Wow! So cheap. Little Shir pouted and then bit Lin Xian's arm. Unfortunately, she didn't have teeth, so it didn't hurt at all. Chapter 1178. Lin Xian realized that Xiao Shir wasn't simple at all. She had just been born. At the very least, some of her emotions and expressions were already at the level of a child who was a few years old. Under normal circumstances, how could she possibly understand what Lin Xian had just said to her and teased her? Then, she turned around and bit at Lin Xian's neck. As expected of my child, you're so powerful. Lin Xian picked her little nose. That's because of my sister, it has nothing to do with you. Ling Longyue wrinkled her nose and said. Oh, how is that possible? I have a lot to do with it. Lin Xian said. What do you have to do with it? It's my Void Fox bloodline that's powerful. Ling Longyue said proudly. Oh, then why don't you ask your sister to give birth to one herself? Ling Longyue. So, I took half of the credit, plus the effort of chasing your sister, I took half of the credit, right Xiao Shir? Lin Xian asked as he held Lin Shishue's hand. Ah, then she bit Lin Xian's arm again. Look, Xiao Shir doesn't agree with you. Ling Longyue said. Xiao Shir, when you grow up, your father will teach you how to recognize scum. Lin Xian said. Like Lin Xian. Ling Longyue said again. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. I said you need to be taught a lesson, right? Now your sister Bing and your sister are my people, humph. You still dare to be arrogant. Ling Longyue snorted and didn't say anything. Let's eat. After eating, they sat on the sofa and continued to chat, while Lin Xian happily hugged Xiao Shir. At first he was nervous, but slowly he felt happy. He didn't expect that he would be a father at the age of 22 in this world, but it felt good. I'm sleepy, Xiao Shir, let's go to sleep. Ling Longyue carried Dragony back to her little room. Then I'll go back to my room to rest. Bing Lingyue walked away after she finished speaking. Of course, she wanted to give Lin Xian and Ling Longshui some space to interact. Xiao Linglong, let's go back to our room to rest. Lin Xian grinned and hugged Ling Longshui's beautiful body. Then, Ling Longshui carried Shike and returned to the room with Lin Xian. Ling Longshui placed little Shir on the crib. Little Shir was immediately unhappy. She kicked her legs and reached out for a hug. Ling Longshui glanced at Lin Xian. Ling Longshui of course knew what Lin Xian wanted to do. How should she put it? Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't allow it. After all, she was like this. But now that the baby was born, she didn't want to think too much. She really missed Lin Xian these days. Plus, she might leave soon, so she would definitely rely on Lin Xian. Let's coax her to sleep first. Lin Xian grinned. You go take a shower first. Okay, I'll go take a shower. When Lin Xian came out of the shower, Ling Longshui was feeding Xiao Shir. Linglong Shui saw Lin Xian come out and blushed. She was the kind of person who was very cold, but also very shy with the people she liked. Feeding Xiao Shishir in front of Lin Xian made her blush. Hee, I want to drink milk too. Linglong Shui. Then, Lin Xian pounced on her. You! Linglong Shui gritted her teeth with a red face. Drink nai. Lin Xian smiled at Linglong Shui. Bastard! Then, Lin Xian leaned over. Xiao Shishir saw that someone was fighting with her. Although it wasn't just one person, she was unhappy. She didn't let go of Lin Xian's mouth and made unhappy sounds. Her small hands kept fiddling with Lin Xian, making him let go. Hey, Xiao Shishir, you're being disobedient. Lin Xian said. Xiao Shishir patted Lin Xian with her small hands and continued drinking her nai. After eating, Xiao Shishir blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xian and Linglong Shui. Ah! Why aren't you sleeping yet? Lin Xian looked bitterly at the lively Xiao Shishir. Logically speaking, this little girl should be quite sleepy. She had been active ever since he came, all the way until now. Shouldn't you be sleeping after eating and drinking? Why was she still clapping her hands and smiling so happily? Little ancestor, do you want to sleep well? Lin Xian smiled at Xiao Shishir. Then, Xiao Shishir smiled and clapped her hands. Lin Xian, wah. He was actually delayed by this little girl, woo, she'll fall asleep after you go out for a while. Linglong Shui said to Lin Xian. Really? Lin Xian asked. Linglong Shui nodded. Then I'll go and chat with little Icy. Hee, I'll be back in half an hour. Linglong Shui nodded. Then, Lin Xian went to Bing Lingyue's room with a smile. Bing Lingyue had just come out of the shower. She smelled good. When she saw Lin Xian come in, her pretty face blushed slightly. Why did you come here from Linglong's room? Bing Lingyue asked. Xiao Shishir doesn't sleep. Lin Xian went to her side helplessly. Xiao Shishir is quite active. I don't know why. Of course, my little princess, she's definitely different from others. Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, right. Lin Xian thought of something and said. Will Xiao Linglong still leave? Lin Xian asked. Bing Lingyue shook her head. I don't know. Do you think she'll leave? Bing Lingyue shook her head again. I don't know. She really didn't know. Only Linglong Shui knew. Sigh, Lin Xian sighed. You should ask her. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't dare to ask. I'm afraid she might have already given up on this idea. But when I suddenly mentioned it, she remembered it. So I don't dare to ask. Bing Lingyue also shook her head. She really didn't know what to do about this. Sigh, I hope Xiao Shishir can make her let go of those things. Otherwise. Lin Xian sighed. Xiao Bing Lingyue, help me keep an eye on her. I can't stay here all the time. Bing Lingyue said, Linglong's spatial ability is unparalleled. I can't keep an eye on her. Then what should we do? Lin Xian scratched his head. I don't know. You should spend more time with Linglong. I know. I'll stay with you guys for a while. Bing Lingyue nodded. Speaking of which, the place Xiao Linglong wants to go, what kind of place is it? I've asked. There are two places in this world that are the biggest secrets. One is the Divine Plane, which is the place I've been to. It's a place where one can become a god. At least I know now. The other is the place Xiao Linglong wants to go. I heard that it's a place that connects to the planes. Lin Xian said. The Void Gate. Maybe. But I really don't think Linglong should go. But isn't she like this? Sometimes she's stubborn and a little silly. Chapter 1179. Bing Lingyue understood. Linglong Shui was like that. Perhaps she was similar to Yi Renbing. No, she was even more stubborn than Yi Renbing. Yi Renbing's family had been killed by humans. Since then, she had been hostile towards humans. That was her obsession, but she had gradually let it go. What level had Linglong Shui reached? The meaning of her life was to go there and explore the secrets of the Void Fox clan. That's right. She treated this as her destiny and purpose. Compared to Yi Renbing, this was much more scary. It could be said that Linglong Shui was very silly, very silly. However, this was precisely what attracted Lin Xian, but it was also wrong. Anyway, Lin Xian really didn't know what to do. Should he persuade her? Lin Xian really didn't dare to persuade her, because he really felt that persuading her would remind her of this matter again. Sigh, forget it, let's not think about it first. I have to make sure that Xiao Linglong doesn't want to leave. Xiao Shishir also has to work hard. Lin Xian nodded and said. Lin Xian and Bing Lingyue chatted for a long time. Lin Xian didn't want to take advantage of her because he was afraid that if he did, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the door. He would eat little Bing Bing later. Tonight, he would be intimate with Xiao Linglong first. After half an hour, Lin Xian gently opened the door and went to Linglong Shui's room. Little Shishir was already asleep, lying quietly in the crib. Hee, Xiao Linglong, I'm coming. Lin Xian then pounced on her. When Lin Xian was about to take the last step, little Shishir woke up. She was crying. No, she wasn't crying. It was just thunder and no rain. Linglong Shui hurriedly got up and hugged her. Lin Xian was confused. Ah! Little Shishir, are you trying to play me to death? Lin Xian had a miserable look on his face. The night passed just like that. What did Lin Xian do? She had done almost nothing. This little Shishir was poisonous. Lin Xian felt that this little Shishir was targeting her. Or could it be that mother and daughter were connected by heart? Anyway, whenever Lin Xian touched Linglong Shui, she would wake up and cry. Then, she would give Lin Xian the feeling that she didn't want him to touch Linglong Shui. Wow! Daughters were their father's little cotton-padded jackets. This little Shishir was simply a little explosive. Morning. Lin Xian walked out. Yi Renbing was preparing breakfast and greeted Lin Xian. Morning. Lin Xian yawned. Why are you so listless? Bing Lingyue handed Lin Xian a glass of milk. Lin Xian took it and drank it in one gulp. Then, he said, I was angered by little Shishir. Ah. Last night, when I touched Xiao Linglong, she could suddenly open her eyes and make a fuss when she was asleep. I'm impressed. Lin Xian's face was flushed. Little Shishir is protecting Linglong. Bing Lingyue smiled. Sigh, she's not my little cotton-padded jacket. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Linglong Shui then carried little Shishir out. Little Shishir had woken up so many times last night and was still very energetic. She smiled happily in her arms and stretched out her little hand. Little Shishir, are you Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket? Lin Xian reached out and scratched her little nose. Ah, little Shishir took another bite. Looks like you're not. Bing Lingyue smiled. After breakfast, Lin Xian accompanied them for a while. Then, he went to see Bai Xianxian. He planned to accompany them after seeing Bai Xianxian. At night, he would make a delicious meal for Linya and bully her. Then, he would decide whether to stay at home or continue to see little Shir. He didn't believe that this girl could still be so lively tonight. He didn't believe that he couldn't get in. Bai Xianxian wasn't at home. Now that her grandfather's body was completely fine, he would often go to the chess room to play cards or chat with the other old men. It was very comfortable. Bai Xianxian, on the other hand, spent most of her energy on the Azura Palace. Lin Xian arrived at the Azura Palace. The Azura Palace was a huge villa in Lin and City. It could also be called a manor. Of course, it also had its own office building. The Azura Palace wasn't just a power, it was also a company. It was a company that merged with the Art Pavilion Group. All the experts of the Azura Palace who were willing to come had already gathered in Lin and City. As for those who weren't willing to come, they had naturally left the Azura Palace. Therefore, the Azura Palace had lost a lot of people. However, it didn't matter. The people who were lost were those who wouldn't be of much help to the Azura Palace in the future. According to Bai Xianxian, the Azura Palace had a total of 23 heavenly venerables. There was one absolute virtual realm expert and more domain realm experts. They had lost more than half of them. However, these people were probably the backbone of the Azura Palace. They were all in Lin and City and were the Azura Palace's combat strength. Bai Xianxian also listened to Lin Xian's words. The Azura Palace no longer recruited those with low cultivation or even some small hoodlums. Bai Xianxian and an old man were waiting for Lin Xian at the entrance. Lin Xian got out of the taxi and walked over. He hadn't seen Bai Xianxian for a long time. This woman had become more beautiful and intellectual. You didn't even shave. Bai Xianxian glanced at Lin Xian and said. Don't mention it. I was tricked last night. Who tricked you? My little princess. Lin Xian grinned. Although he was tricked, Lin Xian was actually happy. Bai Xianxian, you have a daughter. Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian felt that he could tell Bai Xianxian about this. Amazing. Bai Xianxian said. Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Then, he looked at the old man and asked, This is. The old man then cupped his fists and said, This old man is Huang Xiaoyun. Greetings, Mr. Lin. Not many people knew that Lin Xian was actually the boss of the Azura Palace. Perhaps only a few of Bai Xuanxuan's most trusted people knew about this. How should he put it? Bai Xianxian, a time attribute expert who was close to the absolute void realm, could suppress them. However, if they suddenly found out that the boss of the Azura Palace was a little kid in the domain realm, they would probably not accept it. Greetings, Senior Huang. Lin Xian also cupped his fists. This manor was in the suburbs. One couldn't see any buildings or people around it. At most, one could see some cars passing by on the highway. After all, this was a place where a group of experts cultivated with the help of the 9-colored sacred lotus. It had to be quiet. Only heavenly venerables and domain realm experts could enter this place. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Xian said. Okay. Then, the three of them walked in. It was very quiet. Occasionally, they could see a few people. They all bowed to Bai Xianxian and said, Palace Master. When Lin Xian entered this place, he could feel a wave of spirit energy. The 9-colored sacred lotus is over there. Bai Xianxian said to Lin Xian. Yes, I'll go and see how terrifying this 10,000-year-old 9-colored sacred lotus is. Lin Xian had never seen an existence of this level. He had never seen Yirenbing's blue sky rainbow flower. Lin Xian had only eaten a leaf. Chapter 1180. Lin Xian followed by Xian Xian in, but the old man didn't follow them. The 9-colored sacred lotus is right in front. Bai Xian Xian said. I can feel a powerful spiritual energy. Lin Xian said. And, it's a 10,000-year-old spiritual treasure after all, and it has even gained sentience. It's not something ordinary spiritual treasures can compare to. Then, they walked into the huge courtyard, and Lin Xian looked at the golden spiritual treasure in front of him. It wasn't big, and Lin Xian felt that it was very small. It was about half a meter tall, and it was located in the center of a small pond. The surroundings were filled with pink lotus flowers, and it was very beautiful. That 9-colored sacred lotus was like a king standing there. There are dozens of houses around here, and they are all used by experts to cultivate. They basically meditate in their rooms, and some even meditate for a few months. Bai Xian Xian said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was very clear about this. Although the majority of humans were in the God-child system, they could still rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, and they could also raise their cultivation. Of course, they had to enter a state called meditation. Even Lin Xian could do it. As long as he meditated, the experience of the God-child system would increase. This was the result of his cultivation. Perhaps when a martial artist reached a certain realm, their talent might be limited, so the experience gained from killing monsters would be very little. It might not even be as much as the experience gained from meditating for a few months. Lin Xian walked to the side of the pond, and felt the terrifying aura coming from it. The 9-colored sacred lotus hasn't released its aura yet. If it did, it would be able to destroy everything within a few thousand meters. Bai Xian Xian said to Lin Xian. After all, it's a 10,000-year-old spiritual treasure. Lin Xian sighed. Bai Xian Xian stretched out her hand towards the 9-colored sacred lotus. I'm coming, she said. Then, Lin Xian saw a strand of leaf from the 9-colored sacred lotus extend over and land on Bai Xian Xian's hand, as if it was shaking hands with Bai Xian Xian. Lin Xian, to be honest, Lin Xian had guessed that it might be so exaggerated, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he was still shocked. His concept was slightly more traditional. After all, he had transmigrated from Earth. He was just a plant with intelligence. When he shook hands with you, it felt very magical. It was too epic-making. Can I hold it? Lin Xian said with a smile. Sure, stretch out your hand and take a look. Bai Xian Xian smiled as she spoke. Lin Xian then stretched out his hand. Then, the leaf reached out to Lin Xian's hand and touched Lin Xian's. Amazing, Lin Xian praised. It will only get close to me. Of course, there's also my special friend. It's psychic and can sense my inner thoughts and emotions. It also knows that you're my good friend, so it's willing to get close to you. Of course, other experts can only borrow the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the surroundings to cultivate, and are unable to get close to it, Bai Xian Xian said. Are there any benefits? Lin Xian asked with a grin. Let me ask. Bai Xian Xian then said, can you give him a sacred leaf? Then, a leaf slowly floated from the center to Lin Xian and landed in Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Because he had felt the power of a leaf from the sky rainbow lotus, he was looking forward to it. Find a place to refine it. Back then, I also refined this leaf to directly advance to the heavenly venerable realm. After that, whether it was killing monsters or cultivating, it was much faster. This leaf seems to have a powerful effect of increasing cultivation efficiency. In other words, it can increase one's talent. I don't really understand. In any case, there will definitely be benefits, Lin Xian said. Yes. Many thanks. Lin Xian smiled and cupped his fist towards the 9-colored sacred lotus. Then I'll leave first. I'll come and see you later, Bai Xian said to the 9-colored sacred lotus and walked away with Lin Xian. Speaking of which, where are the 9-colored spiritual lotuses? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I've brought them all for you. Bai Xian stretched out her hand and handed Lin Xian a spatial ring. There are more than 11,000 9-colored spiritual lotuses in there. They all grew in the place where the 9-colored sacred lotuses grew. Once we moved them here, we could harvest them all. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Fuck. More than 10,000 9-colored spiritual lotuses. I'm rich. Now, I can mass-produce attribute increasing potions. This thing could be sold for a lot of money. The price per unit was simply unimaginable. Hee, thanks. Bai Xian shook her head, it's nothing. She had already treated herself as Lin Xian's woman. Her man was powerful and had a powerful force. That was what she wanted to do. This was indeed nothing. Oh right. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and handed Bai Xian an attribute increasing potion. This is attribute increasing potion. It can randomly increase your attribute purity by 10% to 30%. Lin Xian smiled. Bai Xian, is this exaggerated? She revealed a shocked expression. Of course, she knew about the attribute increasing potion. It was a project that the Yixian group was preparing to launch, and it was also something that the entire continent was paying attention to. All the powerhouses in the continent were paying attention to this matter. One had to know that when a cultivator reached the domain realm or even higher, even a 1% increase in attribute purity would be very exaggerated. This effect would become stronger the higher one's realm was. Bai Xian also knew about it. However, she didn't know that the attribute increasing potion could increase attribute purity by so much. 10% to 30%. This? Even the world's top-notch heaven and earth spirit items couldn't increase attribute purity, right? Not to mention her time attribute. There didn't seem to be any heaven and earth spirit items in this world that could increase the purity of time attribute, right? Space attribute could still be increased, but time, what could be used to increase it? Thinking about it, there shouldn't be any heaven and earth spirit items that were related to time, right? It wasn't related to time at all. However, the time attribute could be gradually increased through one's own comprehension. It was just that it was too difficult. Can it really be done? Lin Xian nodded, it depends on your luck. Then let me try. Bai Xian definitely trusted Lin Xian. She casually took the potion and directly used it on herself. Ding, your time attribute purity has increased by 27%. Bai Xian. Dumbfounded, extremely dumbfounded. How much? Lin Xian asked. 27, your luck is still not bad. Bai Xian still felt that it was a little inconceivable. Then, she released the power of time. A 27% increase, this kind of increase was simply too obvious for a heavenly venerable like her. Even if it was an increase of 1%, she could still feel it. This is too exaggerated. Bai Xian looked at Lin Xian in shock. At the same time, she was excited and pleasantly surprised. What does it have to do with you? Yi Renbing rolled her eyes. Lin Xian, wow. Of course it has something to do with me, my DNA. Come on, what's the situation at the place you went to? The last time she met with Lin Xian, they mostly chatted about their daily lives. They haven't talked about this matter yet, so Yi Renbing would definitely want to know more about it. Lin Xian gave her a brief explanation. So you're saying that there really is a god, and you can become one? Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, probably, but I only have a divine body, which is equivalent to having the key. The possibility of reaching that legendary realm is still not high. That's true. It's not like you can open that door with the key. That door weighs 1 billion pounds, you'll have to push it open bit by bit, or you won't be able to open it at all. That was indeed what she meant. Lin Xian only had the qualifications, but whether or not he could become that existence was another concept. He had to cultivate slowly. Perhaps he would never reach that place, but it was worth it to use half a year to obtain such a powerful divine body. Then they chatted together. Little Shishir was very obedient, sitting between them and watching TV. She didn't make a fuss. About 2 hours later, Lin Xian received a message from Ling Ying, saying that the Martial Arts Academy was about to start a martial arts competition. Every member had to participate. Since he was here, Ling Ying asked if he wanted to participate. This was a substantive ranking and evaluation of each martial artist in the Martial Arts Academy. The stronger you were, the more attention you would receive from the 3 major forces, and the more power you would have in the future. Lin Xian was very tempted, because he heard that the human race was planning to fight back against the demon race. When he first came to this world, he didn't have much of a sense of responsibility, but it was different now. He realized that if he didn't work hard, the human race could really be nibbled away by the demon race. In fact, what made Lin Xian even more determined was that when the demon race released the virus, Lin Xian was really angry. The demon race should exist, and they should exist in this world, just like the human race. However, the demon god temple was the mortal enemy of the human race. Without the demon god temple, there would be no war between the human race and the demon race. At most, some demon beasts would attack the human race. Therefore, the human race's counterattack was against the demon god temple and the myriad demon alliance, not the entire demon race. Lin Xian wanted to have the ability to do something, and, every time he thought of the scene where Wang Xintong lost her only brother, Lin Xian was even more determined. He wanted to do something. Although Lin Xian could be considered to have instigated the defection of a demon god, which was already very, very heaven-defying, Lin Xian wanted to do even more. Perhaps with the passage of time, a person's thoughts could really change. Well, I'm going to the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Xian said to them. Okay, go ahead. Linglong Shui nodded. I'll come over when I have time. They're preparing for the martial arts competition. I haven't been there for half a year, so I should go. Lin Xian then kissed Xiao Shishir's little face and walked away. Don't go to the void gate. After Lin Xian left, Yi Renbing looked at Linglong Shui and said. Linglong Shui didn't say anything. As Linglong Shui's close friend, how could Yi Renbing not understand Linglong Shui? Maybe you needed to go in the past, but it's different now. Lin Xian has obtained the divine body. You only need to wait for that place. Wait until Lin Xian is strong enough and even reaches the legendary realm, then he'll explore it for you. If you go, you'll just be throwing your life away. Yi Renbing said. If becoming a god was so easy, then he wouldn't be a god. Linglong Shui said softly. Then she said, I'll think about it. This is a matter of the Void Fox clan. I don't want to trouble others. Actually, she was just afraid that Lin Xian would go in her place, and something would happen to Lin Xian. So she couldn't let Lin Xian go. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already arrived at the Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 1183. It had been half a year since he last came here. Looking at this familiar place, he really missed it. Lin Xian's badge was still there, but his peak no longer belonged to him. That was not important. He could stay at the other girl's place. To be honest, Lin Xian did not really want to come here. He also wanted to accompany Linglong Shui and the others, but there were some things that needed to be done. In the martial arts academy, he could indeed learn a lot. Lin Xian. Zhuge Feng walked over. When he saw Lin Xian, he showed a surprised expression. Then, he walked over with a smile and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. What have you been doing for the past half a year? You haven't come here for half a year. And Murongyu, what mission did you two go on? The Martial Arts Academy said that Lin Xian and Murongyu went on a secret mission together, but no one knew what the mission was. To be precise, in the entire Martial Arts Academy, only the president knew. The other instructors and vice presidents did not know what Lin Xian and Murongyu were doing. This was definitely a secret. Although Lin Xian told the people around him, they were the people he trusted the most. Lin Xian also believed that they would not tell anyone. Of course, Lin Xian only told Linglong Shui and the others. For example, Lin Yi did not tell anyone. It's a secret, Lin Xian said with a smile. Ha ha ha, what realm are you in? Zhuge Feng asked with a smile. 6-star domain realm. Oh. Only 6-star domain realm. Zhuge Feng was stunned. In the past half a year, he and Murongyu went on a mission. In everyone's eyes, as long as they survived, they should have improved the most. Why were they only at 6-star domain realm? And they were basically already preparing to break through to the Empyrean realm. Zhuge Feng, Wu Yuhan, and the others had been stuck at the Heavenly Venerate realm for a few months. Only Duan Lingxiao of the entire Martial God Academy had advanced. This was within reason. He had been the closest to the Heavenly Venerate realm half a year ago. Coupled with all sorts of heaven and earth spiritual objects, cultivation, and killing monsters, it was normal for him to advance. However, he had only barely advanced 2 days ago. But in this half a year, because they were stuck in the Heavenly Venerable realm, those who were originally 3 or 4 stars of the Grand Domain realm were now 9 or 10 stars of the Grand Domain realm. As for those who were originally 6 or 7 stars of the Grand Domain realm, they were now 10 stars of the Grand Domain realm. It seemed like their starting point was the same again, but those who were originally lower in the Heavenly Venerable realm would still be stuck in the Heavenly Venerable realm for a very long time. Leveling up here would definitely be much faster than leveling up in your own family. This was because you needed to level up at all times. You would often have to go out on quests and kill monsters, so leveling up here would be much faster. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I didn't improve very quickly, but I did improve in other areas. Yes, that's true. Your strength is unquestionable. Tomorrow is the martial arts competition, and I look forward to sparring with you. Zhuge Feng said. You, a mere 10 stars of the Grand Domain realm, have the nerve to say such words to me. Ha ha ha, after all, you're not simple. You're not simple either. The two of them chatted as they walked around the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Xian. Su Jiming frowned when he saw Lin Xian. The Martial Arts Academy said that Lin Xian and Murongyu were out on a quest, but they didn't say when. However, they hadn't returned for half a year. In fact, Su Jiming sincerely hoped that Lin Xian was dead. Even if Murongyu died with him, he would still feel that it was a good thing. At most, he wouldn't chase after Murongyu. However, he really wanted Lin Xian to die. But when he suddenly saw Lin Xian, he couldn't help but feel terrible. Young Master Su, long time no see. Lin Xian laughed. These cultivators who were ranked in the top 20 or 30 were basically all 9 or 10 stars of the domain realm. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Xinyue were all 10 stars. As for Su Jiming, he might be a little weaker, or perhaps he had spent a lot of time and effort on flirting with girls. However, he was only at the 9 stars realm. Thus, the establishment of the Martial God Academy was truly necessary. If they weren't in the Martial Arts Academy, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were at most 7 stars of the Grand Domain realm. Long time no see. It's good that you're back, Su Jiming said. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian laughed and didn't say anything. Back? Did he really want him back? Tomorrow is the Martial Arts Academy competition. I look forward to sparring with you again, young Master Lin, Su Jiming said. Yes, I'm looking forward to it too. After that, the news of Lin Xian's return swept through the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Xian was already relatively well known in the Martial Arts Academy because he had connections with all the campus belles. Then, Lin Xian actually went on a mission with Murong Yu for half a year. This was even more unbelievable. No matter how special the mission was, logically speaking, it should be Duan Lingxiao and Murong Yu. Why was it Lin Xian? An hour after Lin Xian returned, Murong Yu also arrived at the Martial Arts Academy. She had stayed at home for several days. In addition, the competition at the Martial Arts Academy was about to begin, so it was normal for her to be here today. After reporting to the dean, Lin Xian left without saying anything. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. As soon as he left the dean's office, Lin Xian received a message from Lan Xingxing. This girl was also a mission target. Needless to say, after not seeing her for so long, he missed her quite a bit. I miss you so much. Lan Xingxing sent a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you're thinking about my cooking, right? Lin Xian said helplessly. Hee, are you home? I happen to be free today. I'll make you a big meal. Wah wah wah. Lan Xingxing directly jumped out of bed. Woo, she had been thinking about it for half a year. Yes. I'll be right there. Lin Xian smiled and took out his phone. He hesitated for a moment. After not seeing them for half a year, he missed Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan. They didn't spend much time with Ling Ying and the others, but they could be considered friends. Because Ling Ying and the others knew that Lin Xian and Xue Bingxin seemed to have a good relationship, they would deliberately get to know the two sisters. Therefore, Lin Xian also sent a message to them. Since they were back, let's meet up. Following that, Lin Xian arrived at the female dormitory. With a spatial attribute, he arrived at Ling Ying's dormitory. They had their own peaks, but they were used to the 3 of them living in a room. Only then did it feel like home. Damn! This is the first thing I see when I arrive. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and smiled as he looked at the 3 girls playing around on the sofa. Their hair and clothes were messy. Strange, it was normal for Ling Ying to be mischievous. Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue were also led astray by her. The 3 girls stopped at the same time and hurriedly tidied up their clothes and hair. Han Chuxue's face was a little red because she had never shown this side of her in front of Lin Xian. Usually, she was quiet and cold. Hey, can you knock on the door? It's very rude to come in like this. What if one of us didn't wear clothes at home or just took a shower? Although she was very happy that Lin Xian was here, wasn't Ling Ying like this? Then I've profited. Lin Xian smiled and moved closer. The 3 girls' fragrance was so fragrant. Chapter 1184. They had seen Lin Xian before, so they weren't that excited. They probably already knew what they needed to know. Did you come back specifically for the competition? Han Chuxue asked. Lin Xian nodded and sat beside them. Xiao Xinyue quickly moved to the side. I want to see how much I've improved during this period. You've all improved a lot, and it will be reflected in the competition. If Murong was here, she would definitely roll her eyes when she heard Lin Xian's words. How much have you improved during this period? Don't you know what you've been doing all day long? However, to be fair, Lin Xian and Murong had improved a lot during this period of time. It was just that their realms hadn't increased. Although the two of them had that thing going on, they had also been exchanging pointers for half a year. Moreover, their injuries had recovered extremely quickly. Their exchanging pointers had even reached the point where it was no longer exchanging pointers, but a battle of life and death. Murong had frequently pierced Lin Xian's body with her sword, to this extent. In the past half a year, their improvement in actual combat was absolutely incomparable to anyone else. This was because they could quickly recover from extremely serious injuries in a short period of time. They only needed to endure the pain for a while before they recovered. Now, we're both 10-star domain realm, but it will take at least a few months to break through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. After reaching the Heavenly Venerable Realm, I'm afraid it will take a few months or even longer to advance by 1 star. Ling Ying said. Nonsense, after all, you're in the Heavenly Venerable Realm. But to be honest, you're already very powerful. Look at the others, many Heavenly Venerables look like old men. What about you guys? You're already in the Heavenly Venerable Realm at the age of 22 or 23. To be honest, it's no wonder that the current era is considered a relatively prosperous era for humans. So why do humans want to take advantage of this relatively prosperous era to launch a counterattack against the monster race? Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue nodded, it's indeed a relatively prosperous era. In the past, how could there be so many young people who reached the domain realm in their 20s? Moreover, its attributes are especially strong. Lin Xian had never forgotten about the matter with Ling Ying. Her father, Linglong Shui, had said that Ling Ying had the soul of an Azura and would erupt at the age of 25. Lin Xian had also asked Linglong Shui about this matter, but Linglong Shui did not give him a definite answer. She only gave Lin Xian a crystal, which he gave to Ling Ying as a gift. Lin Xian wore it all day long, so of course she liked it. Linglong Shui said that this crystal could purify the soul. Shura's ability was to erode a person's consciousness and turn them into a different person. The only thing she could do was to let this God-ranked crystal slowly influence Ling Ying so that she wouldn't be affected as much as possible. However, she didn't know the specifics. Therefore, Lin Xian might have to find someone who was more knowledgeable in this area. Although there were still a few years left, but, on the other side, Lan Xingxing ran out of the room. Sister Wu, Lin Xian is back. He's coming to make delicious food for us. Lan Xingxing ran into Wu Yuhan's room and said happily. Oh. He didn't die. Wu Yuhan's lips curled up slightly as she stood up. Clearly, this was Wu Yuhan's other personality. At this moment, the door opened and Murong walked in. Sister Murong, you're back too. Lan Xingxing ran over happily. You're back. You seem to have grown taller. Murong compared Lan Xingxing's height to her. It's been half a year and I've grown 5 centimeters taller. Lan Xingxing was still young and was still growing. However, it was about time. How's your improvement? Wu Yuhan walked out and leaned against the wall as she asked. It's alright, although my realm didn't increase much. Murong said. Alright, that means your improvement isn't small. Murong nodded slightly. Oh, by the way, Sister Murong, Lin Xian is coming to make delicious food for us. Lan Xingxing said excitedly. Upon hearing the name Lin Xian, Murong didn't know what to do. Now, they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Xian had confessed to her several times in the past half a year, but she didn't agree. How should she put it? Perhaps she couldn't accept it. She didn't know either. She really didn't know why she rejected Lin Xian. Instead, after leaving, she kept thinking about it. She held her phone and wanted to send a message to Lin Xian's friends. Then, she would silently put her phone away. After all, they had slept together for half a year. How could their relationship be simple? However, Murongyu really didn't understand why she rejected Lin Xian. What was the reason? Every time she thought about it, she was confused. Perhaps she felt that they were just using each other. If there were no feelings, then why should they be together? She felt that there were no feelings, but was there really no feelings? Putting aside the fact that she already admired and had a good impression of Lin Xian, even if it was just a simple half a year of interaction between a man and a woman, she would naturally have a good impression of him, let alone having sex for half a year. All kinds of positions were unlocked. How could she not like him? If she didn't like him, then why did she unlock all kinds of positions? Lin Xian's first few confessions failed. After that, he didn't confess. It wasn't that he didn't want to confess, but Lin Xian felt that he might need a special time. After a few months, Lin Xian tried to confess again, but he still failed. Then, he thought that it was better not to be in a hurry to confess for the time being. Okay. Murongyu nodded. To be honest, she was used to being alone with Lin Xian. Now that she was with her friends, she was a little afraid to see Lin Xian. She didn't know why. Dong dong dong. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. I'm coming, I'm coming. Lan Xingxing ran over happily. Murongyu coughed and sat on the sofa to pour herself a glass of water. She tried to drink water to hide something. Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian, Lan Xingxing's big eyes lit up. Sister Lingning, Sister Chushue, Sister Xinue. Lan Xingxing then called out obediently. You've grown taller. Lin Xian looked at the beautiful Lan Xingxing and said with a smile. Hee. Then, the few of them walked in. Oh, by the way, Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan will also come to eat later. Where are the ingredients? I'll make them now. Lin Xian said. I've already prepared them. Lin Xian nodded and then looked at Murongyu, who was drinking water on the sofa. Murongyu stood up and nodded slightly at them. Lin Xian held back his laughter. I'll help. Murongyu didn't know what to say, so she just said. Okay. I'll come too. Han Chushue said. Then, the three of them walked into the kitchen. Then let's play games. I'll bring my laptop. Okay. Lan Xingxing nodded happily. Chapter 1185. Lin Xian, Murongyu, and Han Chushue were busy in the kitchen. 2 stoves. You make one and I'll make the other. Murongyu said to Lin Xian. I'll do it. It's easy for one person to make 2 dishes, Chushue. Han Chushue, who was washing vegetables, glanced at Lin Xian. Go play games with them. I'll cook here. Murongyu can help me. Han Chushue nodded. Okay, I'll go play games with them. Okay, go ahead. It wasn't that Han Chushue didn't want to cook. In fact, she liked to stay in the same space as Lin Xian. However, she felt that 2 people were enough in the kitchen. Lin Xian told her to rest and play games, so she went to play. The best thing about Han Chushue was that she listened to Lin Xian. Girls like Han Chushue, including Bing Lingyue, looked cold and treated others coldly. However, when it came to the people they cared about, they were very obedient. Especially when it came to their loved ones. Tolerance and obedience were the norm for them in front of their loved ones. Little Yu. Lin Xian leaned over and pinched Murongyu's butt. Murongyu, okay, it was Lin Xian who purposely sent Han Chushue away. Okay, he admitted that he was a scumbag. Murong-yu cut the vegetables. Her beautiful face was dyed with a layer of red. Then, she quickly moved Lin Xian's hand away. Hee hee, Lin Xian sneered. Murong-yu felt uncomfortable. What could she do? She had sex with this Lin Xian for half a year. Half a year. Every day. What could she do? Lin Xian took advantage of her. Could she slap him? If it was in the past, she definitely could. She wouldn't just slap him. However, after half a year, she had done everything she could. What? Are you shy? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Murong-yu said indifferently. Of course, it was only on the surface. We're not in the divine realm anymore. So we're not in that relationship anymore. Lin Xian rubbed his chin as the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Murong-yu said that, but Lin Xian didn't panic. If she really wanted to reject him, her tone wouldn't. What relationship? Lin Xian smiled and asked. Murong-yu, bastard. Nothing. Murong-yu said. Lin Xian, Sister Murong, what are you guys talking about? Lan and Yuazes, both of them shuddered at the thought. How should they put it? Although the two of them were currently in a relationship, neither Lin Xian nor Murong-yu wanted others to find out about it. Needless to say, Lin Xian didn't want anyone to know about it. If a scumbag like him were to find out about it, how would he survive? Murong-yu. She had been with Lin Xian for half a year. She didn't even know how to establish her relationship with Lin Xian. How could she want others to know? It wasn't that she couldn't live with her pride. She wasn't the kind of person who would care about such things. She wouldn't care about what others said. She just said that she still didn't know whether she should treat Lin Xian or how she should treat their relationship. Ah. No. Nothing. Why aren't you playing games? Lin Xian smiled at Lan Xingxing. I'm logging in. Hee hee, I just came to take a look. Lin Xian, Sister Murong, what relationship were you talking about? Lan Xingxing asked in confusion. To be honest, if it wasn't Lan Xingxing, but any other girl, they would definitely suspect something. That relationship. Anyone would think that it was a relationship between a man and a woman, but Lan Xingxing didn't think that way. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that I'm good friends with her. But this woman always thinks that I'm lowering her status by being her good friend, so she doesn't want to admit that we're good friends in front of others. Lin Xian said with a smile. That's not true. Xingxing feels that being good friends with Lin Xian is very, very blissful. Lan Xingxing smiled foolishly. Xingxing, you go play games. Lin Xian and I will cook. Okay, then I'll go play games. Murong-yu let out a long sigh. Hee hee, little Yu, cook. Murong-yu said in annoyance. Lin Xian looked at her beautiful side profile. TSK, thinking about those days made his imagination run wild. Soon, the two of them finished cooking 7 dishes and 1 soup. Hey, Xingxing, why did you quit the game? Ling Ying shouted. Dinner's ready. I'm not playing anymore. Lan Xingxing then ran to the table. Ling Ying, I'm not playing games with this girl anymore. She's cheating my teammates. Ling Ying said. Then Han Chuxue glanced at Ling Ying. We're at a disadvantage. One of us ran away. Okay, let's leave too. Then, Ling Ying stood up. Han Chuxue, Xiao Xinyue also quit the game. When the 4 of them left, the last teammate was dumbfounded. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Then, Wu Yuhan stood up and opened the door. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan stood at the door. Hello. Xue Bingxin nodded at Wu Yuhan. They knew each other. After all, they did a mission together. It was just that they didn't contact each other much after that. They weren't really friends. They were just former comrades and current classmates. Wu Yuhan smiled slightly. This Lin Xian was interesting. He wasn't that handsome, but he had all kinds of beautiful girls around him. They would come whenever he called. It was obvious that their relationship wasn't simple. Moreover, Ling Ying and the rest seemed to have an unbelievably good relationship with him. Their actions were very casual. Come in. The food is just ready. Okay. Then, the two girls walked in. It smells so good. Xue Binglan's eyes lit up. Oh, you're here. Lin Xian looked at the two girls. Xue Binglan looked at Lin Xian. Her face was slightly red. Xue Bingxin nodded at Lin Xian calmly. Then, the group of them gathered around the table. Lan Xingxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had secretly taken a few bites. Ah! It was so delicious. He had missed this taste for half a year. When he took the first bite, he almost cried. Wu Yuhan poured wine for everyone. I haven't seen you for half a year. To be honest, I missed you a lot. Wu Yuhan raised her cup and smiled. Missed me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wu Yuhan chuckled. Yeah, I missed you too. I missed you so much. Cough cough, Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Ah! This Lin Xian was becoming more and more of a jerk. Now, he was flirting with other big sisters right in front of her. Ah! So annoying. Lan Xingxing felt terrible. Sob sob sob. Sisters, can't you guys chat quickly? She was dying of hunger. Murongyu said, I miss the life here too. Tomorrow is the martial arts competition. I wish everyone a good ranking, Ling Ying said. Cheers. After finishing the seemingly harmonious meal, everyone played around for a bit before returning to their respective rooms. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneaked into Murongyu's room. Chapter 1186. Wu Yuhan and Lan Xingxing were also in their own rooms. Lin Xian had already left, but he secretly used his space attribute to go directly to Murongyu's room. Murongyu tidied up the room a little. After all, she hadn't been back for so long. Although Lan Xingxing would help her clean the room, she was still used to cleaning it herself. She was quite annoyed because of her relationship with Lin Xian. Then, Murongyu suddenly felt something. She turned around and saw Lin Xian standing behind her. Murongyu, why are you back again? Murongyu really didn't feel good when she saw Lin Xian. So annoying. I missed you. Lin Xian grinned. Murongyu, I don't want to. Go away, Murongyu said indifferently. Of course, although her tone was indifferent, her heart was definitely not calm. Hee, Lin Xian smiled and hugged Murongyu's delicate body from behind. Murongyu's delicate body suddenly trembled. How should she put it? Her body had already completely rejected Lin Xian. Wasn't that obvious? After having sex for half a year, it would be strange if her body still rejected Lin Xian. However, she still didn't know what to do. Little Yu, we've been together for so long. If you still dislike me, then I'll really explode. Lin Xian hugged her and said softly. I don't dislike you. Because of her special relationship with Lin Xian, the way Murongyu talked to Lin Xian was definitely very different from the Murongyu of the past. Then tonight Lin Xian's hands were already misbehaving. Murongyu, no. She quickly broke free from Lin Xian's large hands. Hurry up and leave. Morongyu looked at Lin Xian and said. I'm not leaving. If I leave, then I'm not a man. You. Morongyu gritted her teeth. Hee hee. You can't chase me away. Lin Xian smiled evilly and hugged Morongyu again. Then, he took the opportunity to fall onto the bed with her. Morongyu, she was about to break down. How could she resist this? Who could withstand this? As time slowly passed, Morongyu's body heated up from Lin Xian's antics. Even his breathing became hurried. I'm coming. Lin Xian smiled evilly. No. No, as Morongyu held on to Lin Xian, he subconsciously sensed danger. Let's go somewhere else. Morongyu said. Don't tell me you want to go to the balcony. Morongyu opened her beautiful eyes. Her blue eyes were blurred and were especially beautiful. I'm saying not here. Lin Xian smiled. She could understand because Lan Xingxing and Wu Yuhan were next door. Hee hee, I want to do it here. Morongyu, at this moment, she had 10,000 vulgarities to say, but she couldn't say them. Lin Xian got up and locked her room door. Then, he turned off the lights and pounced on her. Morongyu suppressed her voice. She didn't dare to make a single sound. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Morongyu was sleeping very quietly in his arms. Hey, wake up. It's 6:00. We have to gather at 8. Lin Xian pinched her breasts. Morongyu, she opened her eyes. Bastard. Why? Why couldn't she reject Lin Xian? If she really didn't want to, why couldn't she reject him? If she had sex with him in God's domain, it was out of necessity and mutual benefit. But here, they were no longer in that kind of situation. Moreover, they weren't a couple. Did that mean that she had sex with a man who wasn't her boyfriend? Could it be that Morongyu was a loose woman? Morongyu was in a daze. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lin Xian smacked his lips on her beautiful face. Morongyu shook her head. Nothing. Don't look. Morongyu looked at Lin Xian and said. Sister, I've been looking for half a year. Lin Xian said helplessly. Still, don't look. Lin Xian shrugged and turned his back to her. Sigh, women. I really don't understand their thoughts. What haven't you seen? You've been looking for half a year, and now you're not letting me look. Morongyu carefully looked at Lin Xian as she got up and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Xian shrugged. After a while, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Lin Xian then walked in. When Morongyu heard the sound of the door opening, she turned her head to take a look and nearly collapsed. Morongyu instinctively blocked him and gritted her teeth. What's wrong? When we were in God's domain, didn't we bathe a lot? Lin Xian smiled and leaned over. Morongyu, I want to take a shower too. Help me wipe. Lin Xian then walked under the shower. Morongyu helplessly helped Lin Xian wipe his body. Little Yu, just be my girlfriend. Lin Xian said while enjoying himself. We'll talk about it later. Morongyu said. Hey, you're avoiding me again. Morongyu didn't say anything. This is your weakness. Although you do things swiftly and decisively, you're too conflicted in other aspects. There's nothing to be conflicted about. We're already like this. What are you conflicted about? Lin Xian said. This was also something that Morongyu couldn't figure out. Their relationship had already become like this. Why didn't she choose to be Lin Xian's girlfriend? To be honest, she really didn't know. Then agree. To be honest, she didn't know how to handle a relationship. She had never thought about what kind of life she would have if she was in a relationship. Murongyu didn't say anything. Lin Xian shrugged. Since she didn't say anything, Lin Xian could only wait for the next time. After taking a shower, the two walked out. Well, I'll be leaving first. Okay. Murongyu nodded in her bathrobe. Then, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. After Lin Xian left, Murongyu sat by the bed in a daze. She didn't even tell her family about this. Anyway, she didn't know what to do for the time being. The students of the Martial Arts Academy gathered in the huge arena. The Martial Arts Academy's arena was built with a lot of effort. It was very large and magnificent. The audience seats could probably hold 50,000 people. Moreover, there were some convenient high-tech equipment for the competition. They sat in each area according to their class. It was very neat. They had just met this morning. Now, Lin Xian and Murongyu were sitting together again. Xiao Runing felt very comfortable. Murongyu and Lin Xian were in her class. Murongyu's strength was needless to say. Lin Xian's upper limit was too high. He would definitely get a good ranking. Then, as a mentor, she would be rewarded handsomely. Lin Xian, don't flirt with female students. Xiao Runing saw that Lin Xian seemed to be flirting with Murongyu and was inexplicably unhappy. Brother, we haven't seen each other for half a year. We only had a meal together last time. Why didn't you ask me to meet alone again? Anyway, Xiao Runing was unhappy. Although she wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend, weren't all women like this? Chapter 1187. Lin Xian coughed dryly, then glanced at Xiao Runing. Oh, this Xiao Ningning is actually taking care of me. Well, it seems like I haven't taught her a lesson for so long that she's become arrogant. Murongyu then turned her face to the side. Su Jiming looked at them from behind, frowning. Why isn't this Lin Xian dead yet? How he wished that this Lin Xian was dead. Perhaps Lin Xian's return to the Martial Arts Academy had disappointed many people. He didn't know how much this Lin Xian had improved in the past 6 months. Su Jiming was already a 9-star domain realm expert. Basically, all the top martial artists had opened their own domains. He didn't know what mission Lin Xian had gone to do, but he felt that he had improved quite a lot during this period. He should be a match for Lin Xian now, right? Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian looking at her and even glaring at her. What a joke. Perhaps when the two of them were alone, Xiao Runing was afraid of this hooligan, Lin Xian. But in this kind of situation, she, Xiao Runing, was the instructor. Lin Xian had to be obedient. What? Lin Xian, are you not convinced? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian and said. I'm convinced, Miss Xiao. How am I not convinced? Lin Xian said with a smile. That's more like it. Xiao Runing's realm might not have improved as fast as the others because she spent a lot of time teaching and preparing for classes. Therefore, her realm was originally higher than Xiao Xinyue and the others, but she was gradually surpassed. As for her, she would squeeze out almost all of her remaining time to grind monsters. Right now, her realm was actually about the same as everyone else's. She wasn't a Sky Venerable yet, but her domain was around 9 or 10 stars. However, this was the life that Xiao Runing had chosen. She liked this kind of life. She liked the existence of a mentor. It was not that mentors were glamorous. Were they glamorous? That was not the case at all. She was about 2 years older than Ling Ying and the others. She could clearly be a very beautiful campus belle as well as a genius in the academy. That would be called glamorous and beautiful. I've decided to see if there's a chance to teach her a lesson tonight. At this time, several vice deans of the academy, as well as a few of the more special powerhouses and instructors, walked towards the judges' table. Apart from them, there might be some people that others did not recognize, and those were the powerhouses of the three major forces. The whole place quieted down. Luo Xiao glanced at everyone and then said, "Everyone, it has been half a year since the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy. You are the first batch of students of our Martial Arts Academy. You are not simple either. In the past half a year, each of you has carried out countless missions. There were 20,000 people who entered the Martial Arts Academy, and now, there are still 20,000 of you. I am proud of all of you. Your growth in the past half a year is obvious to all. Now, in half a year, or at most a year and a half, you will leave the Martial Arts Academy and embark on an even more glorious journey. Therefore, this competition is especially important." Luo Xiao paused and then said, "These people beside me are the representatives of the three major forces. Today, the battle between you will be watched by them, and it will even be broadcasted live in the eyes of many powerhouses of the three major forces. You have to show your strongest and most outstanding selves. Because of this, the three major forces will be able to choose whether to put you in an important position, and how much they value you. These are all points that you have to work hard on." So far, there were still 20,000 people. This was also due to the protection of the Martial Arts Academy. Every time they went out, the Martial Arts Academy would at least guarantee that they would be given space crystals to save their lives. It was indeed very useful. In addition, no matter how trashy the people here were, they were still powerhouses. It was not easy to die unless they did some unimaginable missions. They had taken down 2 cities occupied by the demon clan without any casualties. It was really amazing. Of course, these 2 cities were under the jurisdiction of Yi Renbing. Under normal circumstances, it would not be so simple. However, Yi Renbing did not say anything, and the 10th Monster Shrine did not have any powerhouses to take action. The traitor of the demon clan in the Martial Arts Academy was not found. It was really not easy to find out. Fortunately, nothing had happened. Today's competition was firstly to give everyone a real ranking. Secondly, it was the choice of the 3 major forces. If you were outstanding enough, you would naturally be valued by the 3 major forces and hold an important position in the 3 major forces. You might be a military counselor. If you had the talent in this area, you might be a general leading millions of troops. Of course, that was also the future. The most important thing was that you had to have the strength and ability to do so. Lin Xian might not care much about these false titles, but they did. Just think about it. That kind of momentum and status of leading millions of troops was not something that a relatively powerful warrior like himself could compare with. Now, let me tell you the rules of the competition. Luo Xiao paused for a moment, then said, "The martial arts competition is expected to end in 4 days, and the progress of 3 days won't be too rushed. The competition will be based on random drawing, and this huge martial arts arena will be divided into a total of 4 martial arts arenas. Therefore, the 4 martial arts competitions will be held at the same time, and also to shorten the progress of the competition." Then, Luo Xiao pointed at the huge screen in the air and said, "Every 4 rounds of the competition will be randomly drawn through the big screen. In other words, you might draw the domain realm from the lower realm. This is something that can't be helped. Luck is also a part of strength. If you are strong enough, you don't have to worry about this. The rules of the competition are very simple. If you lose the ability to fight, fall out of the arena, or admit defeat, you will be considered to have lost the competition. Today, try to reach 10,000 from 20,000. This is the basic rule. Does anyone have any questions?" Luo Xiao asked. At this moment, a student asked, "Vice President, may I ask if the spatial attribute can be used?" The spatial attribute is also a type of attribute. Why can't it be used? But, if the spatial attribute is used, it can easily send the opponent out of the arena. Then, the opponent will lose. Isn't this a bit too brainless? Luo Xiao replied, "If you are strong enough, you don't have to worry about the spatial attribute. The premise that you are worried about is based on your lack of confidence in your own strength. If you don't fight against a spatial or temporal attribute warrior today, then when you meet an enemy of these two attributes in the future, are you going to ask him if he can't use the spatial attribute?" Ha ha ha, hearing Luo Xiao's words, many people could not help but laugh. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Today, 20,000 to 10,000. In other words, everyone only needed to fight one round. After that, he would have nothing to do with today. It would be best if it was him as soon as possible. Then, he would be able to fight with the girls. Hee, alright, if there are no other questions, the competition will officially begin. Everyone, please pay attention to the big screen. Then, the big screen lit up, and 4 lines began to scroll. In the first arena, Zhang Ning vs Wang Mengmeng. In the second arena, Lin Xian vs Li Gang. In the third arena, Wang Xintong vs Chen Chaoxue. In the fourth arena, Lu Jiejia vs Li Shui. 8 martial artists, please enter the arena as soon as possible to begin the competition. Chapter 1188. The 8 of them walked toward the arena. There was no doubt that Lin Xian would be the focus of everyone's attention in this competition. There were influential people in every place, and Lin Xian was such a person. At least, everyone in the martial arts academy knew about him even if they did not know him. How should they put it? Lin Xian had gone from being trash to being a top-notch existence, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, they did not know whether Lin Xian was a top-notch existence or not. They only knew that Lin Xian seemed to be quite powerful half a year ago, but they did not think that he would be too powerful. However, the most important thing that made them think that Lin Xian might be very powerful was that he and Murongyu went on a mysterious mission and left for half a year. Why was he qualified to go on a mission with Murongyu? On what basis? Therefore, these people guessed that Lin Xian might not be as simple as he seemed on the surface. Of course, all of this was just speculation. In the past half a year, everyone had improved a lot. In addition, they were all geniuses. Now, they only wanted to know how much this mysterious Lin Xian had improved. The Martial Arts Academy competition would definitely allow them to see everyone, including Lin Xian, clearly. Lin Xian's opponent, Li Gang, was considered average in the Martial Arts Academy. There were 20,000 people in the Martial Arts Academy now, and there was basically no one in the lower realm. They were all geniuses and would improve very quickly. If they could not reach the domain realm in half a year, they would be trash. They were different from ordinary martial artists. The trashiest person here would be a peerless genius anywhere else. They were average, around 3 or 4 stars in the domain realm. Li Gang looked at Lin Xian in front of him warily. He knew that his opponent had the spatial attribute. Lin Xian, I know that you're not weak. You have the spatial attribute, which is your advantage. Perhaps I'm not your match if you use the spatial attribute, but I want to have a good fight with you. If possible, I hope that you won't use the spatial attribute. Let's have a good fight. Li Gang said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged with a smile. To be honest, they all felt that this was an unreasonable request. Space was also a type of attribute, so why couldn't people use it? However, this was also understandable. The space was simply too powerful. Just a difference in attributes was enough to make 2 people of the same realm feel unbalanced. Li Gang took a deep breath. If he didn't use the space, he felt that he would have a chance. Thunder roar. Li Gang did not hesitate to release a bolt of lightning at Lin Xian. Everyone was waiting for Lin Xian to make a move. Many of them were looking forward to Lin Xian's strength, including Su Jiming, Xiao Yun, and even Duan Ling Xiao. Duan Ling Xiao was very strong, but he was the most confused one. This Lin Xian and Murong Yu went on a mission that lasted for half a year. He did not know what mission it was, but he wanted to say that in terms of strength, talent, and everything else, he was more qualified to go on a mission with Murong Yu. Why was it this Lin Xian? Therefore, he felt that this Lin Xian must be special. Lin Xian released a burst of spatial attribute, and Li Gang couldn't break free at all. Li Gang was teleported out of the arena. Everyone, wow! This Lin Xian was really a dog. The other party had already said that. You gave him face and fought a good battle, but you directly sent him away with the spatial attribute. This spatial attribute was really brainless, but it also proved that Lin Xian's realm was definitely higher than that person's. There was no doubt about it. He was very angry. This kind of battle made him feel very uncomfortable. He couldn't use all his strength, laws, and domains. After Lin Xian won, the big screen directly showed Lin Xian's victory. Then, Lin Xian walked down with a smile and sat beside Murong Yu. No one could see Lin Xian's strength, but it did not matter. He would definitely be exposed later, as long as he met a powerful person. After fighting match after match, Lin Xian watched in boredom. Because the other girls weren't fighting, even if Lin Xian left, he wouldn't know what to do. He suddenly realized that without a girl by his side, everything would be boring. Wang Xintong versus Zhang Haohan. Finally, it was someone Lin Xian cared about. Wang Xintong's strength was now higher than Lin Xian's. She was a 10-star domain realm cultivator, and she was also breaking through to the heavenly venerable realm. Wang Xintong's hard work was probably something that no one around Lin Xian could compare to. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others could not compare to her. Thinking back, Wang Xintong was still a weak girl, but she became an expert close to the heavenly venerable realm in one leap. This was all because of her extraordinary hard work. Her hard work could even make people's hearts jump. Miss Xiao, how strong is Xintong's opponent? Lin Xian asked with concern. This girl's attributes were water and light, not absolute combat attributes. Lin Xian had not fought with her for a long time. Lin Xian only knew that she was now much stronger, but they did not know exactly how strong she was. Zhang Haohan, one of the top 100 students. His cultivation level should be 8 or 9 stars domain realm. He is very strong and has wind and lightning dual attributes. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. In terms of attributes, Wang Xintong should be completely defeated. However, Lin Xian believed that Wang Xintong was not simple. Wang Xintong, this young master was defeated by you last time. You won't be so lucky this time. Zhang Haohan twisted his neck, and lightning and wind attributes surged around his body. He directly used 2 attributes, which was enough to show how much he valued Wang Xintong. That's right, he was defeated by Wang Xintong on the 30th peak, so he knew how powerful this girl was. Wang Xintong stared at the enemy in front of her seriously. Spirit weapons were not allowed in a martial arts competition. This was to avoid injuring the opponent and to ensure a fair battle. Let the battle begin. Whoosh whoosh, in the next instant, the two of them moved at the same time. Zhang Haohan instantly blasted a bolt of lightning toward Wang Xintong, and at the same time, he activated his wind attribute and rushed over together. Whoosh whoosh, a huge ball of water appeared in front of Wang Xintong, and then she punched it. In an instant, the ball of water turned into countless small balls and shot toward Zhang Haohan at an extremely fast speed. Facing such an attack, Zhang Haohan had no space and could not move forward. This move again. Humph, thunderbolt. Zhang Haohan directly released a powerful lightning attribute martial arts technique, and easily crushed Wang Xintong's ball of water. Water could not compete with lightning. Lin Xian observed carefully. Whoosh! In the next instant, the same ball of water shot over. Again. Zhang Haohan snorted coldly. You haven't improved much compared to before. This time, he was surrounded by lightning and rushed over forcefully. You lost, Wang Xintong said. In the next instant, the countless balls of water refracted a strong light. Ugh, this was the power of light attribute, and light also had the ability to attack, but it was not as strong. However, he could not withstand the countless hidden lights shooting randomly. Chapter 1189. As a functional attribute, the power of light might not be that strong because light wasn't a combat attribute. However, Wang Xintong nimbly used the water attribute to hide the light. At the same time, with the refraction of water, at least in Lin Xian's eyes, this seemed to have increased the power of light. However, light was indeed more of a functional attribute. Even so, Zhang Haohan would only be attacked and would not lose his ability to fight. However, there was still Wang Xintong. From then on, Wang Xintong had been working hard to improve herself. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to wear her brother's wool and gallop on the battlefield together. Wang Xintong's figure appeared behind Zhang Haohan. Zhang Haohan instantly released his power of law. Lightning Law. Thunder attribute power doubled. Law, Water Cage. Light Source Explosion. The battle ended. Although Wang Xintong was at the 10-star domain realm and Zhang Haohan was at the 9-star domain realm, she was completely defeated in terms of attributes. There was no difference of 1 star, but she still won. Wang Xintong wins. Then, Wang Xintong bowed to everyone and walked down. This girl has really become stronger. Lin Xian sighed. As time passed, all of them were changing. Only he, Lin Xian, was still surrounded by women all day long. Awkward. The battle continued. Soon, it was Lan Xingxing's turn. Ever since he met Lan Xingxing, Lin Xian had never seen her fight. Lin Xian only knew that she was at the 5-star domain realm. The current 5-star domain realm could only be ranked in the upper middle of the martial arts academy. If she was stronger, she would be in the upper middle. However, Lin Xian felt that this silly and gluttonous girl was really amazing for her to have such a high level of comprehension. If she could not eat so much, she would be stronger. Lan Xingxing's opponent was a martial artist at the same realm as her. When the battle began, the two of them directly activated their attribute powers and clashed. Waterfall. It was raining heavily in the arena. Thunder heaven and earth. Then, the rain mixed with thunder made it impossible to avoid. Then, she rushed to her opponent's side. 3 minutes later, the battle ended. Lan Xingxing won. One had to know that the opponents here were all genius martial artists. It was not as easy to defeat one of them unless the gap between the two of them was extremely large. However, from the beginning to the end, Lan Xingxing suppressed her opponent. It seemed that Lin Xian was really powerful. Next, Ling Linging used 2 moves of absolute suppression to blast his opponent to the bottom of the stage, causing a burst of cheers. Han Chushua's 1 move, she froze her opponent. S's. Wu th. Sheet. SSS. Everyone's fight to fight stats a fight. Little SS. TTS after the fight 8 TTTTTSST. Wang's SS. S's twos to be honest, he was inexplicably interested. Play what? She faintly asked. Let's either go out and play or stay at home, Lin Xian said. Actually, Lin Xian did not want to go out and play. He felt that it was meaningless. Singing. Disco dancing. It was better to gather a few people at home and have fun with the beauties. Let's do it at home. Murongyu said. Sure, I'll go and call everyone. Murongyu nodded and returned home first. Lin Xian then privately messaged his wives one by one in the group chat. Of course, they all agreed. They had nothing to do after the fight, so they were happy to play together. Especially Lan Xingxing, her eyes lit up when she heard that Lin Xian was going to make delicious food again. Murongyu finally understood why Lin Xian's food always tasted better than hers. It was not because of the seasonings, but because of his law of creation. When Murongyu learned of this, she had the urge to beat up Lin Xian. What a bastard! She had thought about it for a long time but could not think of it. Who would think of the law of creation? The next 3 days might not be very interesting to them, but the last day would definitely be a clash of the top. Lin Xian, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Xiao Xinyue, Lan Xingxing, Murongyu, Wu Yuhan, and Wang Xintung gathered at Murongyu's dorm. Lin Xian's figure was busy cooking in the kitchen. He was very satisfied and did not feel annoyed at all. Lin Xian really liked to cook good food for them. Lan Xingxing leaned against Lin Xian and occasionally reached out to eat the ingredients. After she was done, she actively helped to bring the food to the table and took 2 bites. She was very satisfied. All the girls here should be Lin Xian's girls. Even Wu Yuhan was the same. Today, Wu Yuhan's younger sister was present, which was her cold personality. Now, Lin Xian was not very afraid of this cold Wu Yuhan. Perhaps it was because they had not seen each other for a long time. Time seemed to have diluted some of this cold Wu Yuhan's hatred for Lin Xian. Lin Xian also wanted to call Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan, but it had been a long time since their turn to fight. It might be very late, so he did not call them. I bought the wine. Wang Xintong and Xiao Xinyue walked in together. Then, Wang Xintong placed a lot of wine on the table. Xiao Xinyue placed Lin Xian's favorite pig head meat and green onions on the table. She also bought 2 other dishes. After all, she thought that Lin Xian could not be too tired, so she asked him to cook less. As for why she bought wine, wasn't it Lin Xian's instigation? There were 2 bottles at home, but Lin Xian thought that he should get them drunk. What was the point of not getting them drunk? Once they were drunk, he could do whatever he wanted. Then, with Lin Xian's instigation and Lan Xingxing's help, they all agreed to drink properly. Moreover, no one used their spiritual power to dissolve the alcohol. Therefore, she felt that if they formed a top-notch elite team, everyone would be very strong, it would not be easy for anything to happen, and they would have absolute trust in each other. This would definitely be a very happy feeling. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This Murongyu actually hit the nail on the head. Isn't this elite ready-made in front of you? Lin Xian said with a smirk. Murongyu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Xian. Ice, darkness, water, light, fire, thunder, space, time, wind. Basically, everyone has it. Lin Xian. Murongyu pondered for a moment. I just have an idea, Lin Xian, I also have the same idea. Moreover, I have my own force. We can completely break away from the 3 major forces and fight as individuals. I don't care. As long as I can contribute to the human race, I feel that anything is fine, Ling Ying said. Wang Xintong nodded. That means, we can form something like a mercenary group, right? Xiao Xinyue asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, we have the support of the Art Pavilion Corporation, and maybe even the Divine Temple. I think we can do it. Han Chushue nodded as well. Friends, comrades fighting side by side. Most importantly, everyone had absolute trust in each other. Then let's give it a try. I want it too, I want it too. Lan Xingxing said excitedly. You stay here obediently. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. It wasn't that she couldn't do it, but that she hadn't completely matured yet. Oh. Lan Xingxing pouted and turned her grievance into appetite. Okay. Murong Yu nodded. The mercenary group's name will be the Gale Mercenary Group. Lin Xian still had some special feelings for the Gale Mercenary Group. Miao Xiaomiao could also join. Miao Xiaomiao could not only be a combat member, but also a technical guide. She was a little genius, and she had the genius Zhao Yinqi behind her. Lin Xian realized that if this group was formed, it would be full of talents. Then let's give it a try. Then, a group was hastily formed at tonight's drinking party. Everyone was looking forward to it, but they definitely didn't know how terrifying the Gale Mercenary Group would be in the near future. They would become an existence that the Yao race and even the Yao God Temple would tremble in fear. In the future war between the human race and the Yao race, this group would complete one extremely difficult and important killing mission after another. The captain was Murong Yu. Lin Xian felt that Murong Yu's ability was above his, at least for now, and he was willing. The vice captain and the other girls would be Lin Xian for now. The members were Ling Ying, Han Chushue, Xiao Xinyue, Wu Yuhan, Wang Xintong, and Miao Xiaomiao from the Gale Mercenary Group. Zhao Yinqi could also be considered a member of this group and a technical guide. In fact, Lin Xian had a very good candidate in mind as a member. His addition should improve their group strength. Zhuge Feng. In addition to being strong, Zhuge Feng was proficient in all kinds of special formations that could buff everyone. As a semi-support, he was definitely very important. Lin Xian trusted Zhuge Feng quite a lot. Among all the men that Lin Xian knew, Zhuge Feng was the one that Lin Xian had the best impression of. At least for now, Zhuge Feng wasn't the kind that made people feel distrustful. Lin Xian felt that Zhuge Feng's character was very good. Okay. Let's warmly celebrate the establishment of the Gale Mercenary Group. Everyone, let's drink more. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk. Lin Xian raised his wine glass and said with a smile. Hee, happy. If I can get these girls drunk tonight, I'll be even happier. Everyone had beautiful fantasies, and they were all in a good mood. The more they drank, the more they drank. Lin Xian had said that if you used your spiritual power to dissolve the alcohol, then what was the difference between drinking and drinking water? Anyone who tried to neutralize the effects of the alcohol was trash. After being provoked by Lin Xian, no one was able to neutralize the effects of the alcohol. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't get up, she mischievously rubbed Lin Xian's face with her jade foot. Then, she couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, I won't tease him anymore. Bang! Then, Ling Ying stomped on him. Ouch! Lin Xian instantly opened his eyes. Ah! At the same time, Xiao Xinyue's eyebrows suddenly furrowed and she let out a painful groan. That's right, Ling Ying's kick made Lin Xian subconsciously exert force. How much force did that subconsciously exert? His hand was still in Xiao Xinyue's, and then Xiao Xinyue would probably suffer. Little Ling Ying, what are you doing? Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying with an aggrieved expression. His hand had already been pulled out before he woke up, so naturally, he didn't know what he had done. Nothing, I'm just waking you up. Ling Ying's lips curled up, then he walked into the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian helplessly touched the tip of his nose. Why was his hand so fragrant? Everyone else was basically woken up by Lin Xian's shout. Ouch! Lan Xingxing rubbed his little head, then released his spiritual energy to dissolve the alcohol. Who told you to drink so much? Lin Xian laughed. Lin Xian, you're the one who always urged me to drink, Lan Xingxing said. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone hurry up and wash up, eat breakfast, and get ready for the competition. Xiao Xinyue opened her beautiful eyes and sat up, ouch. Xiao Xinyue's eyebrows furrowed. If you have a headache, use your spiritual energy to dissolve the alcohol. Do you still need me to teach you? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue and said. Xiao Xinyue glanced at Lin Xian. She opened her little mouth, but didn't say anything. She didn't have a headache. Her chest hurt. It really hurt. What's going on? Why does it hurt so much? What happened last night? What's wrong? When Lin Xian saw Xiao Xinyue's expression, he deliberately looked at her. This girl couldn't have drunk too much, right? Nothing, I'm going back to my room to change. Xiao Xinyue shook her head, then walked to her room. After closing the door, she hurriedly looked at her chest. Heavens, how could it be? There was a clear scratch mark, covering the entire area. It was bruised. The entire scratch mark was bruised. No wonder it hurts so much. But, why? Xiao Xinyue carefully looked in the mirror. It didn't look like a girl's hand, after all, the fingerprints were so obvious. If a girl did it, the fingerprints would be much thinner, so, Xiao Xinyue, this was Lin Xian's hand. Xiao Xinyue was dumbfounded. No, even if you took advantage of her, why did you use so much strength? Xiao Xinyue was infuriated. You're exaggerating by using so much strength. Ah! Hey! In the living room, Lin Xian and Ling Ying were the first to finish washing up. Ling Ying then elbowed Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying in confusion. Let me show you something good. Ling Ying then showed Lin Xian the photo on his phone. Slander. This is slander. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Lin Xian, look carefully. This was just taken. Where was it taken? I saw it with my own eyes. You still want to deny it? Ling Ying said with a smile on his face. Lin Xian. Denying it was a man's instinct. Lin Xian instinctively denied it when he saw the photo. He didn't even see it clearly. TSK, tisk. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Ahem, little Ying, I'm drunk. Lin Xian was very uncomfortable. Ah! He was really drunk. Who knows if you're really drunk or not? But if I show this photo to Xinyue, what do you think will happen? Lin Xian, don't, little Ying, we're close. This is all a misunderstanding. Lin Xian smiled and quietly reached for Ling Ying's phone. Ling Ying smiled and put the phone away. That depends on your performance. I kind of want to eat minced meat pies. Ling Ying rubbed his chin. I'll make it now. Lin Xian looked at the time. It was actually quite early, so he quickly rushed into the kitchen. Ling Ying leaned against the wall and looked at Lin Xian. Chapter 1192. To be honest, Ling Ying had already gotten used to Lin Xian's fickleness. She had also accepted Lin Xian's fickleness. At the very least, Lin Xian's fickleness was only with relatively decent girls. However, she didn't know what to do. Were they going to live together in the future? Actually, it wasn't impossible. If Lin Xian had absolute power and influence, he would have been able to resolve all of this without even attacking. Forget it, let's not think about this anymore. The girls finished washing up and walked over, looking at the busy Lin Xian in the kitchen. Why is he so enthusiastic? Han Chushua asked. Although Lin Xian often cooked for them, wasn't this too enthusiastic? Ling Ying smiled. He's guilty. There were no secrets between her and Han Chushua. After all, the two of them had done it with Lin Xian. Although Han Chushua didn't know the specific reason, she could roughly guess. Xiao Xinyue walked out of the room. It hurt. She really wanted to find a wood attribute martial artist to heal her. A water attribute martial artist was also fine. Wang Xintong could heal her, but how could she ask for such a thing? She glanced at Lin Xian, who was busy in the kitchen, and felt all kinds of emotions. There was anger, after all, this was too infuriating. Of course, there was also shyness. After all, she had a good impression of Lin Xian. She just didn't know if this Lin Xian was doing it on purpose or not. Wow! Lin Xian, what delicious duck are you making now? Lan Xingxing saw Lin Xian in the kitchen after washing up, and hurriedly ran over. Minced meat patties. Wah wah wah. I'm so happy. Wu Yuhan yawned and combed her hair. It was obvious that she was now the older sister, Wu Yuhan. This could be seen from her movements. Let me help. Wang Xintong walked over. Okay, help me knead the dough. Murong Yu also went over with interest. Minced meat patties. She had never eaten it before. Soon, the meat pancakes were cooked one after another. There were also lettuce, grilled sausages, and shredded cucumbers. They took them one by one. Why don't you open a gourmet shop? Wu Yuhan took a bite and asked with a smirk. It was very delicious. The crispy meat, grilled sausages, and some sauce were mixed together. It was a simple taste, but it was really good. What a joke. Why don't I make money? Do you have to open a restaurant? Lin Xian roasted the meat patties one by one and placed them on the table. The star baby had already dealt with one and hurriedly reached out to grab another. Woo woo woo, it was too touching. She had to marry a man like Lin Xian in the future. She felt that she would die of happiness. Oh! How blissful. I just don't know if Lin Xian has a girlfriend. There are so many beautiful girls around him, but I haven't heard of any of them being his girlfriend. Should I ask? Thinking of this, Lan Xingxing's little face quickly turned red. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Eating good food is the most important thing. After eating, they left together to participate in the martial arts competition. 3 days later, it was originally estimated that they could finish in 4 days, but there were too many people after all. Even if they fought until 10 p.m., they still needed 5 days. Everyone had advanced, and Lin Xian's strength had basically been revealed. Of course, it was only on the surface, including his cultivation level, which was 6 stars of the domain realm. This was very puzzling. Why was this Lin Xian only at 6 stars of the domain realm? Didn't he and Murong Yu go out to do missions in the past half a year? Logically speaking, if he had been doing missions, he should have improved faster than them. Why was he only at 6 stars? Moreover, Murong Yu also encountered a very powerful 10 stars domain realm cultivator midway. She also unleashed all of her cultivation level, which was 8 stars of the domain realm. It was very strange. Everyone was very strange. Murongyu was at 8 stars of the domain realm previously, right? Why was she still at 8 stars of the domain realm after half a year? Although her individual strength was very strong and she didn't use too much strength to defeat a 10 stars domain realm cultivator, why didn't she improve at all in the past half a year? Logically speaking, Murongyu should have reached the heavenly venerable realm. What had the two of them been doing in the past half a year? The competition for the top 40 from 79 had just ended. Next was the competition for the top 40. Everyone's luck could be considered quite good. They hadn't met the strongest opponents yet, which was people like Duan Lingxiao and Zhuge Feng. Although they had met several 9 stars and 10 stars domain realm cultivators, they had all won. Only that girl, Lan Xingxing, couldn't hold on and was eliminated. However, she didn't care. Good. Now, it's the competition for the top 40. The 40 people who advanced might not necessarily be the strongest 40 people, because some of them might have encountered a stronger opponent and been eliminated because of their luck. However, since they were able to make it to the top 40, it basically meant that their strength was top-notch even in the Martial God Academy. Next is the competition for the top 40 to advance to the top 20. From the next round onwards, the competition grounds will no longer be divided into 4. They will be gathered into one again and will be carried out one by one. Let me see your true strength, Luo Xiaodao said. Then, the big screen started rolling. Lin Xian versus Ji Xiaoxue. There was no need to say much about Lin Xian. This Ji Xiaoxue was also a very powerful girl in the martial arts academy. She was very beautiful. Although she might not be as beautiful as Ling Ying and the others, she was definitely a beauty. There were also many suitors. She was a 9 stars domain realm cultivator. The fact that she could make it to the top 40 already showed how powerful she was. Lin Xian and Ji Xiaoxue stepped onto the competition grounds. Please enlighten me. Ji Xiaoxue clasped her fists toward Lin Xian. Please enlighten me. Lin Xian cracked his neck. When the competition reached this level, no one was simple. Of course, Lin Xian felt that he should have no problem facing this Ji Xiaoxue. Then, Ji Xiaoxue took a step forward and the entire competition grounds entered a world of ice and snow. This is Ji Xiaoxue's frost domain. In the domain, her ice attribute power will increase. At the same time, the temperature will drop sharply. For the opponent, the sudden drop in temperature will cause their body to stiffen and their moves to slow down. In a battle between top warriors, this is very fatal. One is a 9 star and the other is a 6 star. Logically speaking, Lin Xian shouldn't be her opponent. The effect of the space attribute on a warrior who is 3 stars higher is a little small. I want to see if this Lin Xian can still win. Directly releasing the domain was enough to show that in this Ji Xiaoxue's eyes, Lin Xian was extremely important. Lin Xian shrugged. Normally speaking, this domain would have a lot of restrictions on him. However, don't forget that Lin Xian also had the ice attribute. Therefore, this kind of cold did not have much effect on Lin Xian, who also had the ice attribute. Whoosh, the two moved at the same time. Ji Xiaoxue directly gathered a powerful force in her right fist and punched toward Lin Xian. Attribute exchange. Law of creation. Lin Xian did not want to waste too much time. He directly buffed and then punched out. Bang, everyone. Chapter 1193. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them. What was going on? Ji Xiaoxue was directly crushed by Lin Xian's punch and instantly retreated. Lin Xian's spatial attribute appeared in front of her. She didn't even have time to release a powerful martial technique before Lin Xian kicked her out of the stage. She lost. This scene was unexpected to everyone. What's going on? How did this happen? Isn't this Lin Xian a little too powerful? No, the strength of a 6-star domain realm can crush a 9-star domain realm. This is ridiculous. Even if this Ji Xiaoxue isn't a strength-type martial artist, she shouldn't be crushed by a 6-star domain realm martial artist, right? No, this is too strange. It's not that this Ji Xiaoxue is too weak, but this Lin Xian's strength has completely exceeded the strength of a normal 6-star domain realm martial artist. How did he cultivate? Everyone below frowned. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian's strength and attributes were much higher than ordinary martial artists. Didn't he look at who was behind him and what he had used before? Azure Sky Rainbow Flower, 9-colored Sacred Lotus, they were all divine items that gave birth to intelligence. They had a subtle effect on Lin Xian's strength. Then, with the addition of the attribute exchange and the slight enhancement of the creation law, it was normal for his strength to crush Ji Xiaoxue. Ji Xiaoxue was very uncomfortable. Many people felt that Lin Xian wasn't that powerful apart from his spatial attribute and was at the level of a genius. However, he shouldn't be at the level of Murongyu, Zhuge Feng, or Murongyan. But she felt that he was definitely not. He must be very powerful. So, Ji Xiaoxue directly released her domain. However, she had still been careless. She had thought that Lin Xian had the spatial attribute and could instantly appear in front of her in close combat, so she had directly rushed over. However, Lin Xian was much stronger than she had imagined. She couldn't block his power at all. If she had known earlier, she would have directly released a heaven-ranked ice attribute martial skill. She had been too careless. Lin Xian was much stronger than she had imagined. Lin Xian walked down. Those who didn't want to look down on Lin Xian started to pay more attention to Lin Xian. Is this what he obtained in the past 6 months? Xiao Yun frowned. Even though Zhang Xian's cultivation didn't rise, he could sense that Zhang Xian's other aspects had undergone a qualitative change, allowing him to surpass ordinary cultivators of the same cultivation realm by too much. As a 6-star Grand Dominion realm cultivator, Zhang Xian knew that it would be difficult for him to suppress a 9-star Grand Dominion realm genius. One match after another followed. Murongyu also dealt with her opponent in a crushing manner. Murongyu's crushing was normal in everyone's eyes. However, they felt that Lin Xian's was even more exaggerated. Lingying versus Han Chuxue. There was no other way. This competition was random. So, it was very easy for one to meet another. Lingying was unfortunate enough to meet Han Chuxue. The two top beauties on stage immediately attracted a burst of cheers. Their beauty was indeed recognized. Are we going to fight or not? Lingying asked. Han Chuxue said, fight. Good. We haven't had a real fight in a long time. Then, let's take advantage of this opportunity to have a good fight. Following that, Han Chuxue and Lingying's delicate bodies erupted with powerful strength at the same time. Of the two, one had a top-notch wind and dark attribute, while the other had a wind and ice attribute. In terms of attribute, their domains and laws were evenly matched. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't know what their domains and laws were. Perhaps it was because he didn't care about them. It was really awkward. In the next instant, the two figures moved at the same time. They had been friends for many years and also opponents for many years. They treated each other seriously. That was a kind of respect for each other. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, the fight between the two girls was probably the most interesting fight in the past few days. They were completely evenly matched. Moreover, they were both beautiful. It didn't matter who won. They were very excited. Their strength is equally matched. It's hard to tell who's the winner. Murong said beside Lin Xian. They were indeed powerful. And it was obvious that the two of them hadn't released their true strength. This was because it was easy to injure the other party if they released their true strength. Moreover, it would be a serious injury. Even their domains and laws were useless. They were purely relying on their individual strength and some basic martial skills to fight. Little Yingying's advantage lies in her dark attribute Ghost. Little Chushua's advantage lies in her ice attribute's maximum range control and attack. To be honest, I can't tell who will win. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. If they went all out, neither of them had a chance to win. After all, a top-notch martial skill could turn the situation around. However, they didn't need to go all out. They didn't care about the ranking. They cared more about the fierce fight with the other party. After another 5 minutes, the two girls pulled apart the distance between them. Fine sweat could be seen on their faces. Their breathing was rapid. They had used up too much energy. Use your laws. Ling Ying asked. No need. Save it for the next fight. Their domains and laws were a mystery in the martial arts academy. They had never been exposed. Then let's use the last move. Ling Ying said. Okay. Han Chushua's delicate body exploded with a powerful force. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind. Ice and snow fell on the arena. The ground was quickly covered in ice. Ling Ying took a deep breath. He felt the terrifying cold power in his face. She was really powerful. Murong praised slightly. Han Chushua's cold power was probably one of the strongest she had seen at her age. She felt that she couldn't compare. It was normal that she couldn't compare. Han Chushua mainly cultivated cold power. Murong had 4 attributes. She might cultivate space and time, 2 top-notch attributes. Ling Ying's figure disappeared from his original position. What? When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. After fighting for so long, this was the first time Ling Ying completely released his dark attribute. When the dark attribute's purity was maxed out, he could do something similar to space jumping during the day. However, no one thought that it would really happen in front of their eyes. This was the evolution that Ling Ying received from Lin Xian's attribute increasing potion. Ha! Ling Ying appeared behind Han Chushua and kicked her. Han Chushua's reaction was extremely fast. She turned around and punched. 3 minutes later, Ling Ying was forced to the edge of the arena by Han Chushua. Then, Ling Ying teleported and disappeared. However, Han Chushua's skill was 1 level higher. The moment Ling Ying appeared, Han Chushua had already secretly condensed her cold power to freeze her in place. Han Chushua won. Lin Xian's face was filled with excitement. These two girls were fierce. They were really fierce. Moreover, they hadn't even used their full power. Han Chushua removed the ice seal. Ling Ying helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Damn! I lost again. After saying this, she walked down the arena. Soon, the top 40 to 20 matches were all over. Next would be the even more cruel and intense top 20 to 10 matches. It would definitely be even better. The big screen scrolled, Lin Xian vs Xiao Yun. Chapter 1194. When Lin Xian saw his opponent, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. This Xiao Yun had been holding a grudge against him since that time. In fact, Lin Xian wasn't sure if he still held a grudge against him. However, during the mission to kill the Sky Venerable Realm demonic beast, Lin Xian understood that this person still held a grudge against him. Lin Xian couldn't understand. This Ling Ning wasn't your girlfriend, and it wasn't Lin Xian who snatched her away from you. She wasn't your girlfriend to begin with. It was a fair competition, but it made it seem like Lin Xian had snatched Xiao Yun's girlfriend away. Lin Xian really couldn't understand. Why were these young masters of big families so narrow-minded? Why were they acting like idiots? This Xiao Yun was like that, and that Su Jiming was also like that. They made it seem like he had snatched their girlfriends. She wasn't theirs to begin with. In fact, the reason was very simple. Each of them thought highly of themselves and felt that the woman they had chosen was already theirs. Then, someone suddenly snatched her away. How could people of their status feel good? When Xiao Yun saw that his opponent was Lin Xian, he secretly clenched his fists. Previously, he had lost to Lin Xian. Moreover, he had been defeated by Lin Xian, who had crossed a large realm and defeated him, who was at the domain realm. At that time, Xiao Yun already had a domain, but he still lost. He was really unhappy that a domain realm cultivator had lost to a lower realm cultivator, and in front of the Ling family. However, he had never thought that this Lin Xian was stronger than him. He also had a space. The last time he lost, it was because he was poisoned by Lin Xian. He had always thought so. He had underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, how could he have lost? And now, he knew that Lin Xian had a poison attribute, so he would be on guard. In addition, he was now a 10-star domain realm cultivator, while this Lin Xian was a 6-star domain realm cultivator. He could still suppress Lin Xian. As long as he was careful of this Lin Xian's poison attribute, he would definitely have no problems. During this period of time, he had improved a lot. He believed that there was no problem with him. Amidst the exclamations and applause, Lin Xian and Xiao Yun walked onto the stage. This battle was going to be interesting. We should be able to see Lin Xian's trump card now. Su Jiming pondered for a while. Xiao Yun was one of the top students in the martial arts academy, just like him. And this Lin Xian wasn't weak either. No matter who won or lost, it was good news for those who were paying attention to Lin Xian and Xiao Yun. At least in their eyes, Lin Xian and Xiao Yun were martial artists at the same level. The battle between them would definitely reveal a lot. On the other hand, Lin Xian's realm was lower than his, but the strength that he had displayed before was extremely exaggerated. This Lin Xian's ability to fight across realms was extremely strong, so it was really hard to say. I've met my old rival. Ling Ying crossed his arms and leaned on the stage, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up. He still remembered the battle between Lin Xian and Xiao Yun during the New Year. He had always thought that Lin Xian was much stronger than Xiao Yun. But right now, Xiao Yun's cultivation realm was 4 stars higher than Lin Xian's. And right now, Xiao Yun's cultivation realm was 4 stars higher than Lin Xian's. And right now, Xiao Yun's cultivation realm was 4 stars higher than Lin Xian's. And right now, Xiao Yun had lost to Lin Xian because of Lin Xian's poison. This time, he would definitely be more vigilant. Lin Xian and Xiao Yun faced each other. Lin Xian, you and I finally have the chance to stand on the same stage again. This time, you won't be so lucky. Xiao Yun released his aura. It can't be, right, young Master Xiao? Could it be that you always thought that I lost to me last time because I was lucky? Lin Xian grinned. Hearing their conversation, everyone looked at each other. They had fought before. Moreover, Xiao Yun had lost to Lin Xian. This was interesting. Lin Xian's realm was definitely lower than Xiao Yun's, and Xiao Yun's strength was publicly acknowledged. The strongest should be Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, and Zhuge Feng. The next level should be the cultivators who were very close to the top 10. That would be Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue. However, everything was unknown. When they really fought, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose if they were in the same realm. Whether it's luck or not, you'll know after this battle. Xiao Yun's aura surged again. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed that as long as he paid attention to Lin Xian's poison attribute, everything would be under his control. To be honest, the person in front of him was indeed a bit troublesome. Lin Xian was definitely not afraid of him in the same realm, but the difference between a 6-star and 10-star domain realm was really huge. Xiao Yun was different from Ji Xiaoxue. Xiao Yun was definitely several levels stronger than Ji Xiaoxue. The most troublesome thing was Xiao Yun's domain, the dark domain. In the dark domain, all of Lin Xian's spiritual power consumption would be doubled. If this battle continued, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Lin Xian still didn't have a domain. He could only obtain one by taking down Luo Chenxi. Although Lin Xian had already taken down Luo Chenxi, their relationship hadn't been established, so he hadn't completed the mission. However, Lin Xian felt that since he had already taken her down, wouldn't it be easy to establish their relationship? Moreover, Lin Xian definitely had more tricks up his sleeve. Although Xiao Yun's realm was so much higher than Lin Xian's, his spiritual power might not be as dense as Lin Xian's. Lin Xian's aura also surged. Whoosh! Both of them moved at the same time. Bang! In the next instant, both of them suddenly appeared in front of each other. Their speed was unimaginably fast, and their fists met. In an instant, dust flew in the arena, and the ground under their feet shattered. There was no other meaning in this punch. Both of them simply wanted to test each other's strength. After this punch, they had a rough understanding of each other's strength. Strange, Lin Xian's strength wasn't that exaggerated. Xiao Yun thought to himself. However, he had lost to Lin Xian before. Lin Xian's strength was indeed very strong. He was clear that at that time, Lin Xian was not much weaker than his domain realm when he was at rank 6 of the lower realm. However, now it seemed that it was indeed a kind of amplification of strength, and not Lin Xian's own strength. Bang, 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 the two of them constantly intertwined, attacking each other and dodging. Everyone watching was dazzled. Everything else aside, just the strength of these two people was enough to show that they were indeed strong. Just by looking at their battle and comparing it to others, one could tell how strong they were. The two of them had not used their attribute powers yet, and the battle had already gone on for 2 minutes. In these 2 minutes, they had probably exchanged more than 100 moves. Ling Tian Fist. Xiao Yun finally could not wait any longer. He was probably done testing Lin Xian's strength. If he did not end the battle soon, he would be 4 stars higher than Lin Xian. Even if he defeated Lin Xian in the end, others would think that he had an unfair advantage. If they were at the same realm, he would definitely not be a match for Lin Xian, so he needed to end the battle decisively. Links. Chapter 1195. Boom! Xiao Yun's fist that suddenly became stronger blasted towards Lin Xian. It was extremely fast. Lin Xian was still thinking of continuing to exchange blows with Xiao Yun when he suddenly felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. If Lin Xian's fist were to meet Lin Xian's arm would probably be injured. Seeing that this fist couldn't be stopped, don't forget about Lin Xian's attribute. Swish! In the next instant, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot and Xiao Yun's fist hit nothing. Old cunning bastard. Lin Xian said. Xiao Yun secretly gritted his teeth. If this Lin Xian didn't have the spatial attribute, he would definitely have taken control of the situation with this move. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Lin Xian didn't continue to dawdle with him. He roughly knew how strong this Xiao Yun was. It was true that he was very strong, but Lin Xian wasn't afraid of him at all. An Earth-class 8-star martial skill directly burst out. Xiao Yun raised his eyebrows. This was where Lin Xian's advantage lay. He had more attributes than Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was strong and had the spatial attribute. When facing other warriors, his spatial attribute was extremely strong. However, Lin Xian also had the spatial attribute. In this case, Lin Xian had no advantage at all. In other words, his only advantage was his domain. Facing such an attack, Xiao Yun didn't dare to meet force with force. If he had a spirit weapon, it would be fine. With the help of a spirit weapon's sword skill, he could meet force with force. However, he couldn't use a spirit weapon now. The 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon blasted over and Xiao Yun disappeared from the spot. Boom! The entire stage let out a huge roar. This is going to be a fight. Both of them have the spatial attribute. This Lin Xian won't be able to hit Xiao Yun that easily. Yeah, and Xiao Yun's realm is higher than Lin Xian. If this drags on, Xiao Yun will definitely be stronger. I just don't know if this Lin Xian's domain and law can help him defeat Xiao Yun. This Lin Xian's domain and law have never been exposed before. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Boom! Once again, the 5 lightning constellations bombarded Xiao Yun, but Xiao Yun disappeared again. The moment he appeared, Lin Xian opened up a space and the 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon appeared behind him. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted, and his figure vanished once more. Boom! The 5 lightning constellation missed again. The space attribute was indeed powerful. As long as the opponent was focused, it would be very difficult to hit him, even if Lin Xian was able to combine space and lightning. Hiss, however, this scene was extremely impressive in the eyes of others. Fuck. This Lin Xian's control over space seemed to be very strong. I've only heard that those seniors with strong spatial attributes can control space so skillfully. This is really the first time I've seen this from a junior. To be honest, it is indeed so. It should be very difficult for this Xiao Yun to accomplish this. I'm afraid that in terms of spatial control, Lin Xian will crush him. Murong Yu was used to it. In that half a year, they fought every day, and she was also used to Lin Xian's spatial control being so strong. She also had a spatial attribute and majored in spatial control. She knew that Lin Xian's control was very difficult. She could also do it, but it wouldn't be too easy. It might take another 10 to 20 years of control before she could fully use it. At least, Murong Yu felt that Lin Xian's spatial control was much stronger than hers. Spatial shackle. Xiao Yun didn't believe it. If he continued like this, Lin Xian would always be in control. He wanted to win, and win easily. Instead, Lin Xian had always been in control. He was unhappy. He was at the 10-star domain realm, and Lin Xian was at the 6-star domain realm. The spatial attribute he released could suppress Lin Xian, but Lin Xian's spatial ability couldn't suppress him. This was common sense in one's realm. Even though his realm was higher than Lin Xian's in that battle, he still couldn't win against Lin Xian in terms of space. However, he didn't believe this. Lin Xian was clearly much weaker than him, and he was only so old. How could he be stronger than him? Spatial blast. Boom! Lin Xian's location was directly blasted. Dust flew everywhere. Everyone was speechless. Spatial was still brainless. Lin Xian's situation wasn't good. With a difference of 4 stars, it was very difficult for him to escape from Xiao Yun's spatial seal in time. However, in the next instant, Lin Xian appeared at another location. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. With a difference of 4 stars, how could he escape in an instant? This Lin Xian spatial control can be said to be unparalleled. Those mentors and the powerhouses from the 3 major forces secretly exclaimed. Yes, the difference isn't ordinary. His spatial control should be several times stronger than ordinary spatial martial artists of his age. I really don't know how he cultivated it. It's too magical. In fact, it was very simple. It was the system. Lin Xian didn't cultivate it much, but this cheat was too powerful. Spatial seal. Lin Xian used a spatial seal on Xiao Yun. Spatial blast. Boom, the dust dispersed, and Xiao Yun appeared at another location. However, everyone saw that the edges of his clothes were blown to pieces. Hiss, this was too exaggerated. Xiao Yun, whose realm was higher than Lin Xian, released this ability. Lin Xian was fine, but when Lin Xian released it on him, although he wasn't injured, he was attacked. In an instant, the difference between the two of them was obvious. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth. Why? Why? Why was his realm 4 stars higher than Lin Xian, but his spatial seal couldn't seal Lin Xian, but Lin Xian's spatial seal could slightly seal him? Fuck your mother. No. It must be resolved. Dark Domain. In the next instant, Xiao Yun released the Dark Domain without hesitation. The entire battle arena fell into darkness, and no one could see the situation inside. Lin Xian entered the Dark Domain again and was secretly speechless. Domains were really powerful. To a martial artist, the improvement was simply too great. Lin Xian, I don't believe that you can defeat me this time. Xiao Yun stared at Lin Xian and gritted his teeth. You think you can defeat me by locking me in the Dark Domain? Lin Xian's lips curled. As long as your poison attribute is useless, then you're not this young master's opponent. Is that so? After continuously releasing martial techniques and spatial attributes, you shouldn't have much spiritual energy left, right? But in here, your consumption will be doubled, and your spiritual energy consumption will be much higher than mine. If a martial artist doesn't have any spiritual energy, then how much battle strength does he have? Xiao Yun said coldly. But what if I directly kill you in one move? Then there's no need to consider this, right? Lin Xian said with a smirk. Ha ha ha, kill this young master in one move. With just you. Let's try. The current Lin Xian was much more confident than before. Xiao Yun might be powerful, but he was more powerful than Xiao Yun in terms of spatial abilities. In front of Lin Xian, Xiao Yun really didn't feel as much pressure as other martial artists of other attributes. Other attribute martial artists, such as Thunder attribute, might have terrifying destructive power and battle strength, but Xiao Yun didn't. What was the need to explain about a life of cheating? Creation law, attribute exchange, spatial seal. Spatial jump. Let's end this, smelly little brother. Chapter 1196. Boom! In front of everyone's eyes, the domain of darkness was directly shattered. The moment it shattered, Xiao Yun's figure was directly sent flying and smashed outside the battle arena. Pooh! Xiao Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and crawled up with his legs trembling. Everyone. Fuck. What happened? Why did Xiao Yun lose all of a sudden? Fuck. What exactly happened? Isn't this too exaggerated? Xiao Yun is 4 stars higher than Lin Xian. How did he get blasted out? Fuck, I didn't see what happened. Can someone give me an explanation? How the fuck do we play this? This Lin Xian's ability to fight above his level is too terrifying, right? He isn't any weaker than Murongyu. No wonder he went on a mission with Murongyu, they might really be on the same level. Lin Xian pushed the entire competition to a climax. Because it was too exaggerated. That was Xiao Yun, not an ordinary martial artist. Furthermore, he was a 10-star domain realm cultivator and he even released his domain. Could it be that Lin Xian's law or domain was that powerful? They didn't know either, they didn't see it at all. There was no choice, Lin Xian had too many cheats. Not to mention the creation of law, this attribute exchange that could appear out of nowhere, the strength multiplier buff was equivalent to giving others another law for free. The strength multiplier law. The strength multiplier of a 6-star domain realm cultivator was definitely equivalent to a 10-star domain realm cultivator's strength. That was multiplier, it wasn't just an addition, there was also the creation of law. Who cares what kind of domain you are, what kind of spiritual energy consumption is it? Then I won't waste any more time with you. One move, I'll end the battle without any fanciful moves. Xiao Yun was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did this Lin Xian suddenly erupt with strength as though he was invincible? Is that the strength of a 6-star domain realm cultivator? Are you fucking kidding me? Originally, he wanted to have a good fight with Lin Xian, but he realized that he didn't have the chance. Why? Xiao Yun clenched his fists. He had once again lost to Lin Xian in front of everyone. The key point was that he didn't know how he lost. He could accept that Lin Xian's strength was high, but Lin Xian's realm was 4 stars lower than his. 4 stars of the domain realm. Even so, Lin Xian had crushed him in one move. Xiao Yun had personally fought with Lin Xian. Although he didn't want to admit it, he understood that Lin Xian was too strong. Would he be able to defeat Lin Xian if he were to go all out against him? Xiao Yun wasn't sure, because he didn't use a spirit artifact in this competition. Him with a spirit artifact and him without a spirit artifact were 2 different people. Lin Xian swaggered down from the stage. Wow! Is Lin Xian that strong? Ling Ying couldn't help but exclaim. One had to know that she had fought with Xiao Yun at the Ling family's residence. She had seen the entire competition with her own eyes. Although Lin Xian had won, he had also been injured and relied on poison to win. But now, he seemed to have relied on pure strength. There was no other way. Lin Xian's current improvement was too great. When he was in the lower realm, if the law of creation could do 1, he could now do 10. In the past, his strength would increase by 2 or 3 times. The law of creation would consume all of his spirit energy, but now it could increase by 8 or 9 times. This was because the law of creation increased with Lin Xian's improvement. He is indeed very strong. His cross-level combat ability is too exaggerated. Han Chuxue said faintly. Yeah, I don't know why. They didn't know about Lin Xian's law of creation. The only ones who knew about Lin Xian's law of creation were Murongyu and Ling Longshui. Lin Xian's battle prowess had truly shocked everyone present. It was just a pity that no one had been able to see exactly what had happened. As for Lin Xian, he was now being taken seriously by everyone. Previously, there might have been people who thought that he was fake and that his strength was based on his spatial attribute. But now, anyone who thought that was the case would be an idiot. Could it be that Xiao Yun was cooperating with Lin Xian to act? Bullshit. Su Jiming gritted his teeth. Ah. Fuck. What should I do? He wanted to defeat Lin Xian to prove himself, but he didn't really want to face him. The Martial Arts Academy nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, Lin Xian didn't disappoint them. Miss Xiao, it's not bad, right? Lin Xian grinned at Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing nodded. Not bad. You didn't embarrass our military class. Xiao Runing also secretly praised. This Lin Xian was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Xian sat next to Murongyu. Murongyu subconsciously moved a little to the side. Lin Xian smiled and then moved closer to her. Murongyu, sigh, this woman. I don't know what she's thinking. Lin Xian was really speechless. A few girls had already done it, but this relationship wasn't confirmed. It was really difficult. The big screen was still rolling, and the matches continued one after another. Soon, the 20 matches were over. The top 20 were all out. Then, I'll announce the top 20. The list isn't in order, nor is it in order. Luo Xiao said. The top 20. There was no need to doubt the strength of these 20 people. After the list was announced, most of the people were within everyone's expectations. A few people were eliminated early, but that couldn't be helped. For example, Ling Ying and Xiao Yun. It couldn't be said that they weren't strong. It was just that they were unlucky to meet someone stronger before the final battle. And the next match, Lin Xian vs Su Jiming. Lin Xian's lips curled up. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. They really did meet. Lin Xian didn't think that there was a need to kill each other. He didn't know if the other party thought the same. But, how many of Lin Xian's people didn't do it because of girls? Even that demon god Xie Qiui hated him because he lied. Lin Xian felt that it was really hard to find a handsome man. Su Jiming, fuck. He really met Lin Xian. Even with such a small chance, he still met Lin Xian. He knew that he wasn't Xiao Yun's match because Xiao Yun was of the spatial attribute, while he was of the dark and lightning attribute. But that wasn't necessarily the case. If they were at the same level, the spatial attribute might not be so restrictive. After all, they hadn't really fought before. Su Jiming wasn't sure if he was Xiao Yun's match, but Lin Xian easily defeated Xiao Yun. This made him a little afraid. But no matter how afraid he was, how could he not go up? Lin Xian and Su Jiming walked up. These two were warriors who received a lot of attention, so they once again received intense applause and cheers. It's a pity that it's daytime now. Young Master Su's dark attribute might not be so effective. Lin Xian said with a smile. Enough. The dark attribute is different from the spatial attribute. Its restrictive effect is also different. You can beat the spatial attribute, but you can't beat my dark attribute. Su Jiming said, and a burst of power erupted. Chapter 1197. Lin Xian's shadow was nailed to the ground. That's right, this was a very practical dark attribute power, shadow fixation. Once the shadow was fixed, you wouldn't be able to move and could only be attacked. It looked similar to Space Lock, but each had its own merits. Although this young master is a 9-star domain realm, shadow fixation is far better than Space Lock for a space attribute martial artist like you. Su Jiming's entire body was entwined with blue lightning. Thunder Spirit Heavenly Python. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Because Xiao Yun was defeated so easily by Lin Xian, Su Jiming didn't dare to be careless. He greeted Lin Xian with a 1-star heaven-tier martial skill. Countless blue lightning converged into a lightning snake, covering the sky as it surged towards Lin Xian. That power was simply shocking. Directly competing with martial skills. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Shadow fixation was effective against him, but Lin Xian could still use space jump to dodge. But even if he dodged, his shadow would still be fixed. But he could still break free. But competing with strength, to be honest, he had no more. Blue lightning dared to collide with his purple lightning. Did he think that a heaven-tier martial skill was enough? He didn't have a heaven-tier martial skill. 1-star heaven-tier martial skill, Thunder Surging World. Sizzle, 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 terrifying lightning surrounded Lin Xian's body. Exchange. Power. In an instant, the power of Thunder Surging World soared again. Su Jiming looked ahead and his pupils constricted. It's useless. Your realm is 3 stars lower. So what if it's purple lightning? Moreover, this young master is using a 5-star heaven-tier martial skill, crushing you in terms of martial skill grade. Su Jiming stared ahead. Boom, the two forces collided and the entire arena was filled with dust. The terrifying power forced the spectators nearby to release their spirit power to resist. 2 domain realms, 2 heaven-tier martial skills colliding, the power was unimaginable. Fortunately, the arena was big enough. Otherwise, the spectators nearby would have been injured. Suddenly, Law of Creation. Lin Xian's Thunder Surge world was created with the help of the creation law, which made it even more powerful. Lin Xian's Thunder Surge world instantly crushed Su Jiming's heaven-tier martial skill. Su Jiming. Everyone. Boom. With no time to react or dodge, Su Jiming was directly bombarded down. Poof. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Su Jiming half knelt there in a daze. Furthermore, he still had his laws and domains that he had yet to use. Yet, he had lost just like that. What the hell? What the hell? What kind of fucking martial skill was this? Have you ever seen a fucking martial skill that can instantly increase one's strength after being released? Those people were dumbfounded. How is that possible? At most, the released martial technique can be extended into a second or third attack, but I've never heard of a martial technique's power suddenly exploding out of nowhere. Could this be where Lin Xian is special? Could it be that he relied on this kind of power to catch Xiao Yun and Su Jiming off guard? If that's the case, then perhaps there's nothing to be shocked about. Once the others are prepared, this kind of situation won't have much of an effect. This scene also opened the eyes of those powerhouses. They had never seen a martial skill that could instantly increase one's strength after being released. Your martial skill relied on your spirit power and attributes. After using so much, the power released was only that much. So, how could your martial skill suddenly increase in strength? This didn't conform to the conservation of energy at all. In truth, no one thought about the creation of laws. First, there were very few people who knew about the creation of laws. Second, this kind of law hadn't appeared for many, many years. Those who knew about it might have already forgotten about it. Murong understood the reason. Truth be told, she was quite envious. She felt that the law of creation was more practical than the law of destruction. However, as her realm increased, she added the law of creation to her battles over the next 3 months. She realized that while the law of creation was useful, the law of destruction wasn't bad either. It was just that in daily life or in battle, the law of creation was very useful for smart people who knew how to adapt. According to your wishes, you could create everything within your power, while the destruction of laws could only destroy. Lin Xian smiled, then stretched and walked down. Su Jiming clenched his fists. Fuck. Why was that? The most infuriating thing was that the laws and domains were useless. He trembled with anger. Then, Lin Xian carefully looked at the other people's battles. Just as Lin Xian expected, Duan Ling Xiao, Murong Yen, Zhuge Feng. There was one person who might not be as dazzling as them, but he was too low-key. He was so low-key that he wasn't even in the top 108 in the previous assessment. Lin Xian really didn't know who he was, but he really wanted to let everyone know how powerful he was. Qi Tianqing. Lin Xian realized that he was definitely in existence on the same level as Murong Yu and Duan Ling Xiao. Hey, little Yu, who is this Qi Tianqing? Lin Xian elbowed Murong Yu, the young master of the Bounty Hunter Guild. No wonder. Lin Xian suddenly understood. Duan Ling Xiao was from the Enforcement Union, Qi Tianqing was from the Bounty Hunter Guild, and Murong Yu was from the temple. How amazing! Why were the children of these amazing forces so powerful? It was simple. If your force was amazing, it meant that the people who created it were very powerful. Wasn't it reasonable for their descendants to be powerful? This was the theory of bloodlines. Human bloodlines might not be as direct as Yao bloodlines, but they were still there. Especially when a person's realm was high, bloodlines would be passed down more naturally. This person is pretty low-key, Lin Xian said. Murong Yu nodded his head. That's right. He didn't even fight for a place in the top 108 during the first assessment. As a result, a lot of people don't even know of his existence. I wasn't around for half a year either. However, it's impossible to hide a powerful character. You'll be able to tell just by casually completing a few missions. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Being so low-key was pretty good. Look at you. You're so high-profile. That's not good. Murong Yu, I'm just used to doing my best in everything I do. That's right, Murong Yu was such a person. Then can you be a very, very, very good girlfriend to me? Lin Xian grinned. Lin Xian, are you flirting with a girl again? Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, wow. He didn't teach this Xiao Runing a lesson 2 days ago. She's getting bolder. Fine, Lin Xian swore that he would teach her a lesson tonight. Miss Xiao, I'm discussing some details of our opponents with the class monitor. It's better for the upcoming battle. Lin Xian said. Murong Yu. Chapter 1198. Murong Yu was quite impressed by this person. He could lie without thinking, and he could even keep a straight face. He was really powerful. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian had to be powerful. He had trained until now. Xiao Runing didn't say anything else to Lin Xian. Discuss the competition. TSK, as if I'd believe you. Such a lecherous person must have set his sights on Murong Yu long ago. How could she not understand Lin Xian, this hooligan? But it was very strange. She clearly knew that this person was a hooligan, and all girls knew to stay far away from him. She also knew that, but she still wanted to get close to him. Who could resist this? Other than Xiao Runing, who wasn't like this? Murong Yu looked at the two people fighting in the arena. She was very vexed. She was thinking about her relationship with Lin Xian. So vexing. She had never been so vexed in her life. After returning, she had sex with this Lin Xian again. Ah! The competition progressed quickly. Lin Xian mainly looked at a few people. Duan Ling Xiao, Zhuge Feng, Murong Yen, Qi Tianqing, and Wu Yuhan. This Wu Yuhan was really strong. Compared to Ling Ying, Lin Xian wasn't sure who was stronger. However, some of her powers were too sharp. In terms of sharpness, Ling Ying couldn't compare to her. The top 10 were out. The top 20 battles had already made everyone's blood boil. It was really a high-quality battle. The top 10 was even more exaggerated. Wang Xintong was defeated by Duan Lingxiao helplessly. It couldn't be helped. No one could defeat Duan Lingxiao because he was the only student who had advanced to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. In addition, his strength was top-notch. This strength wasn't something that could be defeated by top-notch warriors. Basically, in everyone's eyes, he was already number one. Murong definitely couldn't defeat him. Everyone originally thought that Murong was the most likely person to defeat him. However, no one expected that in this half a year, Murong cultivation hadn't improved at all. Lin Xian basically didn't improve either. This was very strange. What exactly did they do? Alright, I'll announce the top 10 list. The list doesn't have any order or ranking. Luo Xiu walked out and said, the top 10 is Murong Duan Lingxiao, Qi Tianqing, Lin Xian, Murong Yan, Qin Ming, Han Chuxue, Xiao Xinyue, Zhuge Feng, and Wu Yuhan. Lin Xian secretly praised. This year's girls were really powerful. This definitely didn't happen in the past. Now, there were 4 girls out of 10. In the past, there might only be 2 girls out of 10. To be honest, if they really fought, Lin Xian didn't know who he could fight against among the other 9. Qin Ming should be able to. He was probably at the level of Xiao Yun and Su Jiming. As for Han Chuxue, he had never fought her before. However, her cold energy was really terrifying. Wu Yuhan had never fought her before. It should be very troublesome, however, Lin Xian felt that he could fight anyone. So what if it was Duan Lingxiao who was in the Heavenly Venerable Realm? It wasn't like he had never fought a Heavenly Venerable Realm demonic beast. He had even killed one before. It would depend on the situation. Then, we will directly divide the 10 people into random groups. Please look at the big screen. The big screen quickly scrolled. Han Chuxue vs Qin Ming, Zhuge Feng vs Qi Tianqing, Lin Xian vs Murong Yan, Murong vs Wu Yuhan, Duan Lingxiao vs Xiao Xinyu. Everyone felt very happy when they saw these people. No matter which one it was exciting. Next, we invite Han Chuxue and Qin Ming to stay in the arena. Then, a few people walked down. In Lin Xian's opinion, there shouldn't be any suspense in the battle between Han Chuxue and Qin Ming. This Han Chuxue was definitely stronger than Qin Ming. On the arena, wind and snow quickly intertwined. Qin Ming was wind and fire, while Han Chuxue was wind and ice. In terms of attributes, they were basically equal. Terrifying forces collided. Sure enough, the battle continued for 5 minutes. Han Chuxue defeated Qin Ming, and Qin Ming was frozen there. Han Chuxue wins. Next, we invite the second group, Zhuge Feng and Qi Tianqing, to enter the arena. In Lin Xian's opinion, and in everyone's opinion, Qi Tianqing was much stronger than Zhuge Feng. His status was also much higher. However, this battle left everyone dumbfounded. For the first time, Zhuge Feng displayed a terrifying strength in front of everyone. In Lin Xian's opinion, Qi Tianqing's strength was really unimaginable. If they were in the same realm, Lin Xian wouldn't necessarily think that Duan Lingxiao was his opponent. However, this Zhuge Feng was too strong. It exceeded Lin Xian's imagination. The entire arena was basically destroyed. In the end, he defeated Qi Tianqing, although he didn't have it easy either. Go rest and heal first. The next battle is Lin Xian and Murong Yan. It was estimated that the final battle wouldn't take place today because their spiritual energy was depleted. Moreover, they were injured. The final battle might have to wait for 2 days. However, they could afford to wait, and it was necessary. Everyone wanted to see their true strength. Lin Xian and Murong Yen walked to the arena. Many parts of the arena had already been destroyed. However, it didn't matter. They could just treat it as a change of terrain. Lin Xian and Murong Yen could be considered to have some relationship. Murong Yen was an Xian's betrothed. Murong Yen naturally knew that an Xian and Lin Xian were close. However, he had never interacted with Lin Xian. It was just an arranged marriage. Lin Xian never cared about such things. If it was his, it would be his. Murong Yen was Murong Yu's cousin. However, the two didn't seem to be very close. This was because Lin Xian hadn't seen them interact much. In Lin Xian's opinion, Murong Yan's strength should be slightly higher than Xiao Yun's, but not on the same level as Zhuge Feng's. What made him powerful was that he had the time attribute. The aura of the two surged. I've long wanted to fight with young Master Lin. Today, I finally have the chance. I hope young Master Lin won't disappoint me. Murong Yen stared at Lin Xian and said. Whether I'm disappointed or not is another matter. However, Brother Murong, please remember Xiao Yun and Su Jiming who lost to me. Don't be the third one. Lin Xian grinned. That won't happen. After saying that, Murong Yan's figure disappeared. He immediately released Time Stop. Then, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and threw a punch at Lin Xian. This was the terrifying part of the time attribute. If you release Time Stop and the opponent couldn't break free, what could you do? You could only take a beating. In Lin Xian's eyes, the time attribute was much more troublesome than the space attribute. This was because his realm was lower than Murong Yan's by 4 stars. It would be difficult for him to break free. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of space. Even if there was a difference of 4 stars, he wasn't afraid of space. Of course, if Lin Xian revealed the time attribute, it would be different. Bang! Murong Yan's punch landed on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian had just broken free and tried his best to block it. However, his figure was still sent flying. Then, he released the space attribute and arrived at the distant arena. Damn it! Time is indeed powerful. Murong Yan's lips curled. If they were in the same realm, he wasn't sure if he could beat this person. However, the latter's realm was lower than his. In front of his time attribute, he could only take a beating. Time Stop. Murong Yan released it again. Time Accelerate. Then, he released Time Accelerate and rushed in front of Lin Xian. All of a sudden, the two figures froze in place. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Time is indeed troublesome. Unfortunately, I have it too. Moreover, I'm much stronger than you. Everyone. Chapter 1199. That's right, the reason why Murong Yen stopped moving was because he was frozen by Lin Xian's time stop. His realm was indeed 4 stars higher than Lin Xian, but in terms of the purity and proficiency of those attributes, with the existence of the system, Lin Xian had never been convinced by anyone before. He was indeed a genius. Having the power of time was indeed very powerful. It was so powerful that if Lin Xian didn't use time to break his time stop, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to beat him at all. However, once Lin Xian used it, even if his realm was 4 stars higher than Lin Xian's, so what if he released the time attribute? If Lin Xian could crush Xiao Yun with space when he was 4 stars lower than Xiao Yun, then couldn't he crush him with time when he was 4 stars lower than Murong Yen? Bang! In the next moment, Lin Xian threw a punch. Murong Yen, who was frozen by time stop, didn't have any room to resist and was directly blasted out of the arena. Everyone was dumbfounded and then went into an uproar. What? This Lin Xian actually has time in addition to space. Just like Murong Yu. I understand now. No wonder this Lin Xian and Murong Yu went to do the mission together. So that's why. Let's not talk about other things, just based on his attributes, he really is on the same level as Murong Yu. Time, space, thunder, fire, what else? What else? Most people didn't know, but some people did. Poison, ice. What the fuck? Lin Xian's display of time stop completely shocked everyone. Even the academy didn't expect that he would have time stop. Normally, he would hide it, but Lin Xian thought about it and felt that there was no need to do so. Murong Yu saw this scene and frowned. Bastard. During the half-year competition with her, he said that he would use all his strength and not hold anything back, but he still held back. Bastard. Fuck. Ling Ying couldn't help but curse. Why do I feel that this Lin Xian's attributes can be awakened? Ling Ying and Lin Xian had known each other for a long time. When Lin Xian had just started rising and hadn't become strong, Ling Ying already knew Lin Xian. What did he show at that time? And what did he show step by step? It was too scary. In this way, this Lin Xian's attributes is actually more than Murong Yu's attributes. Luo Xiu asked a mentor beside him. Yes. They had checked Lin Xian's attributes. Poison and ice were Lin Xian's attributes that had been exposed to the world. Although it was only exposed to a small number of people, it wasn't difficult for them to find out. And Lin Xian's time stop was really not exposed, so it was normal that they didn't know. This is too rare. The most frightening thing is that this kid's realm is 4 stars lower than the others. Regardless of whether it's time, space, lightning, or other attributes, he's actually able to suppress the other geniuses' time and space attributes even though he's 4 stars lower than them. This proves that this kid's control and purity of his attributes is superior to everyone else's. To be able to multitask and still suppress everyone else, he might really be even more frightening than Murong Yu. Luo Xiu sighed. And Lin Xian wasn't just like that. In each of his battles, his opponent seemed to be very strong. In everyone's eyes, he was a very tricky and difficult battle, but Lin Xian always won without any delay. Murong Yen stood in place and clenched his fists. He couldn't accept his loss. He couldn't accept it. This was because he knew how powerful his domain and precept were. If he released them, so what if Lin Xian had the time attribute? He still wouldn't be a match for him. Even if he admitted that Lin Xian's control of time was better than his, he just couldn't accept it. But what else could he do? A loss was a loss. Could he act shamelessly and say that this round didn't count? Redo. That would simply be a joke. Lin Xian stretched and walked down. Next round, Murong Yu and Wu Yuhan, please go up. Then, Murong Yu and Lin Xian brushed past each other. Lin Xian chuckled and sat down on his seat, carefully watching the battle. Every battle was an opportunity for Lin Xian to learn. It was also an opportunity for Lin Xian to understand each expert. The people here were very strong. Lin Xian couldn't help but admit that if they weren't strong, how could Lin Xian's time attribute be forced out? Although Lin Xian felt that if they were at the same level, it would be much easier to fight, but this was also quite good. Fighting across levels was also quite satisfying. Xiao Runing moved to Lin Xian's side and walked to where Murong Yu originally sat. What other attributes do you have? Xiao Runing asked curiously. This was too exaggerated. Murong Yu was the only one in the younger generation known to have the time and space attributes. Now, Lin Xian also displayed these two attributes. Wow. That's it, really that's it. Even if I'm a genius, there has to be a limit, right? Lin Xian said. I keep feeling that I don't believe you. Heartwarming mumbled. It was quite a surprise. In that case, you might be able to get first place, Heartwarming said. Lin Xian. Heartwarming, aren't you too confident in me? I'm at the 6-star domain realm, not the 10-star domain realm. Let's not talk about other things. Murongyu aside, that Zhuge Feng is very strong. And that Duan Lingxiao is at the heavenly venerable realm, and not just any ordinary heavenly venerable realm. He's a top-notch genius. What do I have to fight with him? Lin Xian said helplessly. That makes sense. But why do I have a strange feeling that you can fight? Heartwarming sized up Lin Xian. She really had this strange feeling. This Lin Xian might have given her too many surprises every time. Could it be that I'm too strong in bed, so you subconsciously think that I'm too strong? Lin Xian grinned. Heartwarming, get lost. Heartwarming rolled her eyes and walked away. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He had fought Murongyu too many times. In the beginning, the odds of winning against her were about 20-80, Murongyu 80, Lin Xian 2. After fighting for half a year, the odds were about 40-60, Murongyu 60, Lin Xian 40. After all, they were getting more and more familiar with each other. After getting to know each other better, he also understood some of her habits. However, if they really fought, Lin Xian felt that the odds were about 40-60, Murongyu had a higher chance of winning. But nothing was certain, but that Duan Lingxiao. He might not have as many terrifying attributes as Murongyu. He only had 2 attributes, thunder and fire. Of course, this was only on the surface. Whether he had 3 attributes or not, he really didn't know. However, his thunder and fire were very powerful. Otherwise, how could he beat up a space attribute martial artist without the space attribute? Of course, the suppression of cultivation realm was one aspect. The grade of martial arts techniques was another. However, Duan Lingxiao was indeed strong. But for some reason, Lin Xian felt that this Duan Lingxiao might not be as strong as that Zhuge Feng. This Zhuge Feng was like a top-notch dark horse. He didn't have such a heaven-defying background, but he was very strong. Chapter 1200. In Lin Xian's eyes, he felt that Murongyu and Zhuge Feng were the strongest out of all the participants. Although Lin Xian felt that Wu Yuhan and the others were also very powerful, in the arena, the 2 figures flashed rapidly, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. Fuck! Lin Xian had seen Wu Yuhan attack many times. However, she was a little different this time. She had the initiative throughout the battle, and her attacks were unimaginably sharp. Lin Xian felt that Wu Yuhan was an assassin in the night, and every move was fatal. Ling Ying was the same, but she might not be as good as Wu Yuhan in this aspect. Murongyu was constantly suppressed by her attacks, and she was even a little overwhelmed. It was enough to show how terrifying she was. However, Lin Xian still believed that Murongyu would win because of her attributes. If Wu Yuhan was given any of the time or space attributes, coupled with her current abilities, it would be difficult for Murongyu to win. However, she did not have any of those attributes. Moreover, if she had the time or space attributes, she would not be as sharp as she was now. This was because she would specialize in time or space attributes, and not her current movement and attacks. The battle lasted for more than 15 minutes. In the end, Wu Yuhan was still defeated. Lin Xian did not know if Wu Yuhan had used all of her strength. She should not have. Normally, no one would use all of their strength in a battle like this. For example, they would use more powerful martial techniques and more unrevealed strength. Murongyu did not use any of her strength either. However, it did not mean that they were not on the same level. If they were given the same attribute, it would be hard to say. However, wasn't the world like this? The world was unfair. Everyone was born unfairly. The only thing they could do was to make it fair through their own efforts. Some people were born with the time and space attribute, while others were born with the water attribute. Who would dare to say that this was fair? Murongyu and Wu Yuhan shook hands, and then the two of them walked down the stage. Then, Duan Lingxiao and Xiao Xinyue walked up. Xiao Xinyue was very helpless. She had encountered a celestial venerable. Although Xiao Xinyue was powerful, the celestial venerable she had encountered was not a second-rate celestial venerable. He was a top genius. Therefore, she believed that she had already lost. However, she would not give up such an opportunity to compete. So you still have time. Murongyu sat beside Lin Xian and said. So? Lin Xian asked with a smile. That's why you still held back during our competition. Lin Xian shrugged. Don't tell me you didn't keep it. Murongyu, well, then she stopped talking. Looks like we haven't communicated thoroughly enough. Why don't we? Lin Xian said with a smile. Murongyu didn't say anything as she watched the competition. Xiao Xinyue had indeed lost, but there was nothing she could do about it. If they were all in the heavenly venerable realm, then her chances of winning were still very high. However, with the heavenly venerable realm here, what could she do? In the end, the top 5 were Lin Xian, Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, Zhuge Feng, and Han Chuxue. Lin Xian, Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, Zhuge Feng, and Han Chuxue are the top 5. The finals will be held tomorrow. Today, you will have time to rest and recuperate. Tomorrow, I hope that you will be in your best state for the competition. Tomorrow's competition will not be held on the stage. It will be held in a completely new and unknown place. It may not only test your combat strength. You will know the specifics tomorrow, so let's disperse for now. This was quite interesting. It was not only a test of combat strength. Lin Xian might feel that his chances of winning were a little higher because Lin Xian still felt that he was very sneaky. Then, they went back together. Do your best tomorrow. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian. Let's see who I hit. What if I hit little Chuxue? Lin Xian grinned and looked at Han Chuxue. I will do my best. Han Chuxue said. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about this. Let's play tonight. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Play. Continue to let her touch Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue was very uncomfortable. That place still hurt. Bastard Lin Xian. Bastard. I'm not playing. Xiao Xinyue said with extreme displeasure. Lin Xian glanced at Xiao Xinyue. Oh, what's wrong with this girl? The competition is tomorrow. Shouldn't we relax tonight? Lin Xian said. Shouldn't we prepare properly? Murongyu said. Then tell me, what do we need to prepare? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Right, what do we need to prepare? Opponent information. We can't use spirit artifacts. What can we do? That seems to make sense. Let's play, let's play. Lan Xingxing said enthusiastically. She ran to Murongyu's side and pulled on Murongyu's hand. Then, she ran to Ling Ying's side. Everyone ran one round and encouraged them to play. As long as they played together, Lin Xian would definitely make delicious food. Lin Xian was actually thinking about going to Xiao Runing's place tonight. It didn't matter if they played or not. If they didn't play, then they would go to Xiao Runing's place. After playing, they could get together and cultivate their relationship. After the competition tomorrow, they would go and see Xiao Shishir. How about barbecue? The weather is still cold. Barbecue should be quite cool. Ling Ying suggested. Okay. Barbecue was something that everyone liked to do. They could roast all kinds of meat and vegetables while drinking wine and enjoying the night scenery. It seemed very comfortable. Then let's go to the peak. The scenery is good. Murong Yu said. Okay. At night, they had a barbecue early. The few of them chatted happily. Lin Xian was a man of few words. He quietly listened to their conversation. It was only 9:00 when they finished eating. Then, everyone left. Oh ho, let's go and find Xiao Ningning. He finished eating with everyone so early. It was just the right time to find Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing was currently playing games with Linya and the others in her dormitory. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure appeared directly beside her. Xiao Runing glanced at him. Why are you? Halfway through her sentence, she quickly shut her mouth. Miss Xiao, what did you say? Lu Yufan's voice came. Ah, no, nothing. Xiao Runing hurriedly said. If she told them that Lin Xian was at her house in the middle of the night, it would be difficult to explain. Then, Xiao Runing hurriedly finished the game, turned off the voice chat, and went offline. What are you doing? She looked at Lin Xian and rolled her eyes. Hee, what do you think I'm doing? Lin Xian grinned and leaned over. Then, his big hands started to move. I'm warning you, don't be too presumptuous. Xiao Runing said. How is that considered presumptuous? We haven't seen each other in so long, and we haven't been intimate. Kiss. Lin Xian truly felt that he was becoming more and more of a jerk. It didn't matter. After all, they were all his women. Chapter 12:01. That night, Lin Xian tormented Xiao Runing to no end. Originally, Xiao Runing subconsciously tried to resist, but she couldn't resist at all. This Lin Xian was simply a bastard. The next morning, Lin Xian yawned and opened his eyes. Then, he subconsciously groped around, but didn't find Xiao Runing. Lin Xian then stretched and walked out. Xiao Runing was in the kitchen making breakfast for Lin Xian. Perhaps sometimes they did this and that, but to be honest, they really cared about Lin Xian. If not, who would wake up early to make breakfast for him? Lin Xian leaned against the kitchen wall and looked at Xiao Runing. What are you looking at? Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. I'm looking at how pretty you are. Lin Xian laughed. Forget it. You can say that to other girls. I won't fall for it. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. But you've already fallen for it. Lin Xian said with a smile. Go, hurry up and finish your breakfast and prepare for today's battle. No matter who you face today, they're all very strong. The academy said that there will be changes to the rules today. I don't know either. Just do your best. Xiao Runing passed the breakfast to Lin Xian. Then I guess the map will be changed. Lin Xian. Yes, definitely. I just don't know what kind of situation we'll be in. Hurry up and leave after eating. Wow! You're so cruel. You weren't like this last night when you wanted it. Heartwarming took a bite of the breakfast and said, "You're just a tool." Lin Xian, fuck. After the meal, everyone gathered in the arena one after another. At this moment, there were several special instruments placed in the arena. Oh ho, what does that mean? Lin Xian moved closer to Murongyu from the military class. Sigh, it couldn't be helped. They were seated according to class. If Lin Xian didn't sit beside Murongyu, where else could he sit? Other people couldn't sit beside her even if they wanted to. Simulation pod, you should have used it before. Murongyu said. Are we going to compete like this? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It's alright. Although the simulation pod is illusory, everything is not much different from reality. Moreover, I can fight at will. Even if I kill the opponent, it won't cause any damage. Murongyu said. But there's no pain. That's quite different from a real martial arts competition. You just need to modify the data a little. The damage stimulates the brain, and you just need to feel pain. Murongyu said. That's interesting. Lin Xian looked on with interest. Basically, everyone had gathered here. Luo Xiao once again walked towards the arena. Then, he coughed and said, because, for the next competition, in fact, yesterday's top 20 competition should have used this method. But it doesn't matter. Next, I'm going to talk about the rules of the competition. As everyone can see, this is the battle simulation cabin. Next, we will connect the two battle simulation cabins and set up a map. The consciousness of the two participants will enter the map. Although you will only be consciousness inside, you will be exactly the same as reality except that you are not real people. We have even modified the sense of pain. Although your consciousness will enter, if you are injured, your cerebral cortex will be stimulated and you will feel pain. Luo Xiao paused and continued, after entering the random map, the two of you will start fighting. You can use all your martial skills and attribute powers. There are also spirit weapons, and the grade is the same. They are all illusions. The release of martial skills is also a visual impact, but the effect is exactly the same as the power used on the body. This is also to ensure your safety and to let you truly fight. Sure enough, it was as they had guessed. Your goal is no longer to defeat the other party, but to kill the other party through the battle simulation. Fight with all your strength and don't hold back. You don't have to worry about getting injured or dying, because that's just your consciousness. There are many random maps. After entering, the two of you will land in two random locations. Whether it's sneak attacks or hiding, that's a part of your strength. Therefore, this competition is more of a test of your overall strength, and there's a bigger stage. At this time, Heartwarming asked curiously, then, Vice Principal, may I ask if you can't beat them and use the space attribute to escape and circle back and forth, is that okay? Why not? Space is also a part of everyone's strength. As long as you can win, anything is fine. And the opponent can't do anything about space, that's also something that can't be helped, unless he has some method, unless he can instantly kill the opponent. Luo Xiao said. Understood. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This is interesting. And you can watch their battle through the big screen. Then, let's start the first round. 5 people will be randomly selected, and one of them will be empty. Now, please look at the big screen. The big screen began to scroll. Lin Xian vs. Shuga Feng Murongyu vs. Han Chushua Duan Lingxiao was empty. To be honest, this result was very delightful. Duan Lingxiao getting a bye was the best news because he was a heavenly venerable. No one could win against him, so it would be boring. The best thing was for Duan Lingxiao to have a final battle with the last person. Before that, it would be best for him to get a bye in the next round. That way, there would be more to watch. Next, let's invite Zhuge Feng and Lin Xian to the battle arena. Let's go. Murongyu said, Zhuge Feng is proficient in all kinds of strange techniques. When you fight with him, you have to imagine that he's a full attribute warrior. I know. This was indeed the scary part about Zhuge Feng. His attributes were limited, but his strange techniques and all kinds of formations were basically all attributes. Although those formations might not be as perverse as true attributes, when combined with his personal strength, it was no wonder that Qi Tianqing lost to him. Lin Xian saw the battle between Zhuge Feng and Qi Tianqing. Zhuge Feng's personal strength might not be as good as Qi Tianqing's, but Qi Tianqing was simply tortured by Zhuge Feng's flexible use of formations and various other abilities. Lin Xian admired Zhuge Feng, so much so that he wanted him to join their storm squad. This time, he would let him have a good fight with Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng and Lin Xian stood together, then shook hands with Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, we can finally have a good fight. Zhuge Feng smiled. Lin Xian smiled and said, What's wrong? Are you envious of the beautiful girls beside me and want to beat me up? Ha ha ha, that's right. Let's see who's the real deal. The two then lay down in the simulation pod, connected the data, and a screen appeared. The two of them landed on a snowy map, both of them holding the same system-assigned sword. They were about 1 kilometer away from each other. The map wasn't too big. There were 2 snowy peaks that were a few hundred meters tall, a few small snow hills that were a few dozen meters tall, and the rest of the map was undulating. It was quite easy to find a person on a map like this. Lin Xian looked around, then jumped into the snow. He even wriggled a few times, completely hiding himself in the snow. Others didn't know if he could beat Zhuge Feng, but he was really hiding. Chapter 1202. In everyone's eyes, it was too exaggerated. Wow! No matter what, this Lin Xian was still an expert. He had mastered time and space. Did he have to be so fucking obscene? Although this did not violate the rules of the competition, the academy allowed you to be on such a map to allow the students to be flexible. In addition to relying on their own strength, they also had to use everything around them. This was because this was the most realistic battle, so Lin Xian was fine, but it was too wretched. It was really too wretched. As expected, that bitch is still that bitch. Ling Ying and the others shook their heads helplessly when they saw this scene. As a top-notch martial artist in a domain realm existence, it would be fine even if they were buried in the snow for a few days. Otherwise, how different would they be from ordinary people? Lin Xian hid there and used his divine sense to sense everything around him. Because it was snowing heavily now, the surface of the snow would soon recover, so Lin Xian chose to do this. If it was not snowing heavily, Lin Xian would be courting death if he still did this. Zhuge Feng was not so wretched. He held a transmogrified spiritual weapon and walked in the snow, looking for Lin Xian. He had a feeling that this Lin Xian would not act according to common sense, but he really did not know what this Lin Xian would do. Whoosh! In the next moment, he climbed up the highest mountain on the map and scanned the surroundings. Strange, where is he? With his powerful eyesight, he could see anything below him that was different in color from the snow. However, he did not see anything. The only thing he could not see was the back slopes of the other mountains. A normal person in his current situation would naturally guess that he was on one of the other slopes, and his position was very likely exposed. Zhuge Feng smiled, then quickly formed a seal with both hands. Along the way, he quietly set up formations and looked for Lin Xian. This Zhuge Feng secretly set up a formation. This Lin Xian is going to be in trouble. This Lin Xian thinks that he is smart. He thinks that he can ambush Zhuge Feng. However, this map is not small. Zhuge Feng may not pass by Lin Xian. Coincidentally, Lin Xian's cleverness allows Zhuge Feng to set up countless formations. When the time comes, as long as this Lin Xian's ambush fails, he will definitely lose. Zhuge Feng's various formations were too strong. Perhaps a single formation wouldn't be of much use, but if he were to use them consecutively, with all kinds of formations added to his own strength, it would simply overwhelm the opponent. He relied on this to defeat Qi Tianqing. The power of his formations was unanimously acknowledged by everyone. Now that Lin Xian didn't take the initiative to attack him, giving him too much time to set up formations in secret. If they were to fight, how could he fight? Strange, what is this Lin Xian trying to do? As time passed, Zhuge Feng became more and more fearful of Yi Futian. What was Lin Xian doing? Everyone couldn't see him, but they knew where he was. Was Lin Xian trying to ambush him? Maybe everyone thought so, but that wasn't the case. It would be better if he could ambush him. Lin Xian had already used the law of creation to increase his strength when he was lying down. The increase wasn't much because Lin Xian focused more on increasing the duration of the formation. However, every time he recovered his spiritual energy, he would increase it by a little. He continued to increase it, and increase it. He was getting stronger and stronger. It lasted for a long time. About an hour later. Oh! The people below were about to collapse. What the fuck are you trying to do? Lin Xian wanted to teach this Zhuge Feng a lesson. Although it was quite interesting to compete with him, Lin Xian thought that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. If he fought with him normally, Lin Xian believed that he would have to use his full strength. At that time, everything would be exposed, let alone fighting with Duan Lingxiao. That's right, since he was going to fight, he would take first place. Lin Xian wanted to leave everything to Duan Lingxiao. Zhuge Feng had already set up dozens of formations and was waiting for Lin Xian to come out. Lin Xian, are you still not coming out? Zhuge Feng shouted. He knew that he had already been exposed to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was in the dark while he was in the light. Now, they could fight. Lin Xian heard the voice not far away from him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Law of creation. Lin Xian continued to increase his spiritual energy. Then, he instantly released almost all of his spiritual energy. The law of creation once again increased his strength. His current strength was probably at the level of a heavenly venerable. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Xian appeared behind Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng's expression changed and he stomped his foot. You're finally here. Zhuge Feng then burst out with power and slashed behind him. Boom, whoosh, everyone. Lin Xian killed Zhuge Feng instantly with unimaginable power. Everyone was stunned. They waited for an hour and it was over in one move. What the fuck? What's going on? It's over just like that. Why? Why is Lin Xian so strong? I feel that the power of that attack should be at the level of a heavenly venerable, right? Otherwise, how could he kill Zhuge Feng in an instant? I think Zhuge Feng is stunned. No. How can this Lin Xian be at the level of a heavenly venerable? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Murongyu, who was the only one who knew about Lin Xian's law of creation, also came to a realization. Lin Xian had once again exceeded her expectations. She also thought that Lin Xian was a dog hiding there and preparing to launch a sneak attack. In fact, he was constantly using the law of creation to buff himself, increase the duration of the buff, and increase the recovery of his spiritual power, so that's what he was planning. Genius. She still didn't know him well enough. In the simulation pod, the two opened their eyes and walked out. Zhuge Feng was indeed stunned. During that hour, he thought of many possibilities, but he really didn't think of this. Otherwise, his first reaction would be to distance himself from Lin Xian instead of fighting him head-on. He didn't expect to be killed by Lin Xian in one move. Young Master Lin, you're not being kind. I prepared the array for an hour. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian helplessly. Lin Xian smiled and said, although the process didn't feel very interesting, but, Zhuge Feng said, but you've taught me a lesson. Sure enough, I can't use common sense to fight with you. But don't worry, if there's a next time, I won't let you get away with it. Maybe next time, I'll come up with something even more sinister. Ha ha ha, then I can learn a lot from you. This is all experience. But why is your power so high? This was what Zhuge Feng was most confused about. This is a secret. Then, the two walked down. Lin Xian wins. Now, Murong Yu and Han Chuxue, please enter the simulation pod for the battle. Chapter 1203. Lin Xian's victory left the academy and the three major forces dumbfounded. They had never thought of this. Lin Xian had already surprised them time and time again. Duan Lingxiao frowned slightly. The power of a heavenly venerable? If that power was not at the heavenly venerable realm, it was impossible to defeat Zhuge Feng. Normally, Zhuge Feng would not be defeated so easily. He had no chance to show his advantage in the battle with Lin Xian. In fact, he had been careless. He had been very careful because Zhuge Feng thought highly of Lin Xian, but he had still been careless. Duan Lingxiao shook his head. Not at the heavenly venerable realm. If Lin Xian was at the heavenly venerable realm, he would not have dodged at all. He would have just rushed over and done with it. What was the reason? The law of creation was something that no one would think of. Knowing it was one thing, but the second thing was that it was really a legendary existence. In Duan Lingxiao's opinion, his final opponent would either be Lin Xian or Murong Yu. Although Han Chuxue was strong, her attributes were there. Murong Yu had time and space, and at the same time, she also had ice. It was basically impossible for Han Chuxue to win against her. If he fought against Lin Xian, at least he knew that he could not let Lin Xian stall for time. He did not know why, but as long as he stalled for time, Duan Lingxiao felt that when the time came, Lin Xian would fight him with the power of a heavenly venerable. Lin Xian had time and space. If he could erupt with the power of a heavenly venerable, Duan Lingxiao might not be his opponent. In the past, he did not take Lin Xian seriously, but now he had to. If he, a heavenly venerable, lost to Lin Xian, he would really be a joke. This was absolutely not allowed. Hey, what's going on? Xiao Runing asked Lin Xian in confusion. I'm not telling you. TSK, who cares? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. This Lin Xian was becoming more and more mysterious. Murong Yu and Han Chuxue's battle was not too flashy, and the result was not too suspenseful. Han Chuxue lost. Murong Yu's realm was 2 stars lower than Han Chuxue's, so she was completely suppressed by Han Chuxue at the beginning of the battle. If the battle continued like this, then Murong Yu would lose. However, when Murong Yu released her other attributes, the situation was reversed. Attributes were a part of one's strength. If their realms were the same, Murongyu might not choose to use her other attributes. However, her realms were suppressed, so she had no choice but to use them. Next, Duanling Xiao, Murongyu, and Lin Xian will proceed to the final battle. One of the three will be randomly selected to advance to the final battle. The winner of the other two will participate in the final battle. Now, the big screen is rolling. No matter who it was, in everyone's eyes, Duanling Xiao had already taken one of the two spots. As for the other one, it was hard to say. After all, Lin Xian was not weak. As for the first place, it should be Duanling Xiao. Although they both had space and time, Duanling Xiao's realm was suppressed. Heavenly venerables and domains were different. Murongyu's spot was empty. Next was the battle between Lin Xian and Duanling Xiao. For some reason, Duanling Xiao did not want to fight with Lin Xian. He had a very absurd feeling of worry. He was actually worried that Lin Xian would defeat him. This was ridiculous. The only person in the entire academy who had a chance of defeating him was Murongyu. However, Murongyu was still at the 8 stars domain realm. He was already a heavenly venerable, so it was impossible for Murongyu to defeat him. Lin Xian and Duanling Xiao walked up. "I look forward to fighting with you," Duanling Xiao said. Lin Xian shrugged. "Go easy on me." Duanling Xiao did not say anything because he did not dare to go easy on Lin Xian. He was afraid that if he did, he would lose. Then, the two of them lay down in the simulation pod. At this moment, the most mysterious dean of the academy walked out. "Dean." The instructors bowed one after another. Basically, these students had not seen the dean for the past 6 months. He was too mysterious and did not come out at all. Even if there was a big matter, the vice dean, Luo Xiu, would preside over it. He still did not attend, but this time, he came out. The dean of the martial arts academy nodded. Then, he sat there and looked at the big screen. Naturally, he was very curious about the battle between them. In the end, they fought until here. In his expectations, Murongyu and Lin Xian would take 2 spots. The rest would depend on the situation. The battle between Lin Xian and Duanling Xiao was still very interesting. "Dean, who do you think will win this battle?" Luo Xiu asked respectfully. The dean of the martial arts academy shook his head. "It's hard to say. If the gap between their realms is smaller, then Lin Xian will definitely win." Hiss, hearing the dean of the martial arts academy's words, they were all shocked. This Duanling Xiao was not a simple person. Yet, the dean said this with such certainty. How much confidence did he have in Lin Xian? It's a pity that this Lin Xian is only at the 6-star domain realm while Duanling Xiao is at the 1-star heavenly venerable realm. The gap between them is too big. With this gap, the effects of time and space are almost negligible. It is also difficult for strength to cause any harm. Although the strength displayed by Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng was very strong, it is probably the effect of an hour of accumulation of power. As long as Duanling Xiao does not give Lin Xian a chance, then Lin Xian will have no chance at all. Luo Xiu sighed and said. Yes, the gap was too big. It's hard to say. The dean of the martial arts academy looked at the big screen with a hint of wisdom in his cloudy eyes. Hard to say. This battle was already a foregone conclusion in the eyes of a normal martial artist. However, the dean of the martial arts academy actually said it was hard to say. What kind of existence was he? It was unimaginable. This kind of powerhouse could see things more clearly. Could this Lin Xian be able to surpass the 5-star domain realm and defeat Duanling Xiao at the same time? No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and Duan Lingxiao appeared on the surface of the sea. Yes. They did not see wrongly. They appeared on the surface of the sea. This map might not be big. The sea seemed endless, but there was definitely a boundary. They could stand on the surface of the sea with their spiritual power. As for Duan Lingxiao, who was at the heavenly venerable realm, he could fly in the air. Therefore, this map might be disadvantageous to Lin Xian in this battle. Fuck, the surface of the sea. Lin Xian looked at the map of the sea and did not feel too good. He thought that if he was in a rainforest or similar map, he would continue to hide for 1 or 2 hours and wait until his strength had at least reached a sufficient level before coming out to fight. However, this sea was right in front of him. How could he hide? Should he just bite the bullet and fight? Duan Lingxiao landed on the surface of the sea and then leaped into the air to look for Lin Xian. He immediately saw Lin Xian. Chapter 1204. Lin Xian also saw Duan Lingxiao flying into the air. In fact, if he had to hide, Lin Xian might be able to hide in the sea, but don't forget that Duan Lingxiao had the thunder attribute. If he released the thunder attribute with the power of a heavenly venerable, Lin Xian would be electrocuted to death in the water. Shua, Duan Lingxiao sneered when he saw Lin Xian and swung the sword in his hand. There was nowhere to hide on the surface of the sea. His only way was to meet Duan Lingxiao head-on. Duan Lingxiao was a heavenly venerable, so there was no way Duan Lingxiao could beat him. As long as Duan Lingxiao didn't have time to release that mysterious ability that could make him stronger, he would lose without a doubt. Lin Xian, then I won't be polite. Thunder shock slash. For martial artists like them, having a spirit weapon or not made a big difference. Lin Xian might not rely too much on spirit weapons, but Duan Lingxiao was extremely reliant on them. Most of his combat power relied on swords. Now that he had a sword in hand, he was definitely another Duan Lingxiao. He swung the sword in his hand at Lin Xian, and the thunder in the sky turned into a thunder dragon that rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This fucking heavenly venerable was still strong. The only good news was that Duan Lingxiao had just advanced to the 1-star heavenly venerable realm, so some things were not particularly stable. He was only 1 realm higher. Shua, purple lightning flashed around Lin Xian. The purple lightning crushed the blue lightning in terms of purity and power. To a certain extent, it could make up for the gap. Strength exchange, thunder shock transformation. Shua, the purple lightning and blue lightning collided, and in an instant, the sea became turbulent. Boom, the remaining power bombarded Lin Xian. Lin Xian released the space attribute and dodged instantly. Waves more than 10 meters high were blasted into the sea. There was nothing he could do about it. Just by exchanging attributes to double his strength and adding the purple lightning, there was still a gap between him and a heavenly venerable. However, Lin Xian felt that if he used the law of creation to increase his strength, the gap would not be too big. However, his spiritual power consumption would be particularly large. The corners of Duan Lingxiao's lips curled up slightly when he saw this. It seemed like that was all he had. Sure enough, as long as he was not given time, he would not be that strong. In that case, there was nothing for him to fear. Take this. Whoosh. Duan Lingxiao charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was too lazy to use spatial seal or time stop because he knew that this kind of power was useless against him. Speed exchange, defense exchange. With the amplification of several great powers, Lin Xian and his 2 silhouettes flickered unceasingly on the surface of the sea. Lightning and thunder intersected, and their speed was unimaginable. In everyone's eyes, they were all experts. However, Lin Xian was forced to retreat again and again. After all, the difference in strength was too great. That's it. If that's the case, then Lin Xian will definitely lose. What? Do you still think that he can win? No matter what kind of power he uses, he won't be able to win. Time and space are indeed powerful, but when faced with an existence of such a level and with such a huge gap in cultivation level, the effect is next to nothing. This Lin Xian is also very smart. He didn't use any time or space power on him. At most, he used it on himself because he knows that using it on Duan Lingxiao is a complete waste of spiritual power. If you have no other ability, then you can admit defeat. Duan Lingxiao looked at Lin Xian in front of him, and lightning surged. You can't hit me during that time. Lin Xian said. Your realm is lower than mine, and the spiritual power consumed by spatial jump is not small. If you blindly use spatial jump to dodge, your spiritual power will be consumed faster than mine. Because I'm in the heavenly venerable realm. Duan Lingxiao said. Let's try. Humph. Let's try then. Duan Lingxiao snorted coldly. Thunder Heaven Annihilation. Following that, he raised his sword to the sky, and thunder clouds rolled in the void, even causing a phenomenon of heaven and earth. God rank martial skill. Lin Xian sensed for a moment. This was definitely a fucking god rank martial skill. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such a phenomenon of heaven and earth. This young master will bombard this entire domain. Let's see how you can dodge it. Duan Lingxiao shouted angrily. The people outside saw the rolling thunder above the void on the screen. The thunder spread, and the entire sky was flashing with lightning. This martial skill was simply dumbfounding. It was impossible to dodge underwater. Perhaps hiding underwater could prevent him from being hit directly, but water was conductive. This god rank martial skill's thunder would still hit him. Then let's try it. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the aura on his body surged. What? This Lin Xian can't be thinking of competing with Duan Lingxiao in strength, right? When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. This Lin Xian has 10,000 ways to defeat Lin Xian. If it wasn't for Lin Xian's space constantly dodging, Duan Lingxiao would have been defeated long ago. Now, Duan Lingxiao doesn't want to waste time with Lin Xian. This god rank martial skill directly enveloped an area of 10,000 meters and descended from the sky. Lin Xian can't dodge with his space, and he can't go underwater either. He can only brace himself and fight. As expected, a heavenly venerable is still strong. This god rank martial skill is simply shocking. Lin Xian exchanged his attributes. God rank martial skill, Thunder Heaven Prison. Lin Xian's eyes glowed purple, and the thunder on his body surged. Arg! In the next instant, the purple thunder spread around Lin Xian and instantly filled the air. Although the visual impact wasn't as exaggerated as when released by the heavenly venerable Duan Lingxiao, it was still very strong. This god rank 2-star martial skill was given to Lin Xian by Murongyu. When she went to the divine realm, she took the opportunity to ask for it from the sacred palace and later gave it to Lin Xian. There, Lin Xian also learned this god rank martial skill. As a god rank martial skill, its power was needless to say. Duan Lingxiao took a look. This Lin Xian actually dared to release a god rank martial skill to fight with him. Although he spread out the god rank martial skill and the large area caused the attack power to be much smaller, he was still a heavenly venerable. However, he still felt uneasy, so he released his soaring thunder law again. His power doubled. Boom! Countless thunder pythons rushed toward Lin Xian from all directions, and heaven and earth lost their color. Creation Law. Lin Xian was naturally not a match for a normal god-rank martial skill, but he had the creation law. Boom, everyone couldn't see the situation on the screen clearly. But the collision of two great god-rank martial skills, one released by a heavenly venerable and the other released by a domain realm, was a completely different concept. He would definitely die if he went all out. He couldn't run or block it. In an instant, Lin Xian's god-rank martial skill was swallowed up, as simple as an elephant trampling an ant to death. Duan Lingxiao smiled, but gradually, his smile became fainter and fainter because he felt that something was wrong. It's over. A voice suddenly came from beside him, and at the same time, a black hole appeared behind him. Bang, everyone. Chapter 1205. What happened next might shatter everyone's worldview. Lin Xian suddenly appeared in front of Duan Lingxiao. This was nothing because Lin Xian was of the spatial attribute, but Duan Lingxiao's divine rank martial skill was bombarding indiscriminately, and the divine rank martial skill released by Lin Xian was instantly devoured. It was enough to show how terrifying a divine rank martial skill released by an Empyrean was. And now, Lin Xian was either dead or needed to release an even more powerful force to resist the destruction of this divine rank martial skill. But he didn't. No one knew if he couldn't release it or what, but his divine rank martial skill was completely devoured in an instant. In everyone's eyes, he should also be devoured along with the divine rank martial skill, but he didn't. What they didn't expect the most was that not only did Lin Xian not defend, but he directly appeared in front of Duan Lingxiao to attack him. What did he rely on to attack him? This was simply a self-destructive attack, because only by defending could he possibly withstand the power of a deity-tier martial skill. Now, he had abandoned his defense and exposed himself to the deity-tier martial skill to attack Duan Lingxiao. He was finished. This was everyone's first thought until the black hole appeared behind Duan Lingxiao, until all the lightning fell on Lin Xian, and until Lin Xian was actually safe and sound. Everyone was in an uproar and caused a huge uproar. Bang! In the next instant, Lin Xian kicked Duan Lingxiao, who was still in a daze, into the black hole. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. The lightning disappeared, and Lin Xian fell on the sea surface, indicating that he didn't feel good at all. Whoosh! In the next instant, everyone was in an uproar. Fuck. What the hell? What the hell is this? Duan Lingxiao lost. No, how did he lose? Can't you get out of that black hole after entering? No, this isn't important. What's important is how Lin Xian withstood the attack of the divine rank martial skill. Even the divine rank martial skill he released instantly turned into nothingness. It's impossible for him to withstand the divine rank martial skill. Not to mention him, even a top earth attribute martial artist or metal attribute martial artist can't withstand it at all. What's going on? How could this Lin Xian's defense be so ridiculous? I'm sure Duan Lingxiao is dumbfounded as well, because it's completely impossible to accomplish this in a normal martial arts competition. A normal person would absolutely not imagine that someone at the domain realm would actually be fine while facing a divine rank martial skill at the heavenly venerable realm, and even attack him. This was something that no one had expected. That was right. Everyone thought that this match was over and Lin Xian was defeated, but in the end, Lin Xian gave everyone a pleasant surprise, an unexpected pleasant surprise, too exaggerated. Lin Xian stood on the surface of the sea and took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Why was it like this? Actually, it was very simple. When he released the Myriad Lightning Heavenly Prison, he subconsciously wanted to use the law of creation to forcibly increase the power of the Myriad Lightning Heavenly Prison and then collide with Duan Lingxiao's divine rank martial skill. However, Lin Xian suddenly realized that it was useless. Even if he blocked it, he didn't have much spiritual power left. If he continued to fight with Duan Lingxiao, everything would be the starting point, and it would be the starting point where he would definitely lose. Therefore, he did the opposite. If I don't fucking increase my attack, can I increase my defense? Therefore, Lin Xian directly exchanged for defense, and at the same time, used the law of creation to create defense. Therefore, he was able to use his own defense to forcibly block the divine rank martial skill released by a heavenly venerable realm martial skill, and then use his remaining spiritual power to release the Myriad Lightning Heavenly Prison. There was no other way. This was Lin Xian's only chance. If Wan Xia had been there, he could have used the power of darkness to deal a fatal blow to him. However, there wasn't. Therefore, this was Lin Xian's only chance, and in the end, he won. Duan Lingxiao couldn't react at all because he simply couldn't think of it. No one could have thought of it. Even if Lin Xian was in Duan Lingxiao's shoes, Lin Xian wouldn't have thought of it. Secondly, Lin Xian's spatial speed was too fast. Duan Lingxiao's surprise and Lin Xian's super fast speed, coupled with Duan Lingxiao's lack of spatial attributes, led to his defeat. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to win. The gap between them was too big. Moreover, he didn't use his domain. In any case, Lin Xian seemed to have defeated his opponent by catching them off guard. There were even a few times when his opponent was clearly very powerful, but he didn't have time to use his law of creation and domain. However, how could this be blamed on Lin Xian? Who asked him not to use his domain? He was just like Xiao Yun. Wasn't he better off using his domain? If he had used his domain, would he, Lin Xian, still have a chance to win? Then, Lin Xian quickly disappeared on the spot. It was too painful, too painful. He had to quickly leave this simulated map. In reality, they opened their eyes. Duan Lingxiao had opened his eyes a long time ago. He had been lying there, unable to accept this fact. He didn't dare to sit up and look at everyone's disbelieving eyes. He felt that this was the biggest grievance he had ever suffered in his life. How could he lose? Why did he lose? If he was given another chance, it definitely wouldn't be like this. He definitely wouldn't be careless, but at least he didn't have that chance now. Dean, what's going on? Luo Xiu asked the dean beside him in shock. How could a domain realm martial artist withstand the power of a heavenly venerable realm martial artist's divine level martial skill and be fine? This was indeed beyond the knowledge of this group of old fellows. The dean of the martial arts academy was thinking. He was thinking of all possibilities. If it was a very, very heaven-defying defensive martial skill, a divine level martial skill might be able to do it. Lin Xian sat up, and Duan Lingxiao also sat up. Then, the two of them walked out. Duan Lingxiao tried his best to appear magnanimous, even though he was feeling extremely uncomfortable right now. Then, Duan Lingxiao walked towards Lin Xian and stretched out his hand towards Lin Xian. The power you displayed at the end was something I didn't expect. Although I still have many things I didn't remember to use, a loss is a loss. Duan Lingxiao's words let everyone know that he hadn't used his full strength. His loss wasn't considered a loss. However, I really want to know how you were able to use your domain realm strength to block my heavenly venerable realm divine level martial skill in the end. In my knowledge, this is impossible. If you blocked other powers of a heavenly venerable realm martial artist, it would be reasonable. However, you blocked a divine level martial skill. This divine level martial skill can even cause a domain realm martial artist to heavily injure a heavenly venerable realm martial artist. Yet, when I, a heavenly venerable realm martial artist, released it, you, a domain realm martial artist, remained unharmed. I really want to know why. This was also the point that everyone else couldn't understand. That's right, Duan Lingxiao was right. A divine level martial skill was the power of a domain realm martial artist that could surpass realms to defeat a heavenly venerable realm martial artist. Yet, when a heavenly venerable realm martial artist released this power, he still couldn't defeat a domain realm martial artist. Wah! Who the fuck could they find to reason with? Chapter 1206. Lin Xian smiled. It's just a defensive martial skill. Ha ha ha, it's just a defensive martial skill. Young Master Lin, you're too humble. Such a defensive martial skill has to be at least at the divine rank, right? I've never seen a divine rank defensive martial skill before. Duan Lingxiao said. That's right. Defensive martial skills were indeed rare because they were just like movement techniques. They were very difficult to create. Lin Xian shrugged. However, I didn't lose unjustly. Although I didn't expect a divine rank defensive martial skill, a loss is a loss. If there's a chance in the future, I'll teach you a lesson. Duan Lingxiao said casually. He tried his best to appear calm, frank, and unconcerned in front of everyone so that others would think that he could afford to lose. In fact, he was feeling very uncomfortable. Extremely resentful. He was a proud son of heaven, a heavenly venerable. In everyone's eyes, he was the top. He had already decided to take first place in this martial arts competition. However, he lost. Losing was not important. What was important was that he lost to Lin Xian, who was still at the domain realm. Although he knew that in the eyes of most people, he had lost unjustly and did not seem to have fought seriously. If he had fought seriously, Lin Xian would have been killed in an instant. However, he had still lost. Hua! In the next instant, crazy screams and applause sounded in the arena again. Not bad. Let's not talk about how he won first. It's amazing that he won, regardless of the reason. The people from the three major forces nodded in satisfaction. However, they more or less knew who this Lin Xian was because the three major forces had invited Lin Xian before. Although they wanted to invite Lin Xian, they could only think about it. However, they could give it a try when the time came. There would be no divine physique in the battle there. Lin Xian, do you want to fight now? How's your condition? Luo Xiao asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. No problem. Good. Then, Luo Xiao looked at Murongyu and said, you two get ready to fight. Murongyu walked towards the stage under everyone's gaze. If the previous Lin Xian in everyone's eyes was a fake, then no one could say that he wasn't strong now. If he could defeat an Empyrean, then no matter what kind of power he used, he had defeated an Empyrean. He was strong. Murongyu and Lin Xian had fought countless times. To be honest, it didn't matter if they fought or not. However, Murongyu's fighting spirit had been aroused by Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian could even defeat a Sky Venerable, she especially wanted to compare notes with Lin Xian. However, it was also very awkward. They might have some things that they needed to hide, so they couldn't use their full strength in this battle. It would be completely meaningless if they fought. Thus, Murongyu didn't really want to fight. She might as well find a chance to fight seriously with Lin Xian somewhere without any outsiders. She could use all her strength, her law of destruction, her 1,000 sealing ice pupils, and so on. That would be awesome. Then, the two of them looked at each other and lay down in the simulation pod. With a flash of light, the two of them arrived at a new map. This map, a snowy ground. That's right, they were in a snowy ground again. Seeing this snowy ground, everyone thought of the previous battle between Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng. Could it be? Whoosh, Lin Xian jumped and dove into the snow again. Everyone, wow. This Lin Xian is too much of a dog. Why do I want to fucking beat him up? No, he's obviously strong, so why does he have to be like a dog? But to be honest, Murongyu is very strong. Lin Xian's previous victories were all due to the element of surprise, and Murongyu watched all the battles. She shouldn't be weaker than Lin Xian, and the two of them have time and space. To Lin Xian, winning or losing this battle didn't matter. Murongyu was one of his own, and they had fought too many times. If they fought like this, Lin Xian felt that he wouldn't be able to beat her. If he really couldn't beat her, then he didn't need to say anything. He didn't even need to use his martial arts skills. If they were to compete purely in terms of combat ability, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to beat her. This woman was a monster. She was really a monster. And the only time Lin Xian was sure that he would win every battle was when they had sex. That would definitely be when Murongyu begged for mercy. This was for sure. She would beg for mercy every time they had sex. This Murongyu was really weak when it came to sex. For example, other girls would be able to last for about half an hour, and even longer when they were done. For example, Murongyu, she would have to beg for mercy after 15 minutes. Lin Xian really didn't understand. This might be a problem with her physique. Then, Lin Xian would feel very uncomfortable every time. It was the kind where he would have to stop halfway and rest. When Murongyu was done, Lin Xian would start again, and then stop halfway. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt miserable and tormented. However, it was also because of this that Murongyu had gradually learned to use his hands and so on. Lin Xian hid there, waiting for Murongyu to come closer. Anyway, it didn't matter if she succeeded or not, whether she got first or second place, Lin Xian didn't care. He didn't care about his own people. Lin Xian treated this battle as entertainment. This was fucking different from what others had expected. Shouldn't this battle be more exciting than the last? Instead, the final battle turned out to be like this. Oh. Dogs hit. Murongyu had watched every single battle of Lin Xian's, especially this snowy ground. She directly used her spatial attribute to jump to the highest point, and then scanned Lin Xian's position. She didn't see him. This Lin Xian couldn't have burrowed into the ground again, right? Murongyu was really helpless. What a dog. Why are we still comparing points? Can't you just come out and fight? If you need to lose, you need to win, you need to win. However, Murongyu's delicate body then exploded with a terrifying power. You don't want to come out, right? Then, she jumped to a flat ground and released her power. The terrifying ice attribute power spread for a few kilometers. In an instant, the surroundings were completely frozen. The snow in the air turned into ice crystals and fell to the ground. The snow under Lin Xian's feet turned into ice as well. Lin Xian's entire being was sealed in ice as the terrifying cold force attacked him. One had to know that this wasn't a simple ice sealing a person. It was a martial skill. Although it didn't directly affect Lin Xian's body, the effect wasn't bad at all. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Dogs hit. He was still like this when facing an ice attribute warrior. Bang! Lin Xian broke through the ice and rushed out. Murongyu saw Lin Xian and then rushed over without hesitation. The two then began to fight. No one knew if it was because of telepathy, but the two of them didn't use any martial skills. They only used their swords to crazily clash, cross, and compete with their sword moves. Everyone was dazzled as they watched their battle. Chapter 1207. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, that's right, they fought for 20 minutes. In these 20 minutes, everyone was watching seriously. There were no martial arts techniques involved. It was purely a competition of individual ability, reaction time, experience, and swordsmanship. They realized that these two people were very strong. Lin Xian's strength was not only due to his one special ability after another. His individual ability was really enough. At least, many of the geniuses here felt that if they were to compete with him purely in swordsmanship, it would not be easy to win. Sister, let's stop fighting. It hurts. Lin Xian and Murong kept fighting and then said with a sad face. Although this was a battle between consciousnesses, the injuries suffered would still be transmitted to the cerebral cortex, sending a signal to the contestants that their bodies were in pain. Lin Xian and Murong were both injured, so it was really painful. Murong put away her sword. All right. Indeed, it seemed that there was no need to keep fighting. They had fought too many times, and now it really hurt, then I admit defeat. Murong then said. No. I admit defeat. Lin Xian grinned. It doesn't matter. Then how about rock paper scissors? Lin Xian asked. Okay. Then the two of them played rock paper scissors. Lin Xian won. I admit defeat. Murong then said lightly. Everyone. Wow! This, they had never seen such a sloppy battle in their lives. You guys used rock paper scissors to decide. The school was also very helpless. However, they were very satisfied. Murong strength was well known. As long as she advanced to the celestial venerable realm, she would be invincible. Lin Xian had also successfully joined Murong, the top echelon of the entire martial arts academy. If he advanced to the celestial venerable realm, it would be a qualitative leap. Two top-notch martial artists who coexisted in time and space. As their realms got higher, their strength would become more and more exaggerated. Then the two of them left. Lin Xian opened his eyes and immediately felt comfortable. He had to admit that the simulation pod was amazing. It was just his consciousness, but it made him feel pain all over his body. It was too real. The vice president of the Martial Arts Academy waved his hand and several badges fell into the hands of Lin Xian, Murong, and the others. This time, the ranking will be carried out directly. The 108 peaks in the inner courtyard will change according to your rankings. Lin Xian is the first peak, Murong is the second peak, and Duan Lingxiao is the third peak. Of course, you can still continue to challenge. The remaining top 179 students will be left behind. You can continue to fight and carry out the ranking of the 108 peaks. Lin Xian and Murong then walked down. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Xian. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to lose, but that he, a heavenly venerable, had lost to a domain realm cultivator. These were two completely different concepts. Most importantly, in everyone's opinion, including Duan Lingxiao, he had already obtained the first place. Yet now, perhaps it was time for him to do something. Lin Xian and Murong sat together and watched the others compete. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others would continue to compete and carry out the ranking. Xiao Runing glanced at Lin Xian. This kid was getting more and more powerful. She vaguely remembered what he was like not long ago. What level had he reached in this short period of time? What about her? If Xiao Runing was able to properly improve herself, she estimated that she would also be an Empyrean, or perhaps even close to an Empyrean. However, she had spent too much time and energy on teaching. She liked this kind of life, she felt that it was very good, just that. What she was most conflicted about was not her strength, but her relationship with Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian had never made it clear, she wasn't stupid. She knew in her heart that this bastard probably had many women around him. Those girls who surrounded him every day, even Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Runing, all felt that they had already been touched by this bastard's evil claws. However, she clearly knew this in her heart. Why was she unwilling to leave? So annoying. She wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend, one of his. Why was she willing to have sex with Lin Xian? Wasn't this just sex? Heavens! She, Xiao Runing, actually, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Lan Xingxing ran excitedly to the military class. Then, he happily sat beside Lin Xian. Then, he hugged Lin Xian's arm and swung it back and forth. Lin Xian, you're so amazing. Lan Xingxing smiled foolishly. If you have something to say, say it. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. That. Lin Xian, you've already gotten first place in the martial arts academy. Shouldn't we have a good celebration? Of course, right, big sister Murong. Murong you, okay. If you want to eat, just say it. Let's go, I'll go cook. I'll probably be done by the time they're done. Then, Lin Xian called out to Xiao Runing. Miss Xiao, come eat with us later, Lin Xian said. I'm not going. Xiao Runing said unhappily. Su Jiming secretly clenched his fists. Why was this Lin Xian so outstanding? No. He felt that this Lin Xian was not outstanding at all. However, he was always able to make some unexpected moves. This was the most important thing. Moreover, the girls were always by his side. It was like the protagonist in a novel. He had the protagonist's aura. That's right. This was the feeling. At night, everyone gathered again. It was still Murong Yu and the others' dormitory. Today, Wu Yuhan was that cold girl again. Lin Xian had a headache. Now that all the girls' missions were up, they had been using their male idols to extend their time. It was time to take them down. Who should he take down? Luo Chenxi should be easy. Then, Xiao Xinyue Anshin should have a chance at the Golden Melody Awards that were about to begin. Zi Qiue was a little difficult. Murong Yu should not have too much trouble either. They lacked an opportunity. Wu Yuhan was a little difficult. As for Lan Xingxing, Lin Xian felt that it should not be too much of a problem to deceive her. However, this girl was naive. Lin Xian was afraid that something would happen if he took her down. That's right. It just so happened that the Golden Melody Awards were about to begin. Lin Xian planned to help Anshin make another push during this short period of time. It was very difficult to win 10 Golden Melody Awards in one go, but Lin Xian felt that it was possible. After dinner in the evening, Lin Xian drove back to Lin An City. As the Martial Arts Academy had nothing to do for the time being, the Martial Arts Academy should have all kinds of extremely difficult missions. Lin Xian was also very much looking forward to it. It was already past 10 o'clock at night when he returned to Lin An City. Lin Xian did not go to Ling Longshue's place. He would do it tomorrow. He wanted to accompany Linya tonight, and, damn it. No. He had to take down this little fairy tonight. When he returned home, the lights in the house were dark. Lin Xian thought that Linya was asleep, but there was no one in the room. She did not answer his calls. He asked Murong Qing and the others, but they did not have any news about Linya. Lin Xian frowned suddenly. He could not help but panic. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.